bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it, too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics. Speak of the loss, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. Everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You know what time it is? It's time for another PMPL EU Spring 2023 player interview, and this time I'm going to be joined by Unicorn from KASIK team. Unicorn, thank you for joining me, and I want to get right into a pretty big topic right now. You and the team of KASIK team have been known for going for this really big hot drop in Picado for pretty much almost this entire season. Why? What's that about?
Слушайте, мы Пикадо начали падать еще до начала PMPL, как только собрали свой состав. И к нам на частных турнирах стали часто падать, очень много ребят. И мы до сих пор, то есть до первой фазы мы не решили, будем уходить или нет. И начали уже контеститься на самом Пикадо. И после первой фазы ребята с Пикадо ушли, потому что мы вели в счете 5-1. И теперь мы лутаем Пикадо сами.
Well, yeah, it seems like now you're just going to be alone over in Picado, so no, things hopefully should be getting a little bit better for you guys in the second phase. But talking about the phases, phase one, a little bit of a rough time. One of the reasons, of course, being that hot drop that was happening. But phase two, you guys were off to a fantastic start. Chicken dinner, getting yourself a few podium finishes. What is your plan with the team of KASIK team to hopefully retain some of that consistency in that in phase two now?
Ну, мы выяснили то, что у нас там в команде были некоторые проблемы, у кого-то паника какая-то была, то есть мы начали нашу первую фазу не очень удачно, потому что многие ребята переживали, и у нас еще плюс были контесты на Пикадо, и у нас как минимум одна игра была, то есть под вопросом, либо мы выигрываем свой спот и уезжаем дальше, либо мы остаемся типа 0 поинтов и готовимся на следующий матч, то есть с этим было сложно.
Hello, welcome to the finals of PMPL EU. I'm Jeannie, and I know I said I wasn't going to be here, but surprise, I'm joined by Max. However, that's not really a surprise.
Yes, jump scare. Jenny's here. What's going on?
What do you mean jump scare? Yo, okay.
A happy surprise. There you go.
There, that's better. Off to a great start already. Let's have a look at the socials if you want some meme jump scares, because Max has been posting some interesting content over there. Give him a follow, give it a like, give it a comment, because Max is doing Max things once again.
I don't know what to say to interesting content. Is nor a compliment nor anything negative, but thank you,
Yeah,
Janiro.
it's like a good thing. It's interesting.
Yeah. And we got more giveaways happening once again. Right now, if you go over to Instagram at Esports PUBGM EU, you can see the pinned post, which is going to be asking you which team you think will become the champions of PMPL EU. And if your answer is correct after these 3 days of the finals, you can choose which of these 3 cool skins you want. And also keep your DMs open. That's a given. That's never changed. But yeah. And also,
What happens if nobody guesses it?
I was going to say, if nobody guesses it, I get the skins. And I don't think anyone wants me to win something. So you better get it right.
Yeah, guys, please get it right. Don't give Max free skins, but also make sure you fill out the survey. You can let us know, maybe, should we give Max the skins if nobody gets it right, yes or no? Any thoughts or opinions you have, please do share it with us. But let's just jump right into it, because we're going to be starting off with the format, a little bit of a refresher to see how exactly we got here. Started off, we had 3 phases in total that were split over 6 stages each, and the top 12 would go into Vikendi for that final map on the last day of each stage. You accumulate points, and the top 16 teams are now here qualified for the finals. The finals, Max, they look a little different.
Yeah, I mean, the final, a little different. You're going to have 6 matches per day, which is going to be a little bit more intense on the players. There's 1 extra match. See how things are going to pan out. And one thing that's very interesting that we tend to mention all the time as we head into the finals, Janiro, is that now you don't have that weird group rotation every single game. Like, now you've got 16 teams. They're always going to be there. It's always going to be the same drops depending on how the playing path goes, of course, and the same rotation. So a lot easier to express your game sense and your game plan in every one of these matches. So what we saw in the league stage, it should be even better now, Janiro. So I'm really hyped up.
Absolutely. And also, it's only going to be 3 days rather than 6, so by the end of this weekend, we will be crowning our champions. But as Max already kind of hinted at, it's going to be 6 maps in total, which means there's an iteration of every single map rather than 1 map only being shown once. So we're going to be starting off with Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and then it's a rotation again of Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, which means that every single team should get an opportunity to show their strengths on every single one of their favorite maps. And so far, Max, they've been doing that quite well, especially when we're looking at Major Pride and how they have been showing up their strengths, when we're looking at the fact that they have 641 points.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a slow start in the first phase, Nero, but after that, I mean, it's just... What do you want to say? Major Pride has been on top every single time in this league stage, and they've been so impressive. It took some time to build that synergy, but the moment they had that synergy and that team play rolling, Janiro, they were just not slowing down. They were getting like that 19 elimination chicken dinner over on Miramar. They've just been getting himself consistent placement points and especially eliminations. 388 eliminations. That is massive over the course of 3 phases. And not only that, that helps them for the race to PMGC position. So Major Pride looking comfortable for pretty much any scenario you could expect going into this.
Yeah, that's more than... They got more in 3 phases than you've done in your entire career. That's pretty impressive. I'm going to give him that. But we're also looking at the likes of the MUERTE. I'm sorry. We're also looking at the likes of the MUERTE. I mean, they were in those top 3 teams, Max, and they've been a little slower. They've dropped down to 6. But Sly and Nexus, however, especially as well as Excuse Me, they have just had an incredible phase 3. And they've just racked up those elims, racked up the points, and pushed themselves a little further.
Yeah, some really cool surprises on the first page. But as we go on to the second page, we're going by really quick by these graphics. But on the lower side, some teams that I think we all expected a little bit more from, especially your KONINA Power, AR, Esports. We know what they can do at their peak, so we can expect maybe good things if they're on their A game going into the finals. Dagestan 77-2. We saw great stuff from Shifu and Keep in particular, so I want to see if that can continue and transition into the finals. And as I said, because you don't have those rotating lobbies and groups all the time, maybe these teams will be able to express themselves even better going into these games. And of course, Avalanche, as you know, Janiro, the team that unfortunately misses out, which is weird. We saw Elicio on the team list. They're like, oh, Elicio might do well, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't potentially glue as well together for these members as we might have expected them to. And maybe some of these individual performances, as we've seen, have not been enough to kind of push them through that barrier and be that 16th place team to be here in the finals. But when we're looking as well at the bonus points, and these are the teams that have gone on to that Vikendi, gotten some of those bonus points, it feels like it's basically a bit more of a copy pasta of what we've seen of the last couple of overall stats, because it's continuously the exact same teams here, Max, that are showing up and getting these points. And it feels like, again, Major Pride on top, the MUERTE 5th. That's kind of what we've seen already.
Hey, when you're looking at Major Pride, you've got to keep in mind that the maximum, okay, the absolute maximum of what you can get in terms of bonus points is 80. Major Pride got 76. That is absolutely mental. That was almost a perfect league stage. As we said, a little bit of a slow start in the first one, but after that, looking great. Also, two teams you didn't really mention too much on the first page there is the fact that Game Lord are so high up with, excuse me, two teams that we were like, with the CI's domination, it might be a little bit rough for two other teams to showcase themselves up against teams like, you know, your MADBULLS, your Major Pride, your Gladiators, but they've done it so well, especially the entirety of Game Lord that I'm going to be able to talk about a little bit later on in this segment. But so many big surprises that I think were hard to predict at the start of the season, which always make for a way spicier finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're looking at some of these other bonus points. I mean, Erangel is one of those teams, as well as KONINA Power, that have had a little bit of a better showing coming into this final stage. So they've had the opportunity to get a little bit more bonus points. I do want to highlight, although Avalanche is mentioned on these bonus points overall, doesn't necessarily mean that they are here. As we've seen earlier, they are unfortunately on that cutoff mark. They were 17th rather than 16th. So therefore, they're not going to have that opportunity to participate here in the finals. But Phase 1, 2, and 3 was absolutely jam-packed with action, and we decided to give you guys a little bit of a refresher so that you have a taste of what you can be expecting today by picking out the top 5 best actions.
Crumble under the pressure. It's a house collapse. Everything's going wrong. Aggression being displayed from all sides. Back to home turf, but the car detonated and the whole team's burst. Game Lord losing out on that one.
Constantly confusing the opponent. Oh, from the vehicle as well. That was nasty.
Yeah, that was rough. He was setting himself up, had the pin pulled, wanted to blow the car clean open, but it doesn't work. Instead, it's damage being dealt through the windows both ways. The nade was dropped as well, and that's actually going to cause a bit of a problem. The shotgun. Victor drifting his way around the corner, puts the pedal to the metal, and he might be Goomba stomped here by the Jeep flying over the top of his head. As for now, realizes that his position is a bit awkward utility-wise, dashes out one of those free smokes that he still has in the back, quick flick out onto the vehicle as well.
Being so effective right now for Sly Europe. Just need to get a little bit closer as this game plays out. CJ gets some good shots, Doran's down. I think that might be it there for Sly Europe.
Down on top of them, the nades have done the job, and the weapons will finish off the last few. Sly going down.
UMP close range, 3 players close by. Even Esker has fallen prey. 2 players around these walls. He got caught on a vault before. Opens up on the opening, and 2 players go into his crosshairs, and 2 players fall. Detati now the last to stand, and even Esker. The front, I mean, Beast really isn't in a position to get an off angle in the close range position with the DBSs. Pretty difficult to handle. 1 and 2 fall. There's only one behind the rock, and Madness needs to get on the swivel. Needs to get the challenge onto Noshi, and he managed to make it work. Not. Madness has spoiled the day completely for Unicorns of Love, and it's...
Now, if that hasn't hyped you up enough for these finals, we have some stats to throw your way just to get it going even further. We're going to be starting off with Miramar and the teams that have performed the best on this map specifically, simply because, as we said earlier, Max, it's going to be 2 iterations of every single map. So these teams have an opportunity to not just show up only once, but twice on the same day.
Exactly. You got to try and make sure that you're good on every single one of those maps. But the teams that are good on Miramar right now, you're going to be looking at your Major Pride, which of course he said, no, hyper-consistent team. They're good on pretty much all battlegrounds. But you've seen also NEXUS up there, which is good. NEXUS has shown himself really strong when it came to rotations. They like their very late rotations, and I think on Miramar, that's a very slower map compared to most, especially compared to your Sanhoks. I think it's been working out great for NEXUS so far. Yeah. And they've been, especially, we need to bring up this play, which is Exo Machina, which we didn't really know before this event, but he just came in as a sub and just started blasting, which I'm super hyped to see. So I wonder what is going to be the finals roster we're going to be seeing playing this event for the next 3 days for them, because Exo, if he's not on the list, I'll be a bit surprised because he was popping off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great thing that you brought up Sanhok, because as a second map that we're going to be looking at in terms of the teams that have been performing to the top of their abilities here, it's again your Major Prides, your MADBULLS, and your NEXUS. It feels like this is an iteration that we've been seeing quite consistently.
Look, if you're going up against Black with a DBS and Ivaneska, and you have to breach them, just don't, just do yourself a favor, just don't do that, okay? Excuse me, I don't know what it is when they have a compound on Sanhok. They're a very spooky team, Janiro, who don't want to breach on them. And look at that, Major Pride, we talk about consistency, Major Pride MADBULLS, still up there, getting himself consistent points if it's placement or eliminations every single time, and same for also NEXUS, but KONINA Power, this is the first time we see them on top performance of a single map, which is Sanhok. I would like to see more presence of them on your Miramars more specifically. They got a few points on Erangel, but Miramar, I think they're a little bit lacking. But Sanhok, they're really good at rotating from that eastern edge. It's just not going to be enough, right, to just get a third of your maps successfully giving you points. We need to see more on the other battlegrounds.
Yeah, and the final and last battleground is going to be Erangel, so that's the map that we're also going to be looking at 2 iterations of. But in terms of the teams that are performing consistently, again, your Major Prize and your MADBULLS are on there, but this time around you got Gladiators, you have Sly creeping up as well, you have Game Lords on the top 2, so it's a bit more different in terms of the performances that we can be expecting.
Exactly, and it's cool to see Sly up here. I think that Sly has been more renowned this PMPL Junioro for their placement points. They're good when it comes to rotating, finding points of interest, getting himself central in the circle, third-partying fights. I think they got really good timing when it comes down to that. Especially Potentiak and Mandarin have been playing really well as a fragging duo. So impressive stuff. The thing is, as you said, one map is not going to be enough. We need to see more presence on the other battlegrounds because you're seeing Gladiators always up there. You're seeing Major Pride, you're seeing MADBULLS, sometimes Game Lord and NEXUS. Like, the competition is fierce at the top of every single one of those maps. So it would be another big surprise to see some middling teams be up there at the end of these finals. But this is an opportunity, right? The non-rotating lobbies, you can come up with a very strong game plan and maybe upset these top teams of the PMPL.
Yeah, and one of the teams that have been causing a little bit of an upset, a little bit of noise is ARR. So let's look at the interview with them and see what they're thinking.
Well, it seems like all of that hard work has been paying off really well in that second phase so far, but I wanted to know for you individually, Tabok, what would be your individual goals you have set for yourself heading into this 2023 year?
На 2023 год я планирую только становиться сильнее, что как и сам игрок, что как и команда, что как становиться капитаном хорошим, сильным, которая команда может положиться на меня. И буду стараться дальше радовать своих фанатов и только становиться лучше.
And this is for the people that maybe want to know a little bit more about you, Tabok. What do you do outside of playing PUBG Mobile?
Для меня игра является хобби, но в основное свободное время я учусь за границей, не в своей родной стране, и поэтому мне приходится совмещать и учебу, и игру, и тренировки.
Well, it seems like a lot of studying is happening on your side, but you said you wanted to bring a lot of joy to the fans out there, and I can tell you in Phase 2 that is definitely what you have been doing so far, but I want to give you an opportunity to say something to your individual fans and also the fans of ARR Esports. The floor is yours.
Хотел бы сказать большое спасибо нашим фанатам, которые следят за нами, болеют за нас в чате и также на чате на стриму. Я очень хочу сказать вам большое спасибо, потому что мы это все читаем, мы все это видим. Это дает нам большую мотивацию. И спасибо моим тиммейтам, которые доверяют мне. И спасибо то, что мы до сих пор играем вместе.
That's such a wholesome finish. Okay, well, you know what? I'm sure Elementrix will be checking this interview out. But Tabok, thank you once again for joining me on this interview, and no best of luck going into the second half of Phase 2.
Спасибо большое.
Yeah, Max, thanks a lot for the interview. That was a very insightful one, and I think it speaks volume in terms of finding that balance between being able to put the time into to play the game, but also doing other things outside. And I think ARR so far have had a really good time in finding that balance, especially when it comes to some of their players showing up consistently.
I do like that Tabok said, when I have time, when I'm not playing PUBG Mobile, that's when I study. You know, it reminds me of when I was playing my Xbox kind of days. I was like, no studying on the side, gaming first as a priority. But
wow,
yeah.
20 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm not that old.
Anyway.
Okay, why you gotta do that? Okay.
Well, some of these players have been showing up consistently, some more than others, but we're going to be starting off with Phase 1 in terms of the top 3 players that have been incredibly strong when we've been looking at them. I mean, Malloy, that was really the golden era, so to say, of the MUERTE during that Phase 1, when they were just consistently getting chicken dinner after chicken dinner.
Yeah, the thing is, Malloy, he's here. It's great. Wow, fantastic phase 1. Where was he after that? He is hard to answer. There's no answer there, unfortunately. Yeah, MUERTE. The thing is, if this is what we can expect from MUERTE in the finals, if they play back at their phase 1 level, they can go into the championship. They could even be a podium finish team. No questions asked in my eyes, Janiro. But the thing is, so many teams have improved around them, and I think they regressed a little bit throughout the 2 following phases, phase 2 and phase 3. But I don't know if they can do that again. Like, there's still some clutch moments that we saw from Malloy, from Discrim, that's been really strong. I don't know if this is going to cut it now. Like, I'm in a position where I'm even scared that they could miss out on the championship. They could be on the second page of the rankings after these 18 matches that we're going to have in the finals. So I'm a little bit scared for them, but the potential is there, so I just expect them to be back at their phase 1 glory days.
Yeah. Effects staying consistent on phase 2 as well, still showing up as the top 2nd most performing player. Rob's taking over that spot of Malloy, and Fleeky taking over for his own teammate. It does kind of show the consistency within the roster of MADBULLS.
Yeah, I mean, MADBULLS are going to be up there with Major Pride, no questions asked in my opinion, especially Effect, right? He's our current reigning MVP of Europe. And chances are he might get himself the back-to-back MVP title, but especially Rob's. It's been so good, Janiro, to see him improve so significantly after last season, because normally when you're looking at your Game Lord, your top fraggers, it's your Narvalos, it's your Victors, with Akachi being the IGL, and Rob's, like, at least in the past, had the impression he was playing more of a supportive, assistive role to set up his 2 teammates in a fragging position. Now he's just his own like powerhouse. Like, I used to call the team the French powerhouse. He is in his own the French powerhouse. He's the French homie right now. And he's been looking so impressive. You give this man a DBS, you're in deep, deep trouble, Janiro. So Robs has been super impressive. And also Navalo, he's topped the tables in phase 3. So you just can't stop Game Lord right now. They're on an absolute streak.
Yeah, Octavian also from NEXUS stepping up to the plate, and we've seen that especially in phase 3 specifically, where NEXUS has felt a lot more comfortable in terms of getting those rotations through, getting those limbs as well. So all in all, great performances from NEXUS, and it's just going to be a question of, can they bring that consistency into the finals?
I hope so. I really do hope so, because NEXUS has been looking so strong. I talked about Exo Machina. I want to see if he's going to be playing more specifically. But Octavian, I know this is something that Jonan Blank mentioned a few times also on the cast, Janiro, which was Octavian has been a little bit lackluster, I would say, throughout, what, the past 2, even maybe 3 seasons of PMPL. Like, it was a lot of Kapahala, Dorian when he got picked up. Octavian was not playing as well as he used to when we was playing with Eastern Stars a while ago. And I feel like we had that come back very slightly for this 3rd phase, and I'm hoping that's going to continue, because Octavian, when he's on fire, he is such a scary player and such a good element to have on your team. I just want to see exactly what we had from him in that 3rd phase. And he got, at one point, 17 eliminations on the day, which is massive as a solo player. So I want to see that Octavian once again, because he is so, so good at the game.
Yeah, when we're looking at the likes of Unicorns of Love, VIRTUS.PRO, those teams are more towards the bottom of the table once we're coming into these finals. Max, which players or what play style are you looking for specifically? I know MADBULLS and Major Pride have been very successful with the aggressive play style, but that's just not so much what we've seen from some of these rosters coming into the finals.
Yeah, I think that a few teams could be potentially see themselves in what I'm about to say. I think the sweeping edge playstyle is very fitting for this game because of how fast the circles are, etc. I feel like there's still some teams that are trying to play that sweeping edge playstyle and that are not aggressive enough. The thing is that when you are an edge team, you've got to be very opportunistic. Each time you see a third-party opportunity or a compound opening you can breach into, you've got to go almost instantly. The moment you take a little bit too long to go for plays like that, that's when you're really starting to shoot yourself in the foot, so hopefully that won't be the case. And actually, I'm going to bounce onto another point, which is more team-specific. This is going to be for Gladiators. We know Gladiators, hyper-aggressive team, strong synergy, yada, yada, yada. We know what to expect from Gladiators. I'm scared of one thing, though, is that sometimes they still hold on to that split a little bit too long into the late game. And I feel like teams, especially on Miramar, have been recently really abusing that kind of position, clearing 2 players, gaining more space in Northern Edge. I want to see Gladiators try and regroup a little bit faster, become that like absolute stronghold of a 4-man team, because otherwise that might be one of the reasons you see Gladiators not being a podium finish. I think top 8 should be relatively easy for them, but you don't want to see them miss out on that.
Yeah, it feels like as well this does highlight Kitsune as an individual player, both having the opportunity to IGL, but also get a lot of these eliminations himself. When we're looking at the average damage or average elims from some of these players, Tixie is the one to be stepping out on top, but still is pretty close.
Kitsune 54 seconds average survival time. I don't think that's quite right.
Yeah,
no.
I mean, it's pretty impressive if you're alive for 54 seconds and you have an average of 1 elim.
I don't know, you just don't open the parachute, just like Splat. Maybe that's how it goes. I don't know. But Tixi still the top fragger for the team. I still believe in the Tixi supremacy, and I can tell you there's a lot of people in the chat that are part of the Tixi church, okay, that believe, that pray to Tixi every day. He's still on fire. He's not going to slow down. Okay, guys, you need to make yourselves known, just so we can see, you know. He's part of the Tixi supremacy church. Yeah. Tell us. Okay. Do let us know in the chat, but also I want to say thanks to Monster, because as we said earlier, Max, we're going to have 6 maps in total, which is going to be quite the day. It's a lot of PUBG, but I'm really excited to see how that's going to be going. We're going to be heading over to our casters. It's not Blanky this time around, it's Blanc? Blonde? I don't know. Do we want to go? Yeah.
I have no idea where that one's going, but we are going to be heading into the first match of the finals, Blank. We are ready and raring to go on to the last stage of this tournament that we've been going through over the last month or so.
Yeah, dude, I mean, we're heading right into it now. It's going to be an absolute blast. 6 matches ahead of us to start things off. Obviously, we'll be heading towards Erangel. No changes there really for us whatsoever. But a lot of changes in terms of the teams and the amount of damage, the amount of performance they've been able to put out, in that phase 3, looking absolutely mega, let's be honest. So I've been really enjoying actually phase 3. It's been a big change of pace for a lot of these teams. Some of these teams getting back on the bike in terms of ways. Gladiators looking a lot more aggressive towards that end game, looking to pick up those positions towards the center of the circle, and actually doing it quite handily too. So it's nice to see that, and I think that's one thing I'll be looking for here in this finals is Gladiators pushing that momentum through. Major Pride not able to pick up as many chicken dinners they might have liked towards those finishing days of phase 3. So I think that there might be a bit of a switch up here. Obviously, the points, the bonus points coming into this one will certainly change things up in a big way. And Excuse Me managed to rack themselves up a lot towards the end of this season.
Yeah, it was really quite impressive to watch that shift occur for Excuse Me. Jumping in to Miramar to start things off, the playing path on the east side of the map, so places like El Pozo, Montenuevo, a little bit further out. Notably, Blank, in these finals, we will be playing with the same 16 teams every single match, so there's no chopping and changing with groups as we've been seeing over the last 3 phases.
Not at all. We'll be still on the same kind of path every single time, so these teams will get a very good feel for themselves over towards these next 18 matches. Obviously, drop spots will become maybe a little bit more contested towards those end days, where some teams are trying to pull out some finishing tactics to perhaps jump up just a little bit in the rankings. This most likely won't be a tactic from teams from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. They'll be looking to pick up as many points as possible and just keep that consistency going through. But there's certainly a chance for it towards those final days. Here right now, though, people will be trying to pick up those consistent points, keep themselves ahead if they've been able to garner as many bonus points as possible. Look at the playing path on the eastern side. Obviously, some of the colours has changed, but not has the team. So we've got Nexus over towards Impala. We've got Potpariso, held by MADBULLS. Obviously, Excuse Me is going to head down towards the south side as well. Typically picking up this Los Higos split, which is very nice for rotation up towards that western side. And we do see a lot of times that Excuse Me will not stay with the mold, right? I assume that Excuse Me is going to make a western rotation here and try and beat out this massive eastern push from a lot of these teams, understanding where the playing path currently is.
Yeah, MUERTE most likely going to try and make their way out towards Montenuevo, so potential conflict there. MUERTE, a team that made a massive splash in phase 1 and then just rippled out over the second 2 phases. This finals is going to be their chance to try and stand up a little bit taller, and they are still within striking distance of the top of the tables on those bonus points. 57 bonus points coming into this phase puts them just 19 points behind first place Major Pride on 76. So there's still very much a chance for MUERTE, but if their history in the last 2 phases is anything to go by, I don't expect it to happen.
I think that you're looking at this with MUERTE, and honestly, they've had some good games, right? They were able to look like they're towards that form of glory just a little bit, right? But not massively. I think there's been those few moments here and there where you think to yourself, you know what, MUERTE looks like they can keep this one up, but they've never been able to roll that momentum through, John. I think that's one of the major issues that we've actually come into quite a few times, is that momentum from game to game just doesn't remain for MUERTE, and you're just looking for for that one game a day where you're going to put up some points, perhaps keep yourself in the standings just a little bit. Obviously, as Kalaris is happy to note now, they're not a 12th place team. They were able to rank up just a little bit, only a little bit though overall. On our screen right now, Game Lord, currently the French powerhouse as Max puts it, looking very, very good, these guys, looking a lot better from week to week. Still not quite that high caliber team though, I would say. Still have some troubles in that end game, and it does feel like there are certain situations where they just flop over and then just die.
Yeah, it's great to see it when it works, but they do, as you say, have those small falters that really separate a third place team from a first place team right now. Gladiators as well, similarly, I feel like they have that same vibe going on as well. From that northern side, La Cobreria, they do just seem to make one or two bum decisions over the course in a match and kind of snowball their mental game out of it and start to fall at those hurdles where perhaps we would expect them to be able to surmount these difficulties a little bit more effectively. Hopefully, they will have addressed those issues and changed things coming into these finals.
So, map currently circle over towards that western side. Picardo, center point, as is San Martin. So, obviously, Game Log will be quite happy with this one. Slayer off towards that east. A little bit of a downwards trend from these lads, really. I think that they had some very, very strong positions in Phase 2 where they were able to control the circle quite a bit. But it just feels like there have been some more of the usual suspects now starting to take those higher positions in the lobby, picking themselves up some good elimination counts. Even if they're not getting the chicken dinners, we are starting to see some of these teams really play their hand now. And so as we're coming towards the end of the tournament, there's no reason not to, right? If you want to start pushing now, it is the time to do it. Unicorns are loved though. Zero going down, gets knocked out. Shockwave most likely going to pick that one up. I think Unicorns have done a very, very good job this tournament to hang on as much as they have done. I think they've made significant improvements here and there. I think they are still quite far behind a lot of the teams in this lobby though.
You do wonder if this roster will stick around for the next season, because Unicorns are loved as an organization notoriously chopping and changing their roster probably more than any other organization going in this region. So being able to pick things up, performing admirably, as you say, over the last couple of games, haven't really had the impact that they would have wanted with this roster. So are we going to see the same roster come through in the next season? Maybe not.
I mean, it's a good team, honestly. I think they have a lot of good players there. Swave, Michi, Beast, Zero, all fairly decent players in the rights. I think that, you know, with a little bit more time, a little bit more effort, we can definitely see them further towards the top of the rankings. I think that they just have had that downward trend without really finding something that puts them back on the map, right? I think looking back when they were on Big, as well as Destiny, those were the heydays, right? And even when they were on Big, they were starting to fall off just a little bit then. I think for this team, there is potential, but it's not been quite found just yet. Sly Europe now have moved in. This is quite a quick move from them over towards that western side. They got themselves up towards San Martin way, up that treacherous hill just towards that western side of Graveyard. So in a fairly decent spot in the center of the circle for next shift. They should be able to get into a good position from there. Including that, they found a position to loot up. So even though they were looted up in Graveyard in the first place, they will get a little bit more utility on board, which is going to be important for that end game, especially because they are now so much in the thick of it, right? Monkey, though, going down to KASIK team. That's Unicorn. Does run out of ammo, but Monkey's not likely to get into cover anytime soon.
Not ideal for Championship hopefuls, Major Pride, to lose a player this early on the first match, but sometimes that's just how it goes. They'll play on with 3. KASIK team opening up the clip, as well as Dark Project chiming in across the valley. Unicorn a little bit isolated right now from the rest of his roster, but Major Pride trying to sequester themselves in any nook and cranny they can find. No meat. Drops the smoke to maybe get back to the building. Latte finds effect, and yeah, look at the condensation of teams right there in the middle. It's not going well for Major Pride.
It seems to be a reoccurring trend now, actually, is Major Pride losing a couple of members at the beginning of the game, which is obviously unideal. We don't like to see it. I think for Major Pride, they hate to see it just a little bit more. They'd rather take the glasses off, leave that prescription behind, and just return to that blurry vision. Because right now it's not looking good. Obviously those bonus points will prop them up, but you want to start off the tournament strong. You want to increase that lead as much as you can in that first day. Otherwise, teams behind you might start to catch up, and those bonus points kind of all for naught. Sat at the top there. VIRTUS.PRO, much better job. Main man Folly, obviously, bringing the team a good amount of victory on their side. Nowhere near as good as it needs to be for a championship finish, but I think for VIRTUS.PRO, they've had a lot of fun with this tournament. You can tell with the way they've been playing, and they have been playing a little bit scared in that phase one, but changing up those tacks now has been really nice to see. Obviously, you can see a team like get kind of stuck in their ways just a little bit, and I think for VIRTUS.PRO, they realise that something has to change, something has to give, and they certainly have run with the tide. So really, really good job to them. And it's nice to see them here in the finals. Rotating through, Sly Europe has pretty much good broadside on them. Though, moving through this awkward terrain quite slowly. Reflect just to line up the shot, but doesn't go for it. And Singly might just make away from this one.
Waiting for the teammates to crest the ridgeline so you can go for that team shot. Reflect holds the trigger discipline. And they pick up a VIRTUS.PRO player. Nice little find there for Sly Europe. A lot of teams heading very central early on in phase one. Blank, and with the circle centering up, that's going to favour the teams that did so moving into this second phase. The circle shutting in around Picardo and Power Grid.
MADBULLS headed up from Porto Paraiso, past Los Leones. Not a lot of teams in there, so we can make a quick, speedy rotate through that position. We'll be moving up on the south side now. In front of them is KONINA Power. Also got KASIK in the way. This is that pretty hilly region though, so a lot of these teams should be fairly easily tucked away in these craggy outposts. Down towards the south side even further though, it is Excuse Me. Obviously, really good job to them in phase 3. I think the major change that they went for is just having a bit more control over those end games, not allowing the chicken dinners to come to them. They still do play this quite fluid play style of just moving in between center and edge play very nicely. Typically start off with a very much edge-focused play style, sweeping, but tend to not try and get in too many fights early on, rather dominate that end game with the 4 players on side. It's a really interesting play style. I love to see it. There's not many teams that can make that happen, who have so much trust in the 4-man power of the squad, and I think Excuse Me's at this point in time, have found their niche, found their role in the lobby, and it's working out nicely.
That niche has seen them to 65 bonus points to kick off their phase, so definitely in that leading pack. See if they can keep up. Major Pride already taking those 2 knocks as well. That's good news for the top 5 on those tables in general. VIRTUS.PRO taking another knock to NEXUS. Not ideal. They already lost a player earlier, and losing a second in their position to the northeast of Picardo is pretty disastrous. Actually, Purple very isolated, you can see, just to the northeast point of Picardo. Very, very split from Folly and off Haze, further out to that northeast side.
For VIRTUS.PRO, I don't know if they can get Purple back up again. It seems that he is fairly safe position. I think off Haze and Folly, most likely we'll just leave him behind. Not really worth it going through this mad dash in the valley. Moving up towards Gladiators, that's Matic. Moving away in the buggy, does stop dead. Kind of gives him the slip though. Full mag wasted there. Purple goes down. Matic moves underneath. A bold play to be sure. Doesn't quite work out, and the rest of Gladiators aren't there to assist. So Becca will find at least one of them. But again, this isn't the worst thing in the world for Gladiators. I think they have tried a lot more times to go for these riskier plays and just brush it off when they lose a player here and there. They tried their best, but when they do get themselves into a good position on these maps, they typically find themselves either a chicken dinner or a very high elimination count game, which is the ideal for them. KONINA Power moving in, but MADBULLS already set up in a nice position. Frozen, popping off in phase 3. Seems to be doing the same here in the finals.
Look at those shots as well from the high ground. It's really, really difficult for KONINA Power to make this crash. Gladiator is sending out towards that north side, towards Shockwave as well, as ARR clash with the MUERTE on the west side. Dark Project have overlook on the entire thing as well. In a very, very split line right now for Dark Project, but might be enough to hold out all of these teams. MUERTE already trying to make that break through the center of that line and managed to find a little bit of a gap, and it's going to be good news for MUERTE to get ahead of the train.
Gladiators down to 2 players versus Shockwave. Do find one on the approach, but that is a 3v2 now. Quite a difficult task ahead of them. Meku going down, Kitsune also down the floor. Just Tixie now left remaining. Will have to make it on foot by himself. It's in the vehicle, we'll just send away. Slayer up in a really nice spot up on the ridge side, looking down towards Picardo. This could easily move down south though, with MADBULLS in a very good position to take advantage of that type of game. KASIK also have an outpost up towards Picardo, but also have some players towards that western side of Picardo too. So, nice couple of spots there for them. Different ideas, but with the MUERTE rolling up behind them, Striker might have to be a bit careful here.
MUERTE made a really solid push straight through the line of Dark Project to see them close to the outpost of KASIK. It's much further north than the rest of them. Hopefully they have some safety from the back, as Dark Project and ARR both looking to move in through this area. Northwest side, Game Lord, leave Akashi on the far side of the ground they currently occupy, southwest of San Martin. It looks like they want to regroup out that way as well. Sly a little bit ahead of them, probably their main challenge in the coming phases.
I think Sly on this early approach, right, from Graveyard, it's where they've suffered a lot of times, is making that cross from the warehouse on that roadside in the valley up towards this position, San Martin. This time they just eliminate that problem entirely right from the get-go. Just move straight up this mountainside, up towards that ridge. Great position to be in. Dagestan coming up against Shockwave right now. I think they're currently at 4 players. Dagestan might be able to get something done here, and that is the circle shift that MADBULLS were looking for. Heads down their way on the south side. Major Pride will be a little bit happier with this one too. Be able to keep it going. Off on those cliff edges, a little bit awkward to play in, but I think it's certainly one of those positions that you can stay tucked in for quite some time, playing hide and seek with the opponents. On that western side, I think AR realizes that there's some urgency right now to finish off the Dark Project players, because they have to start moving in, find themselves a position on the map.
Well, that's very much not ideal for MUERTE, losing Milky Way there. I imagine that was a buggy spin out. And just caught out in the open a little bit. The 2-2 split in Picardo from the MADBULLS looks to regroup a little bit as KONINA Power try and push in on that northwest side. You can see Terminus just getting sprayed down on the open. Not really much you can do about that, other than control that angle to start with. Dagestan moving in with 4.
Sending down. Realize that Shockwave's pretty limited on players, or at least trying to get the team back up to a good health pool, so Dagestan takes the opportunity to move down towards that south side. There will be passing by Game Lord though, and that is one of the scarier things to come into contact with. Victor drops out, gets a good amount of damage done. That's Limbo Boom down, John.
Keep under pressure as well. Very, very low HP there. Just over the ridgeline, looks to pop the first aid, but there's a high swing coming out. Narvalo able to seal the deal, but there's still more threats waiting in these hills. You can see that third-party turn for Shockwave to maybe get some sort of a position to take the fight. Instead, they're going to be backed off by a nice volley from Game Lord. Aza not really in a position to get that off angle for the squad, and now Shockwave have to reconsider their approach.
That's a good swing from Game Lord. I think a few times they've been taken down by these third parties, but this time around, nice on that 180. Dagestan sending through, trying to skirt past these sandy deserts, which are causing so many difficulties with these players just popping out from underneath. Wait though, one of the best players there on the Dark Project, taking a huge amount of damage. One of his players is down, his last remaining, but looks like Elementrix will try and put a stop to this one. First aid kit goes through. Striker still on top of that hillside, causing absolute pandemonium in the lobby.
Elementrix pulling the pin on the nade. Don't think he knows where Wait is, but that's going to give him a clue about where he's taken threat from. Tapok breaks out wide, a nicely placed nade from Wait, but he's just under too much pressure, and Tapok sweeps them away. Dark Project eliminated now as ARR keep going with 3. Under the watchful shots of Striker, who's been playing on this high ground for a long, long time. MUERTE were diverted by it. And now ARR lose Elementrix to the Game Lord roll-up. This is the third party coming through.
It's a great job from Game Lord so far, taking some really opportune fights for themselves. 2 down now for AR with 1 last remaining. Aces all the way in the back there. Game Lord up to 5 eliminations. AR no slouch in the elimination category either, up to 7 for themselves. So not a bad game if they go down now. VIRTUS.PRO try to move their way into Picardo, but were stopped short by MADBULLS. Next circle will be hitting very shortly.
MADBULLS have been controlling a lot of area in Picado, not moving all the way up to the top of the hill, but they played that 2-2 split for a while. They are on a more condensed 2-2 split now for the MADBULLS to keep that control, and it looks like it's going well. That circle means that it's most likely not going to be finishing all the way inside Picado, though. It would take a couple of hard shifts for that to come through.
Yeah, pretty difficult circle to play, actually. Quite open ground towards that northeast side. And I think for most teams in Picado, they'll still be quite happy to stay there as long as they can. The circle shifts away from that position. They will have to move. That most likely will mean smokes moving up towards the ridge sides that currently, excuse me, and Nexus hold. And again, this is that excuse me push that we wait for every single game now, John. Excuse me move down towards that south side. Excuse me finds themselves a couple of compounds, confidently picking that one up with the scout that they've been doing. And now they'll start to put in that work.
Try and move in for some control there. Sly Europe on the northern side as well. Talked about how they can get in these positions. Sometimes these late games that struggle to close them out. But for Sly Europe on that north side, there's a lot of ground that they can start to leverage, especially with the teams out to their west being mostly diminished, apart from Game Lord.
I mean, it's a bit of a difficult one for themselves. I think for Sly Europe, moving down this hillside will be quite treacherous. Certainly possible. They have 4 members still on board. Shockwave will be that big task ahead of them. There's a huge amount of teams down that way too, but they will be able to get some nice third parties off. Massive explosion comes through, and Striker has been absolutely phenomenal on these hilltops so far.
Pivotal, really. No one has been given the opportunity to go up and challenge him. That west side ascent is impossible with the number of players littering it right now. Game Lord busted down to 2 on the western edge. And this is huge value, you're right, but Striker will have to leave it most likely in the coming moments.
It's good though, because I think the rest of his team's actually moved up behind him to try and give him that escape route. Yes, they're outside of the circle right now, but again, with Game Lord being limited on players, and Striker getting that massive opening means that that area of the map actually just a little bit more open than they might think. So I think for KASIK team, they could squeeze themselves on this edge, but look at the amount of teams that are in this area. You can see it on the top right of your screen there. There's so many separate players, separate squads, all just huddled in this arena. And very little players out on this eastern side. Unicorns of Love and Nexus, who have had a bit of a comeback over in Phase 3, look to take things from that hillside. Bit open, but there is some trees, some rocks to play around in that area.
Very split prediction decisions right now. It's a treacherous circle for pretty much anyone, and no one with a firm grasp of it. Sly Europe have moved down to the northern side of this west edge engagement. They've left Reflect back as their off angle to just hold out any teams trying to skirt in on the eastern side. Shockwave still playing close, and Tenchik, Zashipa both close by. Doesn't have any nades for Tenchik, so can't really go for these pushes around the edge.
They've been pretty dry on utility for quite some time over that north side. Obviously not finding too much that they'd like. Again, this is really good for MADBULLS. This is exactly the kind of circle you want to be having if you're on that Picado finish and you get that hard northeast shift, because this just means more and more teams have to move down towards your position where it becomes a lot more open. And honestly, you can start to win a game from Picado at stage 5 at this point in time. You can start to clear out so many squads, do so much damage to all these teams. By the time it rolls around to that stage 7 that you have to leave Picado, it doesn't matter anyway, because you've already crushed these squads.
Speaking of crushing, Striker's just lobbing boulder after boulder down these hills, but needs to be careful. If he goes down here, it's a pretty impossible res for the rest of the team, and eventually he will run out of supplies up there with nobody else challenging him on that spot. So make hay while the sun shines for KASIK team. Try and get as much done as you can, and at the moment, 5 eliminations. That's some pretty tasty hay.
Yeah, superb quality, one might say. KASIK team English as well as Unicorn. They're on the outside edge. Like you said, pretty impossible res to go for. English takes quite a fair bit of damage there. Major Pride did go down to 2, I believe, but still rocking it over towards that western side, outside of the circle. And look at that, it's a pretty tall mountain they have to climb into a fair few separate players. So for Major Pride, really the only option is to head down south. But even then, you're moving in towards KONINA Power's territory. Excuse me, finally rotate upwards. All maintaining a singular building on that south side. Black's last to move there. Nexus have all sent up towards a little bit of hard cover off towards that northeast side. Again, this is why things are so difficult. Striker drops down, but Victor deals with it.
Oh, and more to light up as well. Unicorn last to fall, but the KASIK team tumble over the cliffside and take too much damage. Game Lords stay alive as 2 on that western edge, but they've got to go a little bit further. Sly are pulling back from the corralling they were doing on the north side of this engagement and are going to allow everybody else to fight this one out.
Tenchik goes down to Nexus. Again, not a huge amount of cover on that eastern side. Still workable right now. Major Pride took their opportunity, heard a lot of the fighting and decided to move up. Shifu, in a very cheeky little spot here, is known for this type of thing. And Dino goes down. Nomi's not there to support, and he will probably move out. Flush this one. Does go through it with the micro Uzi, and now Nomi has to figure out something.
Shifu takes a lot of damage there, but doesn't go down just yet. We know how sneaky this guy can be for Dagestan. The res came through onto Tenchik for Sly on the northern sides. Shifu's still going. Dagestan still have their horse in the race. Shots over from Zashipa towards Akashi, and that's a flush. Taken very, very quickly. Nomi puts a nade back over towards Shifu, and that one will do the job, and Dagestan fall with it.
So far, Game Lords had an absolute firecracker of a game. 10 eliminations so far. Actually, a pretty good clutch from Akashi and Victor over towards the KASIK team players. I think they tried to quite literally get the drop on them, but both players were very ready for this type of situation, constantly looking up, realizing that they're in a very nice spot to hold out this game for quite some time. Circle moves up towards the center right now. The only team that's still in this is VIRTUS.PRO. Now, MADBULLS can move off towards the eastern side, try and pick up that compound for themselves, but Nexus also slowly moves down that way. Excuse me, right on the outer edge. So 3 teams gunning for this singular spot, and these 2 players from VIRTUS.PRO, I imagine, are starting to sweat just a little bit now as they realize they're prime target for a lot of these teams.
So now I think the dominant position will be established for one of these teams. Unicorns are love swept out on the eastern side, allowing Sly a little bit more mobility, but it's still a difficult descent from the ridgeline. Nexus playing fairly terrain-based right now and having to drop some smokes to keep their cover.
That's nice.
If they can expend as many as possible, they can keep themselves safe until teams have to rotate in.
That is beautiful coming through from Excuse Me. I saw the smoke train being delivered, and they've managed to get themselves into this spot. No casualties either. What a push coming through from Excuse Me. Havlik takes a massive beating, but will be able to patch himself up quite nicely. In come the nades, and MADBULLS are prepared for this, but Excuse Me realizes that there's a team in this position, and they're happy to move forward into this spot. Game Lord finally goes down. That's the scrim. Chulika sends some nades in. Havlik goes down, so now it's a 3v4, and MADBULLS have a ton of grenades to work with here.
Oh, Black is right on the corner, needs to get value, sees him immediately taken down, spots the window, will see the player close by as well. Fleeke trying to move in and repair what was lost here. Zerich, the only one to fall right now for the MADBULLS, and Excuse Me, want to fend this off. They need this back clear. Furia lit up around the door frame, and that is not good news, but it is traded 1-for-1 yet again. Black on the upper floor, wanting to try and protect Havlik, but Tulika and Frozen have other ideas. The last player now standing. Flush is coming through. Zerich didn't get lit up just there. Black, the only operative now for Excuse Me. The smoke train was good, but it put them right on and into the fire.
Has to threaten this res now. Go a little bit further. He's at least able to get one of those flushes. Zerich will be picked back up again, but the circle is enclosing. Havlik moves through, will be continuing to get that information back across. Zerich instantly gets re-knocked by the blue. Almost impossible to work with at this stage. And now nades from Black become all the more valuable as MADBULLS have to push into their spot. I think that might be a decent-ish nade coming through from Frozen. Will at least flush out Havlik, leaving the guys from Excuse Me down to just 2 now.
Nexus are going to have broadside on Black's rotations now. Sly are playing 2-2 split behind some terrain. Kapahala wants the off angle across here, but you can see Mandarin and Jashipa making that really, really difficult to leverage. 3 players for the MADBULLS, 2 players for Excuse Me now. Playing on out in the open, Tenchik wants to get Aggie.
Nade could go over the top. Plays quite nicely, but not a huge amount of damage. Keme just takes a lick. And we'll get out of dodge there. Excuse Me moves further down towards that southeast side. Still on the edge of the blue, though. Little to no cover to work with now as the circle heads further towards that central side. Nexus getting lit up. Bahala takes a massive amount of damage. Most of these players will have to start cresting these ridges. Black moves out. Becker provides a bit of support to him as he gets towards this wall.
These smokes from Nexus are going to be running really, really bare at this stage. Tenchik rotated around, and that's the first find over towards Kapahala on the Nexus roster. Tenchik getting sent back a little bit. Bullets at the heels from Octavian, but not really getting what they were looking for. Beck down, and Black now last standing for Excuse Me. Out in the open. Frozen moves up to that ridgeline. Reflect spotted. Octavian immediately knocked back, but the flush went through nonetheless. Another knock over towards the Sheeper as well. Nexus are eliminated. 3 players active still from MADBULLS.
Sly Europe taking a massive amount of hits right now. Tenchik sends some smokes out, trying to get towards the rest of his squad, but Zerich and the MADBULLS are having a field day over on this side. Sly Europe now down to do 2 players. Black still working for his position over towards that wall side. Now MADBULLS have to move out. Tenchik, very difficult to remove from that shack, John.
Will do it himself, unfortunately, for Sly Europe. Tulika gets the flush. Mandarin now last standing. Excuse Me, have their hopes on Black. See just what they're able to do with it. Right out into the edge. Black is spotted here, or certainly should be, by Mandarin. Stands up and just goes for the point, goes for the team elimination. MADBULLS, 1v3 Frozen, gets the first shot. MADBULLS take it home.
It's funny, actually, because I don't think anyone... Yeah, no one predicted MADBULLS. I feel like they were pretty typical pick to go for. I think we set them up quite nicely, as I was saying. You know, they're in a really good spot towards the central side of Picardo. I said even if that shifts back down spot towards Picardo, they have a really strong spot. And again, Excuse Me, opportune moment, really, really strong push over towards that compound on that northern side, very clean. And if they were able to take that fight with MADBULLS, that would have been an Excuse Me win. But it's good to see MADBULLS starting off the season in phase 1 with a very, very strong performance and starting off the finals now with a strong performance. It's a bit worrying for these other squads, especially with Major Pride looking a little bit lackluster in that game.
Game Lord fragging out their minds on the west side, but not able to bear the brunt of the rest of the game. However, still a valuable game from them. However, in the end, the MADBULLS are able to maintain control and make it work when it matters. The first chicken dinner goes to the MADBULLS.
Yeah, Max, MADBULLS get that first chicken dinner. I don't think anyone expected that, because that was... No one even predicted them. Let's be completely honest here. The position that they were in was a little bit of a question mark, but the fact that they made it work, phase 1, MADBULLS back.
They... I need to break that down in my brain real quick. What a way to make a statement in your very... Okay, casters, by the way, prediction. Good job.
Yeah, good job, guys. Haha.
The way they win the city finish, so Black and the entirety of Excuse Me did a really good game. Their intention to try and gatekeep the entirety of MADBULLS from exiting the city was a super smart play, and I think the timing on that was really on point. But what the hell? MADBULLS win a city fight, transition outside the city up against multiple teams that have great angles in your Sly Europe, into your Excuse Me that also left that position, and of course also Nexus Gaming. The smoke road's on point, negating information and angles away from other teams, and it just overwhelmed them the moment they crossed that roadside, getting 10 elims on board, plus the 10 placement points. Once again, Janiro, what a statement to make in your very first game. This is the MADBULLS we saw in phase 1, and I might even add potentially their best game of the tournament that I've seen in terms of macro mechanics. Like, that was so good. Oh, I love it. This is the finals. Let's go.
Yeah, what a way to start the finals as well for MADBULLS. But another team that has really made a splash this time around was Game Lords. In terms of the amount of elims that they were able to get on the board, yes, they really didn't get that placement point, they didn't get that podium finish, but the fact that you're racking in double-digit eliminations on your first game, impressive.
Yeah, the thing about Game Lord, I think they understood the moment they saw that phase 4, phase 5 circle, where they might have seen like the terrain's rough, we're going to have to transition across the sides of Picado, which is rough because you know teams are already going to be positioned in really strong spots. Let's just gun for as many eliminations as possible. And I think that's the moment they started chasing down teams like Dagestan 77. They had players, I think, from KASIK team literally just falling on top of them. It was literally raining men, hallelujah, and they just picked up a few
That was
limbs.
really funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to try and find a meme for that, but I'll find something that fits. But yeah, I think that this is a game plan of a team that understands, okay, we're not going to gun for the placement points. Let's just rack up as many limbs as we can. And this is the new Game Lord 2.0 that we had this season that I just absolutely love, Janiro. So yeah, great stuff on them too.
Yeah, Sly also had a pretty good start this time around. They are with that head-to-head up against MADBULLS in terms of finishes. I mean, 6 assists, 12 elims themselves, and quite a lot of damage too. They are racking up those points as well, making sure that they're getting up on those standings too. I mean, when we're looking at it, the only difference really between MADBULLS and Sly Europe here was the amount of damage dealt, and it wasn't even that big of a difference, which again, Max is kind of highlighting how close these teams are matched.
Yeah, and Sly off to a really good start. 12 elims, actually going to be the top fragging team of this first game. And the thing is, you're looking at Sly, and I wouldn't hold it against you if you said Sly, not a really hyper-aggressive team, right, Junior? That's not what we tend to see them as. Even though they do have really strong fragging potential as even individual players, especially Potencic and some of the other players, but they're just really strong when it comes to their macro, how they rotate, understanding the value of specific positions. And here in specific, they were holding this high ground position. They had a good scope of where all the teams were. They knew that the teams were going to have to leave across the road, crossing over and away from Picado, which is what happened for Excuse Me and MADBULLS. So they're like, okay, we know teams are going to have to cross. What can we do to set up a good late game plan? And I think that their plan was really strong, which is go for a split across the road, have multiple angles because no teams are coming in from the eastern edge, and I think they actually eliminate Unicorns of Love. And the moment you set yourself up that no teams can really enter that late game circles efficiently.
Oh, there it is.
This is the clip that I was talking about. This was a really weird play. But yeah, the setup from Sly was really good. And the thing is, if you're a smart team that gets strong positions late game, the eliminations are going to come flowing in very naturally, Janiro, I would say. So yeah, that's what I like of Sly. It allows them to stand up in their own respective way. And in this case, it paid off really well.
Yeah, it brings the question as well from the KASIK team's play, why did they do what they did? If we want to like get into their minds and think, okay, the reasoning why they would jump off and go right on top of Game Lord is as follow. What would it be, Max?
I don't know. I just want to add FBI open up. The thing is, they have to go down, right? And one way to go down is to go down, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If that makes any sense. So like, they didn't really have a choice. Is sure. You want to do those plays maybe a little bit earlier, so you have like multiple options. In this case, they did not. The Blue Zone was like just pushing them against that ledge, and they had to jump down, and it didn't work out. But yeah, some weird moments, and also some really cool moments. And the way these smokes were used, and they just played around that vision game for MADBULLS was just so impressive. And we saw Zerich was top MVP at some point in this tournament, and I think he still is after this game. So Zerich gunning for the MVP spot too.
Yeah, MADBULLS in general just had a really great performance coming out, but I think this is definitely a great way to set up the pace in terms of what we can be expecting from these teams in the finals. And when we're looking at the performers here from this match specifically, there he is, there's Zerich.
Yeah, Zerich is going to be up there, longest limb, but it doesn't really count too much of the stats. You're looking at Reflect, especially from Sly, which has been also a clutch factor for the side of Sly in multiple occasions. He's just been this sneaky player that can just clutch things up in the best final moments. Striker 2, I think KASIK team would have maybe hoped to go a little bit further in this game because, as you know, they're very Picado-centric focused team, and they do like to play in that position, and I think they tried to leave, not expecting the circle to go the way it did, and then they tried to backtrack and it didn't quite work out. So it could have been a really strong game for them, but at least they get a bit of damage, a few eliminations down there, which is good from KASIK team, because with the bonus points that they're currently lacking, they're going to need some big games to try and reduce that lead as much as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that the next map is going to be Sanhok, Max, in terms of teams that we're expecting to show up, we've already had a bit of a look at teams that have consistently been performing very well in terms of getting the top damage, being consistently in the top 5. I mean, going back to MADBULLS and Major Pride would probably be the easiest approach here, but in terms of what we've seen right now from Sly, what we've seen from KASIK, what we've seen from Game Lord, can that be translated onto the next map?
I feel like it. I think that they can definitely try and set up a game plan for those maps. I think especially some of the teams play around Trifecta really well, which is interesting. One team that I'd like to bring up, actually, that I want to see perform now, and I mentioned this team multiple times. They're really good when it comes to Sanhok. It is your KONINA power. I feel like When I mention Sanhok all the time, I mention KONINA Power in some way, shape or form. I want to see a podium finish from these guys because they're going to need some points to, very similar to other teams, close that gap from the bonus points. So KONINA Power, this is your game to shine. We know you guys can do it. Do it. Okay. I play with my hands a lot, sorry, but do it. Do the thing.
Yeah, just listen to Max, okay? Don't make him descend into madness. But we're going to be heading over to our casters, is Blank and John again. And they're going to be walking us through Sanhok.
Going back on into the jungle. Blank, it's your favorite map, as you have repeatedly let us know, and I think for good reason. It's one of the most interesting developmental maps, I think, especially when it comes to the changes that we've seen from the point system and for the healing out in the blue zone. It's one of these sort of new ground maps that has really developed a great interest over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of new things happening here for Sanhok overall. It's like very, very fast paced a lot of times, and I think if you don't take your opportunity to move in fast enough, a lot of times you're going to just get left out in the cold. I think that NEXUS has taken a different approach to that, which is kind of enabled by the positioning over towards that northern side. I think back in the day in Southeast Asia, we saw the Infinity take this approach, is just play a northern edge for a long, long time and then move in and take the chicken dinner in that late game with a huge amount of utility still on board for themselves. So I think that that is one thing that's very interesting to me for NEXUS right now, and it's where they've been able to find success here on Sanhok. Obviously making it towards that top 5 position over towards Erangel at the start of the day really just does show like how much improvement NEXUS has been able to make, and quite quickly. So I think that all these teams now making their final pushes towards this final itself to see as many points as possible here and rack up a nice bit of prize pool at the end of the day.
Northern plane path for Sanhok shouldn't be too much of a problem for the teams breaking out south. Early drops from the Gladiators, maintaining their position on that northwest side. SHOCKWAVE going to send eagar down to the east coast of that northwest island. Bootcamp potentially being challenged for, unless Major Pride is sending even further down towards Painan, which is in general their more regular spot, or potentially even a split west and east of the river. Excuse me, yeah, they'll take the majority of Bootcamp there. VIRTUS.PRO going to drop split around that Quarry West area.
MUERTE's got a bit of a way to go here down towards their position in Bantai usually, so I wonder if we're going to see a couple of shots coming through from MADBULLS on towards them. Maybe MUERTE can pick a couple of players. We do usually see this split from Major Pride, which is on each edge of Painan, so this is very typical for them. And no one challenging, excuse me, starting Bootcamp, get themselves a very nice start towards this position. Game Lord on their split towards that eastern side, trash looting right now before they head on down. Typically, if we get Southern Circle, they're starting to head down towards that south side of the east of Quarry, picking up that nice bit of high ground in that area. VIRTUS.PRO have tried to challenge them out on that a few times, but unsuccessfully in the past so far. But yeah, a nice central circle here. Excuse me, going to be really happy with this one. Bootcamp being a majorly good position for themselves in terms of a landing position and giving them all types of opportunities going forward. They can move every which way depending on this next circle and take as much time as they want here in Bootcamp, with Havlik on the outer edges as a bit of a scout.
It's most likely that it's going to end on the mainland on the east, but there is still a fairly high chance that it sends out towards those rivers, towards those positions. So deciding whether or not to go for these crosses early is going to be pretty important. For teams like MADBULLS, those crossings have kind of been read now by Major Pride, by other teams as well, and they've been moving into these positions to just stop those MADBULLS pushes coming through. So you do need to be careful if you're coming in from those northwest or southwest sides.
Yeah, I feel sorry for MADBULLS in a way, honestly, because I think a couple of their approaches have been good. Yeah, I mean, MADBULLS have gone for these quick rotations over towards that north side of Painan, which they tried a few times, didn't really work, with Major Pride being able to get a couple of outposts out there nice and early. Then they decided they'd go for the south bridge of Painan, and it was just one of those moments where Major Pride just had this sense of clairvoyance and just looked ahead to the future, realized what was happening, and sent outposts down towards that one. So for MADBULLS this point in time, I think the mental game, it's quite difficult, right? Because you're not you're really not sure which side Major Pride's going to be on. And now it's one of those 50-50 coin tosses of, are we going to head towards the north and are they going to be there? We don't know. It's just uncertain for MADBULLS. And I think that for them, perhaps even heading further down south towards Camp Charlie and just braving Sly Europe as well as MUERTE might be an idea for them. But we know that they're headstrong and they most likely will go for either a north or south Painan push.
There's some very angry bulls who will not stop the charge. Hopefully able to burn through this time around. Game Lord successfully fragging very, very heavily in that previous game. Going to be in a pretty important position, actually, to slow down all of these teams looking at the north. They're currently just northwest of Quarry, and this is an area that most likely you're going to see teams like Unicorns of Love, KONINA Power, Dark Project, and Nexus all looking to rotate through under this ground. So could be a little bit dangerous on both fronts, actually, because you know that you're going to be up against a very difficult engagement in the next probably about 3 minutes in that area.
VIRTUS.PRO go for a consolidation towards that center side here in that compound towards the middle. Reflect actually moves further out towards that western side and gets the binoculars out, and we'll have a cheeky peek at what's going on and down there. The rest of the team can now comfortably make their rotation up towards Quarry side, knowing that actually West Quarry compound is open. So for Sly Europe, Reflect actually passes back some great information. A few times he has been spotted out though, poor fella, and has been taken down, leaving Sly Europe as 3 on this map. And typically, you know, sometimes we do see Sly Europe get a very good performance here on Sanhok, and I think losing Reflect early, who is one hell of a fragger, it is kind of difficult for them. Already started off the game with a pretty decent scoring, so not bad at all for them. But you saw that Game Low were on 79 points with the MADBULLS up to 92, sat right at the top. So a really, really good start for the MADBULLS. And Game Low, with that huge chunk of elimination points they were able to gather, certainly sent themselves flying up that ranking. Obviously, a fair few more games to go, but you can see how much influence these bonus points do have in these matches, right? You know, starting off with a good points bank will mean that some of these teams will have to have one hell of a performance just to see that top 5.
Yeah, it does give you a really massive head start when you're thinking about where the final standings are going to be sitting. In general, the top spot is going to be somewhere between that 240, 260 mark, and you need to be posting at least 8 points a game in order to keep up the pace here. So having those bonus points at the start is a massive, massive chunk of that. You really need to outperform pretty much anything we've seen if you get a low points, bonus point start into this phase. I mean, you're looking at 256 was the highest point score in a single phase, and that was on 25 matches coming through. We're only playing 18 in these finals, so of course there's going to be a little bit less of an opportunity to rack that up. So having those bonus points in the start is absolutely a massive, massive lead already. And teams, to be honest, from 9th place down at the start of this are very, very unlikely to be able to jump up and play towards the top of the tables.
Nice, so it definitely incentivizes that, maximizing your performance over in that league stage to ensure you get the best start to your finals. And we are kind of eliminating a bit of that variance towards the finals in that sprint. Before, you used to have one team just going absolutely crazy in these final matches and being able to pick themselves up a huge amount of points out of nowhere, really, just on a bit of a streak. And that was slightly unfortunate to watch. And this time around, we're going to get much more of a consistent tournament, looking at where all these teams are landing. Just in case you were wondering where all those points came from, that's from Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3, determining where you finished in that one. And it starts at 20 points. Every drop down you go down on the leaderboard is 1 point minus. So obviously you got 20 points at the top, and 20th place will give you just that 1 point. Up towards the northwest side is that circle. Nasty shift on that one, actually. So we are going to head towards that Confluence compound. Again, Gladiators do move across nice and early. They're very central now in the Confluence compound. We have a fair few teams around them. MADBULLS don't make that quick dash across early, or just sit around the bridge. So I like this different type of play style. But now they hold pretty big chunk of that South Island to themselves. Gladiators obviously in a really strong position for them, but they are pinched now between a lot of different teams. So for Gladiators, they will really have to be on their toes here.
It's interesting because nobody now is left on the northwestern island. SHOCKWAVE actually swam across towards boot camp to try and get themselves a position. But with this shift hard out to the west, I mean, I said it before, it's likely to end on the mainland, but it's not fully guaranteed. And now the main chunk of playable terrain is actually on that southwest position, with the MADBULLS holding the majority of it.
It's a really good spot, and I think for Gladiators right now, one thing I want to see them do is just maintain control over this crossing, because I think we've seen a few times that Gladiators have made this early crossing back over towards the Northwest Island. A bit of hesitation coming through from them, unsure, but that deciding factor coming through from Gladiators has been much stronger recently, just been dead set on what they want to do in these games. I think these early decisions are probably the most important for Gladiators, because those end games, they're easy to them. They're absolutely simple. It's the early game that really causes Gladiators the most issues. VIRTUS.PRO slowly making their way across. Sly Europe did get a beat on them early. We mentioned Reflect getting a lot of that good scouting done. And he certainly was able to find themselves like at least one player over towards Hayes, and now VIRTUS.PRO have to move out. They didn't do too much looting, as you can see. Quite dire when it comes to supplies.
Have to try and find an engagement, pick up some loot off the back of a slow phase to start things off for them. Unicorns of Love, they lost Mickey earlier on their route out of Paradise Resort. KASIK team under a massive amount of pressure from Sly Europe playing on the southeast side right now. KASIK trying to push in behind them, but Sly with the hilltop really not going to make that easy.
I like this play from Sly. I think a lot of times you see teams get up towards this position on that southeast side of Quarry. Striker just dodging these bullets about, gets away. But yeah, a lot of times you see a team move up here, not really check the surroundings behind them, and you get a team roll up right behind you. And on that hilltop that Sly currently holds, there's a huge amount of hard cover, a lot of rocks to play around with. Suddenly you're in one of these fights where you can go either way just off the back of one good nade. Meantime though, AR, aces, extremely low. Fash does go down though, and AR looking to finish off this engagement. Fash going down, a bit problematic for KONINA Power, considering he is probably one of the best players on the squad there.
Elementrix, beautiful nade over the top, but felt like it just didn't have the oomph that maybe they needed. I think it just went around on the wrong side of the tree, as did that one. Oh, that is really unfortunate. If the tree wasn't there, that is 2 knocks going through for ARR, but KONINA Power are regrouping now. Palucci looking to heal up, but they're being pushed in by the blue. Fash dodges the damage again. Becker needs to get value from the shack as Aces looks to heal up just that little bit, popping the last stim in the backpack. Boladoy moves in. Aces gets lit up immediately by Fash. Beautifully found for KONINA Power. Becker. Where is Becker? He's just hiding, hitting the deck, staying down, and Palucci will spot him now as Becker stands up for a challenge. It doesn't go his way, and he's opened up through the window. Agora's there for the backup, and KONINA Power masterfully play that one. A hard west shift on the circle as well.
Yeah, a terribly unfortunate play. Didn't push up quite as quickly as AR expected, and Elementrix going down early in that engagement is pretty bad for business. I think if they'd come back just slightly, Becker had such a nice side swipe. But again, Palucci, very careful, spots all the buildings, makes sure there's no one in these shacks, and Becker unfortunately has to give away his position there. And it would have been a huge side swipe. He was able to stand up whilst the rest of his team was still alive on that top side. But you're right, Circle moving down towards that west side, meaning MADBULLS again in a very strong position to MUERTE move up from that south side. Dark Project made a really long rotate past Cave all the way on the eastern edge of the map, and they're trying to make their way in through the coast. So MUERTE has to be really careful here because they have a strong position to play this one out, and already that's one not going through their way.
Everybody on this east side is going to be trawling themselves through a bloodbath now. Dark Project feeling the brunt of the pressure on the western edge as they try and move in past MUERTE. It's not going well for them. Game Lord still as 4, still navigating around pretty effectively, but they have got Excuse Me up the hill to worry about. VIRTUS.PRO ahead of them in this walled-off compound, needing to get an opening pick to make things work. With VIRTUS.PRO having already lost purple, these numbers are looking pretty good for them, but Akashi eats one too many bullets to stay healthy. He's looking to try and heal that one up. Game Lord need to push in past on this eastern side because it is getting a real chock-a-block now on these crossings.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO ahead of them. Has to find a good opening pick. There's Rob's going down to off-haze. Nice shots coming through there. We'll be able to get the flush off as Excuse Me also takes shots over towards KONINA Power at the moment. That's up towards Bootcamp side. Excuse Me did lose a player to Major Pride, who've since moved across that bridge towards a nice compound there. So the really big players here in this lobby right now, Gladiators, MADBULLS, MUERTE, Major Pride, all in prime positions to hold out anyone on the southeast edge who are all just trying to crunch in over some of the most awkward ground in the map, right? Crossing over that river, which is just high enough to wade in, means you can't hide under the water and swim across. You have to wade slowly over there. This means smokes will be required, everything. It is an awkward position to be in for a lot of these teams, and anyone who moved in towards the South Island early on is having a right laugh.
And anyone who didn't is very much somber. Dark Project will be eliminated. Tried to make their way in past pretty much anyone, and nobody was allowing them in. No one gave them that quarter. Sly Europe similarly punished by KASIK team on the southeast side. I mean, it's a MADBULLS shift again, for sure. Look at that, straight on top of the ruins drop.
I mean, it's very, very difficult right now not to just immediately go for the MADBULLS pick. Dagestan trying to move up that hill to fend off versus NEXUS, who are making their way down currently. MUERTE actually pass over the bridge with Happy J to try and find some picks over towards this side. Any eliminations they can find at this stage of the game is good for their points count, remember. So they can pick them up where they can, because they're already in the circle on this western edge. They cleared out Dark Project, so now they're just looking for opportunity picks.
If MADBULLS can open the season for finals with a massive back-to-back chicken dinner, they were already fairly far ahead on those bonus points. It would be absolutely huge. One elimination point found so far. Keep won't be getting any for himself. Keme does get knocked in the process, but it's not going to be too much to worry about. But it is going to be so hard for anyone to take down the MADBULLS here.
Yeah, unless there's a circle shift away from them, they are in prime position to take this game. I think MUERTE are in a spot where they have won Sanhok's out from before, though. It's quite an awkward spot to play in, but again, they're all the way on this western side. The real only difficulty for them will be KASIK team down towards their south. Finally, teams step up to plate versus Gladiators, and they have been very patient here, not taking too many shots and allowing themselves to get the drop on the enemy team with some good nades across the way. Folly off the distance, most likely will now be taken out by Gladiators. That should be VIRTUS.PRO now down. 3 eliminations found for them. Not a huge count, but that should rack up as the stragglers start to move over this short crossing on the bridge.
Trazer knocked across the river. He's really not in a position to get this res off, but Gladiators are going to have to leave, and they know they're going to have to push in with Major Pride already up and in the hills. Major Pride actually have a really strong spot as well. A lot of control. It's, for me, the MADBULLS, Major Pride, and NEXUS with the outside edge that are looking already quite strong here as the Gladiators try and breach their way forwards. No meat, sending shots back out towards Kitsune. As Matic tries to give them the cover, but Kitsune is the first to go down. The off angles, the hold that Major Pride have managed to find by getting in behind this position from Gladiators is very, very valuable.
Yeah, basically, Meku and Tixi have to find a huge side swipe to open the way for Matic. Circle moves across towards MADBULLS once again. This is horrible news for them. Everyone go for MADBULLS but me. I go for something spicy here. I'm hoping MUERTE can make similar miracles happen from that western edge. With this kind of circle, it's looking more unlikely, but I still believe.
I mean, it's definitely very possible. There's a bit of cover they can use in ruins. They can try and take this south point and play up to these roadsides. Major Pride might have angles down towards them, and of course the MADBULLS in their compound are going to be very, very tricky to get through. Maybe a top 3 for MUERTE. That's a lot more likely than maybe quite a few of these other teams on the table right now.
That's Fleek finding Kepahala as he makes his way to the coastal side. There's barely any cover there in the first place, so for NEXUS, I think they'll be going out this game very soon. They played their cards over towards that northern side. I think they were looking for as many eliminations as possible. They found 4. It's not a huge amount, but they are going to make it far into this game with 6th place already. It was an awkward circle to play around, and on their northern approach where they take it very slow, right? I think this is really the only option they could have gone for. You know, if they headed down towards a Confluence compound, compound past boot camp. Goodness me, getting caught up in that mess, in that grinder, you know, it would have been over for them. Sends a few players into the water though, and you know what, Nexus actually might get a few outposts.
Meku going down, and now Gladiators just have one player left standing. Tixi, close to KONINA Power, and Keme has an angle on it somehow. Just about running dry on the magazine, keeping Tixi in the fold for the time being, but that's Keme finally relining it up, and the Gladiators will fall. 5 teams now remain as Nexus, still swimming across this position from Kapahal, and Keme is in the next circle. So they are providing that cover to allow this push across coming through from Exo Machina and from Octavian, who have managed to find some landfall. KONINA Power spiking out towards Major Pride.
Happy J, I think, was spotted now by Octavian as well as Exo Machina. Awkward spot from Happy J. I think he has made these pretty bold scouting moves, and I think he should have been back with the team by this time. Circle moves down towards that southeast edge though, and MADBULLS compound still just about in. Discrim on the outer edges does have a position to hold, but now Major Pride are in an incredible spot to take this game.
With these shifts, it's gone very, very well for them. They've moved across this terrain very effectively. 8 eliminations already for Major Pride. They want to answer for their last game where they went down just a little bit too early for their liking. They managed to get 2 points last match, so 8 eliminations already guaranteed a 4th place as well. It's looking much more on form, but the MADBULLS not going to go down without this fight.
Yeah, it's a really cool play coming through from Nexus, you know, keeping 2 players on the other side, keeping the guys from MADBULLS nice and distracted whilst they swim across, and getting that opportunity to pick over towards Happy J as well. They've got to be happy with that. 7 eliminations total. Exo with 5 grenades. It's going to be an absolute onslaught over towards these compounds. You can see MADBULLS start to shift themselves backwards over in this building to ensure they're not going to get hit by the brunt of these explosions. But Molloy steps up, finds a good amount of damage over towards the MADBULLS themselves.
Looked like Frozen was already healing that as he closed the door behind him. MUERTE have managed to move a little bit further north, and Flique goes down for MADBULLS. That's their backstop position. No way you get this res, unfortunately. Milky Way wants to try and get this flush, as Nexus are found by Major Pride, who are swelling around towards this coastline now. Flique flushed out by the zone. Excellent reposition from Major Pride. They are playing this position to the T.
Yeah, looking to crunch out the final players of MADBULLS at the same time here. Nexus will lose Kapahala. I think it's just Octavian now left remaining with a Grozer in hand as well. Will do an absolute ton of damage. Can survive for a bit longer. Soko moves directly over towards Major Pride now. It sets them scrambling. And Major Pride can just sit in this position happily as MADBULLS start to try and move their way across. Octavian's still up. Nomi sends a grenade outside. Good amount of damage done. This Grozer is extremely important towards his survival. In a 1v1, he is looking absolutely slick with it.
He's taking a lot of time away from the MADBULLS push, but Octavian gonna slow things down, give as good as he gets in the zone. I don't think he's gonna be able to outstand this one. Zerich allowed to step further forwards, but the MADBULLS now down to 2. 3 teams remaining blank as MUERTE play with 3 on the south side. Major Pride lighting it up with 10 eliminations so far. Zerich under pressure. Nomi has to move as well. And forwards he goes with the DBS. That's just a little bit too far out of range and wins the trade. Looks for the flush, but the MADBULLS fall finally down to that last player. And will lose that one as well. Eliminated out. MUERTE gonna be the last to fall at the feet of Major Pride as 3 players active against Milky Way. 3 nays. If he gets Dino, it's a 1v2. Puts it forwards. Effect goes down early to the DBS, but Major Pride aren't gonna let that one phase them. They go straight in and take care of business.
Oh, very, very nice game there. Really interesting shifts coming through. And I think for Major Pride, they played that game out very strongly from their position. I think Gladiators were in a tough spot on towards that Confluence compound. It's a great position to transfer over towards Eastern Island and get a lot of damage done. And you kind of have to leave it a lot sooner than they did. But again, if you looked where the position is, if you're moving through that hillside, obviously that rotate has to come early. And that's a toss-up between, do we go for the eliminations on the players trying to cross, or do we try and get into the circle early and leave them as like sort of an unknown? So this all worked in the favor of Major Pride because essentially Gladiators work as their bodyguards, and then Major Pride can quite succinctly take them down afterwards from the cover of that tree line. So really nice game, and I think that NEXUS caused way more problems for MADBULLS than they expected, and that's another top 5 finish for NEXUS in a row. So they are being consistent here.
Another top 2 finish for the MADBULLS, top 3 finish for the MADBULLS as well. So nice consistency, but Major Pride answer for their 2-point Miramar with a massive elimination count. Chicken dinner over on Sanhok.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the analyst desk with Ginny and Max, and we're going to try to break this one down because, you know what, coming into today, Max, we were like, oh, Major Pride. Oh, MADBULLS. They're pretty good teams. We should keep an eye out for them, and we have our first 2 games, and that's exactly what happens. They are living up to the expectations from the get-go.
And now we just need Gladiators to get the 3rd chicken dinner, and we hit all the points, so we'll be on track.
And then it actually feels like we're smart enough, you know, to be here.
Yes, which, you know, I hope we are. Hopefully we'll still be here next season. Please fill in the survey that we do good points. We appreciate it. But yeah, 15 eliminations, like, hey, you know what, 12, the record of last game, still not enough. We're going to outdo that one with 15 points. And really, Janira, I could do a 10-minute telestration segment on how Major Pride play this game. From dropping or split around Painan, regrouping in Painan, looting it up, going to the western side of the bridge that connects the southern western island and the mainland to gatekeep teams like VP, and then going into that high ground position west of Trifecta to gatekeep all of Gladiators out from getting in the circle. Such a smart play, really ahead of the competition and how speedy they were with those rotations. And the moment they knew they eliminated Gladiators, no teams was able to make it out of Trifecta. They just went for this massive split to just make sure that, okay, doesn't matter where you're coming from, we have the angles, you're not going to survive crossing that road. GG, easy, pretty much.
Oh, well, that is actually a really great summary of the game itself, but when we're looking at the bottom of the table, some of these teams have managed to get a couple of elimination points on the board, and it feels like, again, this is a bit of a similar situation to what we were in last game, where it was very top-heavy in terms of the elims getting on the board, in terms of the placement points as well. So it's going to be a matter of these other teams stepping up a little bit to the plate, but again, this is our second match of today, and it's 3 days in total. So as much as, you know, there isn't really a lot of pressure at the moment, that could be changing in just the blink of an eye. But with looking at the stats specifically for Major Pride, I mean, look at Nomi. He had a really good game today.
He's a Nomi, and we know you. We know him now.
Wow,
for sure.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah. Effect still as effective. Dino, not a dinosaur. He's back to life. No Jurassic Park situation.
Goodness.
And no monkey business out here, Junior. I'll tell you that much. This is Major Pride really doing some serious business. Oh, I'm sorry. You're so disappointed.
What?
No, come on.
One dad joke is okay, but 4 in a row.
Speed run. Just got to
Absolutely speed run. You're like, you know what? We got 3 days instead of 6 for this finals, so let's just kind of like jump into it. We're also going to be jumping into a illustration segment because Max actually wants to show off why he has such a big forehead.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I just want to go over this Major Pride split once again. The moment they eliminate Gladiators, they just expand their terrain. They have full control of the eastern side, and they even send Nomi, this absolute mad lad, across the road, taking care of Nexus Gaming. And like, okay, you know what? We haven't got enough elims. You know, we've got double digits. Not quite enough for us. We want to go even further and beyond, which is exactly what they ended up doing. So I just love the amount of control Major Pride has been able to exude in these games. And this goes to express how good this team synergy is, how good their communication is. I feel like not every single team could do what they've done this match, but it really shows how much trust there is between all the players to allow a player like Nomi to just, you know, do whatever the hell he wants, and it works out at the end of the day. So Major Pride, after that phase 1 that was maybe just a little bit slow for them, they've just been hyper consistent throughout now 2 phases in a row and the start of the finals. I just expect this to be their normal game plans, and it's just been so effective that I think that this is going to work out, and I even expect this game plan to work in the championships if they make it, which we're not going to lie, they should make it. I don't know why they wouldn't. So against the Turkish teams, a playstyle like this, I think would be hyper effective. So I'm really hyped to see how that could potentially work out.
Yeah, I think today already in the second match is a highlight of a lot of different playstyles clashing, and which one's coming out on top for the moment is MADBULLS and Major Pride with that very aggressive playstyle. It is working out in their favor, so looking at the highlights, we're going to see a lot of aggression, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the ones that are currently highlighted were the ones that were, I want to say, the top rankings on the board.
But I'm happy to see KASIK team also in the south. They slowed down a few rotations from some of the teams around them, which they were gatekeeping the south pretty much. So good from KASIK team to get a few eliminations here and there. Though I do want to echo, Junior, what was said by the casters, especially what Blank mentioned at the end of the game. I'm impressed that Nexus was this much of a pain in the side of MADBULLS because they had to cross over the river, and if you played Sanhok, okay, you know these river crosses are pretty much a death sentence in most situations, especially when you're up against Major Pride, up against your MADBULLS. And yet they were still pretty annoying for MADBULLS for a long period of time. It really slowed them down in their tracks. In this case, Octavian gets to Lika, instantly gets to Flush, so a few extra points for his team. And I think that the moment that you saw MADBULLS losing players, that cross to make it over to Major Pride was not going to happen in like 1,000 years. So good on Nexus for making as much as they could out of, I think, a really horrible circle shift for them. And at least to get a few eliminations. And also stated by John at the end, that's still 2 top 5s in a row from Nexus Gaming. So they're still racking in those points.
Yeah, and those points, racking those up is very important. As we said, 3 days is all you have this time around rather than your actual 6. So for these teams to be actually hitting the ground running from that first game, the first day, is an impressive feat to say the least. Going into the final, the next map actually, it's going to be Sanhok this time around. And we know which teams are pretty good on this map, Max. We have expectations leading into this, but with Erangel, correction there, thank you guys. Is there anyone specifically that you're looking forward to rather than a team as a collective?
I mean, I was gonna say Gladiators as a team, as a collective.
I mean, yeah, sure. We can count them as like one thing. Okay, Gladiators are a team to keep your eyes out for this time around. From Max, so we're gonna be heading over to our casters, Blank and John. And Monster. Thank you for making it possible, guys. We appreciate it. Now, Blank and John, do the thingy.
Here we are. Yes, we are indeed going to be coming into this next map, Blank. It's been a pretty mad scramble in these last 2 matches, I would say. First from the west over on Miramar. This time around on Sanhok, it was from the east Are we going to see something similar? Are we looking at a military circle finish? Oh, you won't be able to hear me. That's unfortunate. I will fix that. You will be able to hear me now. I was talking about the mad scrambles on the west in Miramar and the mad scrambles from the east on Sanhok.
Okay, I'm going to do what I can with that limited amount of information. But yeah, it has been pretty terrific in terms of the amount of rotations that have had to come through on specific sides of the map, in which case you do have to go for these interesting, different kind of spots. I think NEXUS is definitely taking advantage of that. And I like that from NEXUS because obviously I think they knew they were in a doom position over there on Sanhok, so they just have to work with what they can there, which is heading for that northern spot, heading down, and then just trying to get some eliminations off the back of it. And again, send in Octavian as well as EXO across the river, using NEXUS, using Keme as well as Kapahala as that stopping post, as that distraction tactic. Very interesting stuff coming through from the team. Obviously, again, we do get ourselves a nasty little playing path heading up this way. You can already see it, but I'm going to make it even more highlighted because this is going to cause some problems in the long run. Obviously, over towards Prison, Povka as well. MUERTE Power, a little bit more difficult to head over towards. Game Lord going to struggle to get towards Yasnaya. This means some of those vehicles might be contested for, and that's particularly going to happen over in this side, over in this portion of the map, right? This is where things do get a little bit more struggle. Obviously, there's going to be some vehicles here that some teams might want to pick up. We might get a hot drop down this side. In the meantime, MUERTE, I'm actually headed towards Sosnovka. They might be trying to make a quick run out of towards MUERTE Power, towards Lipovka. I wouldn't be remiss to see that happen. It's not bad at all. Interesting for me is the fact that Major Pride doesn't go for the Nova Up Noya drop. They actually are just going to hard commit up towards Sunken City.
VIRTUS.PRO going to be dropping on that military island as well, close to MUERTE. See if those vehicles can keep them safe for the time being. No argy-bargy just yet, but KASIK team close to Sly Europe on that south side. I imagine it's only a matter of time before players start to get into a little bit of trouble on this eastern breakout.
I think a lot of these teams kind of realizing exactly where a lot of these scuffles do take place. So it's nice to see, I think for MADBULLS, they've realized more often than not that, if they try and take those vehicles from Major Pride, that fight doesn't go too well for them. At this point in time, sat with 99 points, just 4 behind Major Pride at the moment. It's not really worth it going for those types of shots, types of drops over towards Major Pride's position, especially when you know you're basically going to be gifting eliminations to the team that's directly ahead of you, and perhaps even a better game because you're affording them more space within the circle. It is very tough to make these decisions on the fly, and I think for MADBULLS, they realize that their time is now. Right, they have to push it all the way to the limit. Just one good game from Major Pride there sat them back right at the top of the standings, and the rest of the teams now will be looking for a good position on their side. Effect going down over towards Excuse Me. Bad start for them though, and that does give now an opening to MADBULLS.
Flushed away from Excuse Me in South George, as you say. A nice chance to open that gap and try and get back into the running. I mean, the MADBULLS, the organization, is the defending champion of the region, right? So it's really good to see that they have managed to maintain that form after we had some questions about the organization in PMGC at the end of last year. They changed their roster from that tournament and have come back in absolutely swinging this season, and it's been really, really great to see those adjustments manifest and hopefully continue to do so in these finals.
Yeah, it has been interesting. I think for MADBULLS, they don't have a clear strategy, though. I think that's the only thing I have a slight issue with, is that, a lot of these teams have their interesting little stratagems around them. You've got the fraggers over in Major Pride and Effect, as well as Monkey, often taking that forward approach, with Nomi playing that backstop, and Dino often just that support player on the off angles. For MADBULLS, I think every single player on that team is much more suited towards that fragging role, right? I think that is the one thing that does concern me, is that there's no real clear lineup there of what works with what. And I think for Zerich, he has shifted himself in towards this more fragging role as well, where some of these players weren't doing as hot in that phase 2. So it is really curious to me, because he used to be the most insane off-angle player that was supporting some of these other lads. I I just feels like he doesn't have as much respect for some of his teammates as he did for Effect to make that happen. A lot of times he's now at the forefront of things. I think with Frozen now really showing his guts so right in these last couple of days, on that last weekend, I think he can be a bit more confident to support Frozen in his endeavors going forward, which is really, really nice to see. Currently, he is deep in Major Pride territory, all on his lonesome, and could get quite a nice little assassination attempt with the semi-auto.
That door open should give Nomi pause for thought, but no. He walks straight on into it, and it's a very, very quick flush. Frozen does need to be careful, though, and we'll probably be calling for backup because there are more Major Pride players. However, with losing a player early to excuse me, I mean, they just don't want to go for this fight. They don't want to take that chance in close quarters combat with an auto shotgun in the mix of things as well. You're playing split from Dino, who just wants to fade away. It's a really solid pickup for Frozen.
Yeah, and a nice play from them, especially because they do some good scouting as well. They see that the players are moving out towards that western side. Frozen's like, you know what, I'm just going to go for a little cheeky play here, move into Sunken, see what I can find. I got a semi-auto and get on my belly, and I can make stuff happen. So really, really well played, and that'll set MADBULLS in a really good stead in this game. But they're turning up the heat here over in the finals, making sure they get as many points as possible. Already one on the board. That's one closer towards that 103 that currently Major Pride are on. And now finally also MADBULLS join them in the triple digits, picking up their 100th point of the finals.
Very cool. They are indeed going to triple it up. There's still a long way to go between that and their push towards the top, which we're expecting to be around that sort of 250 mark. Of course, it could go a lot higher than that, but 18 matches, it's not ideal. If Major Pride have such high variance on their games as we saw their first game, 2 points. Their second game, enough to put them up into first place. Now, this time around, they've already lost 2. And I mean, you spoke about it during Miramar. This is a team that kind of just gets curtailed early on, or they blast out huge late.
I think it's kind of something that's happened more recently than anything, honestly. And I think for Major Pride, this is something they need to figure out. They need to sort it out sooner or later, because I think some of their plays are so aggressive in the early game and so unnecessary as well. They used to play a very, very strong approach, pick up a couple of vehicles, and then just play in Sunken. I don't think they had to prod, I don't think they had to prod over towards MADBULLS, and MADBULLS are now quickly taking advantage of the fact that, you know, you're leaving your drop spot so early that we can get a guy in there right in the center. It doesn't make any sense. So MADBULLS now have this idea that, you know what, Sunken City is weak. Major Pride are weak in that position. They're more than likely going to try and pick up a few more points from that spot in future. So Major Pride has to worry about that on Erangel, which is one of the maps with the least amount of variance, with the good type of ability that you can have a great game on Erangel no matter what happens, as long as you play your cards right. NEXUS try to move up towards Sly Europe, who have set themselves nicely atop Potato Hill. Will be sent away there. Can quickly get into cover. Exo Machina, though, dropped out the back here, and Octavian stops for a second, but that will be his downfall.
Always said we'd seen consistency from NEXUS in these first 2 matches, but drawn short by the high ground from Sly on the southeast side near Potato Hill. And busted down to 2. Gapal and Kemme trying to trek on. But it's going to be severely harder on this southeast side for them to make their mark now. Losing those 2 early, far from ideal. Similar story to Major Pride.
Yeah, not likely they'll be able to pick Exo back up again. Probably calling for a little bit of that support. Circle moves up towards that north side. MADBULLS has been very fortunate with some of these circle shifts today. Up towards Rozok now. They'll be really pleased with this one. A nice bit of control. Not too much over towards the northern side either, so they're not worried about having to move that far inwards. Kemme tried to take a couple of shots there, but won't find much of anything as Exo finally is flushed out. And one thing I will talk about is I'm quite interested why they're currently fielding Kemme over Doran, because they did have a lot of good success with Doran on side. Now, I can kind of understand the thought process, because Doran was dying quite frequently on the outer edges. He scouts a little bit too far out and often doesn't have that awareness around him that he's needed for a scout like that. But on the other hand, he was having some really good plays and making some good clutch moments for the teams. And you do have this problem now, because it's either Keme or Doran. Doran, who is always on the longest leash possible. You don't know where he's gone. He could be out in the woods, he could be out in the park, you don't know. And then you've got Keme, who is on the shortest leash known to man. This guy doesn't really move anywhere, doesn't try and make any big plays. He's very safe, but that doesn't often give them those clutch moments they need to grab those massive amount of points. So it's an interesting decision that Nexus have to make in this finals, is do they go for risk or do they go for safety? And I think if they really wanted to go for that top 3, they have to go for risk with Doran, in my opinion.
For now, though, they will be playing as 2, one of whom will be Keme. Kapahala at his side. KASIK team just on the north of Pachinki, moving on up there and playing pretty convincingly, holding their KONINA power, potentially looking to skirt in behind them and cause a little bit of trouble in the area. VIRTUS.PRO moving up towards Sunken, and actually the remnants of Major Pride are hiding out around here too.
You're sitting in a single compound to themselves. Smoke was placed down from VIRTUS.PRO, worried that they would be crashing onto a position that was maybe held by a Major Pride, in fact, but again, they're really nowhere to be seen in a compound just along the way. And they don't want to make too much noise. At this point in time, this is a safety play. They are towards the center of the circle, so they can wait this one out for a little bit longer. Game Lord up towards that northeast side. They finally make their crossing across the bridge itself. And Unicorns of Love desperately trying to regroup as SHOCKWAVE and co are moving over towards the rest of the team there. But the SHOCKWAVE, Gladiators also. Bit of an awkward circle. We see this one quite frequently. It does cause quite a few problems, especially with Ruins still being in, which is just barren, open ground. A little bit of Everest too, which no one's really moving up to.
Tixi, I mean, you were talking about leashes before. Tixi on a very long leash from the rest of the team, scouting out Unicorns of Love and SHOCKWAVE both to the north. This is, again, a very cruel circle. Keeps the North Shore in. Rozhok centered up on towards. It's going to be dangerous on this river.
For Gladiators now, they have to make that big decision. The one that they've not been making too recently, which is make the risky play. Move in for this horrific, treacherous path into the circle, which might spell a great game. And for Gladiators, I think right now it's that movement. They had to send across that inner island towards Rozhok itself, find themselves one of the buildings there. And the fact that they're still on this edge side is not going to lead to a huge amount of success, especially with the fact that I'm imagining that this circle is going to head back down towards that south side to Rozhok in the first place. In the meantime, excuse me, lose a player in Furia. He will be brought back up again though. Usually the point man for the team, and has been very successful at it, enabling Black and Havlik, who have been 2 very good players for them.
ARR rotating now past these ruins, trying to move in probably closer towards Sunken. You can't really stop off here. This isn't going to be in the next zone. Becca getting up towards the top. I mean, maybe looking for a little bit of loot, but without the next circle, without it being in the next circle, I'm not entirely sure about committing fully to that position.
Sly Europe very central themselves, do find good pickoffs over towards KASIK team, who typically are very good at holding onto a compound in the center, but Sly looking for more central positions this time around in this match. KASIK moves in, gets a huge amount of damage coming through from the DBS, assisted by Frozen along the way with the M4, and it was all looking so perfect for Sly.
Zadira on the hills to the south has excellent oversight onto the engagement, forces Striker and KASIK to cower in the building. VIRTUS.PRO across the road, not going to be dealing with it just yet. Dagestan very much not regrouped. Madness close by with the DBS. Black is in the building. Is he going to hear him? Should hear the steps now. Knows there's a player on the inside and needs to light it up fairly soon. 10 rounds left in the magazine for the DBS, but will be dispatched. Black still active now. Madness eliminated.
Ivaneska steps up to the plate with a Groza. Nasty little weapon to be working with here. Blue on the side. Ivaneska gets to send away, but will be in broad sight. The rest of the team not there quite to take shots, as the smoke will obscure the vision.
There are shots coming through from Wait. I mean, both of these teams have to move with the zone. ARR might be crunching in from the north side as well, which is going to make Dark Project's movement a lot harder. You see Rozhok really heavily prioritized by MADBULLS, VIRTUS.PRO. KASIK team as well. We saw them fight off against Sly earlier. On the eastern side of Rozhok, you've got MUERTE playing off against the remnants of NEXUS as the circle once again closes onto the urban environment of Rozhok.
Aces will be felled there as AR find themselves in the bumper valley towards these guys from Dark Project. Major Pride also taking a couple of shots, but not too many. Medkit comes through, Furia extremely low, will heal himself up, but they hear that engagement. Think to themselves, what can they get done? But with Havlik so low here, I think with the delay that Dark Project have faced, I think it's time just to move further upwards. Havlik might just be able to get behind the hill and back there with the backup.
Ooh, able to keep the shots pouring on in towards Dark Project. The hill to the south of Rozhok is going to be absolutely pivotal in these coming circles, and Dagestan backed their lone player off it. They didn't want to regroup out that far too early. KONINA Power might try and step foot there if they can, as MUERTE push in on the east, come into contact with Game Lord, and that's going to be bad for the health. Happy J very, very low, but puts a nade on in. Akashi takes a little bit too much damage for the liking. Robs does get knocked for Game Lord, but MUERTE have already lost their player. Oh
no.
Miscommunication as a team nade takes down Discrim, an easy flush for Akashi, and that only opens it up further for Game Lord on this north side.
Happy J had a bajillion nades and everywhere to place them but his teammate, but still goes for it anyway. Nice nade off the top side. Will redeem himself slightly here. Akashi, seen, spotted, nade through. Shouldn't hit him in the backside of that building, but looking to finish off Victor on the top side. Akashi, IGL leader, has a lot to do here to bring the rest of his team back into the fold, with Narvalo still off in the distance, not quite assisting his team just yet.
Not quite. Gladiators made that crossing blank over that central island, and they are now in the compound to the west of Rozhok, just with their slice of the circle. Dark Project on the south side, close to KONINA Power. These headshot hills, absolutely brutal to try and move through. Palucci manages to get to cover somehow for KONINA Power, and they stay alive as all four. Monkey gets naded out in the meantime, and that's another Major Pride player down, only the one now standing.
KONINA Power doing a fair bit of damage to some of the teams around them. Struggling onwards, it got us in out in the open. Fash further forward there for himself, excuse me, tries to rock up on KASIK, but Striker so far has been absolutely pivotal with the DBS. Great in game one on Miramar, looking just as fantastic here on Erangel. Really dragging his team, kicking and screaming towards a good finish. Fash gets destroyed, obliterated on the front of the bonnet.
My goodness me, that was brutal for KONINA Power. They lose Fash out in the open. Unlikely that they managed to get that res. You don't really want to commit to that position as teams start to try to play in the water. Shockwave were there first. Unicorns are loved, trying to move in as well. You've got even Esker further west in the river. It's right on the north side of this next circle. Okay, I was mistaken on this going for the res. They do lose one more in the process, but Fash now is resable for Palucci.
Yeah, massively dangerous play coming through from KONINA Power, but it works out when Dark Project losing so many players early on, even Esker on the other side of the world. You know, KONINA Power can enforce these reses coming through and get their player back up to speed into a good position. Circle moves over towards that eastern side and does support a lot of these teams already within Rozhok. VIRTUS.PRO found themselves a spot for them. And Gladiators, it's not as decisive as I would have liked early on, but they do make it across eventually. Had a player on the other side. First, great shot there. Quickly steps back up again. Striker has just been absolutely disgusting with the DBS.
Terrifying. Terminus spies his own fear, and Unicorns of Love as Zero goes down as well to a MADBULLS off angle. Mihi and SHOCKWAVE playing on this coastal side will remain in, as does the bridge. So Shockwave's position not going to budge just yet. They can remain strong for the time being. Mihi nearly able to find an opening there. SHOCKWAVE backed off right around the rock.
Slight struggle for him. Aza also popped off the side of the beam there. Hits the water with a splash. Now Gladiators move into MADBULLS position. Great little push here from them, but right now Felique has been a bit of a problem.
giving them issues. Matic and Tixi both going down, and a nade up for Tulika as well. Wants to put 3 on the board. It bounces out, unfortunately, but the damage is done. The Gladiators are flagging now as Tulika lobs another one up the stairs. Meku drops out to try and keep the team alive. 2 players down. Tixi has been flushed, but Meku is working wonders here. The MADBULLS are eliminated from the west side.
Goodness me, what a crash coming through from Gladiators as well. Only losing 1 player in the process is real interesting stuff there for them. Really, really well done. Found themselves a fairly strong spot within the circle. Nice bit of refresh on the utility as well. Dino slowly makes his way up, and KONINA Power have been very resilient so far. Hardy in the process, weathering this game. Have to go a bit further though, towards that northern side. Eagar has been knocked in the process. Game Lord finding more and more of a central spot. And again, this is where you wonder, can Game Lord maintain that end game? I worry. I think they're great at getting these eliminations. Huge elimination counts. For the chicken dinners, they're elusive to him.
Nade over on SHOCKWAVE. Good news for the first knock. SHOCKWAVE not going to spot anything else. Aza will see that drop out into the river, and that allows Snowix to get up onto the ground. They know that Mihi's there. They know it's only a matter of time. Get into the water, get that ping down, and Mihi very much in danger. Knows that he hops into the vehicle, and that's going to be unicorns down and out. That gives SHOCKWAVE a lot more mobility.
SHOCKWAVE now will be able to move further up. Obviously, this is one of the harder positions to breach when there's a team in the compound down towards that south side on the coast. But now that's cleared out, SHOCKWAVE can quite comfortably make the march along the cross towards that northern side of Rozhok, as you can see there. Nice and easy push downwards for them. Gladiators and Meku up towards that top side. Peeking over towards Ivaneska. Now, this worries me. Meku, fair few times on a solo, has gone down towards another team. I don't want that to happen here.
Regroup from Matic as well, backing up Meku's position. The circle slap bang on Game Lord, and it is just so difficult for everybody else to try and step foot in here. KONINA Power on the hill to the south of Rozhok could maybe get a sneaky shot through the window, but with Fash going down, they've been through the wars of KONINA Power. 5 eliminations to show for it, but will they be drawn short here? SHOCKWAVE trying to leave that coastal line, pushing up past Ivaneska, who could potentially throw a spanner in. Trying to make it up towards the Gladiators. This prediction did come before the MADBULLS went out. I just want to clarify that for Janira's sake.
That's correct. I mean, they were in a really nice spot. I think I predicted Gladiators as they made that crash. I was very worried for a second there, but I believed it could be done. And so it was. They made their way through. Game Lord still with 4 players though, in a nice spot towards that eastern side. Not really pressured by anyone in particular. I think for Gladiators, they really want to sweep on this northern edge. It's what they're good at, realistically. I think what they're most worried about, though, is Ivaneska. I think recalling Meku now would be a good idea as Kitsune finds himself a free position on the northern edge, as SHOCKWAVE has been a little bit too afraid to make this push down towards that south side. Striker does spot the push from Kitsune. Singly tries to move across, but will be quickly vaporized.
That was a really solid lineup coming through. Striker, I mean, 7 eliminations on the game. You talked earlier about how his performance has really stood tall for this roster, and it continues to impress. 8 eliminations found. KONINA Power, they've got the back cover on the building as well. So once KONINA Power have to leave, then they're probably going to be in danger. But until that point, they can just frag out these windows, and Striker can rack up the points.
I mean, for kind of elimination count, right? We've only really seen something challenged by Octavian recently over on that last weekend where he was getting an unruly amount of eliminations a game. I think he almost hit, I think he did hit double digits, in fact, in one game, which was ridiculous. Keme, Kapahala still going strong, trying to make their way towards a high placement. Meku still dangerously on that edge, finally makes that sprint outwards towards the rest of his team, towards Kitsune. They're holding a couple of buildings to themselves. But again, everyone nice and split, trying to hold as much position as possible. For SHOCKWAVE, I think that they could have just headed south. These teams with oversight now towards this eastern side, I think they regret this decision now.
The question for me is, what can KONINA Power do here from this?
Oh, he's blocked it off with the 3x. That's so sad.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. What a timing. to get caught out, and the Gladiators just send across, so they regroup effectively. KONINA Power not able to stop that one, neither were KASIK team.
Finally comes through with that nice little smoke train. SNOX gets taken down, clipped the heel as he moved in through the window there. Smoke through. Denies some sightlines in the windows off towards the eastern side of Matic there. Meku still being very cautious of the side. Gets a lot of damage through, but Ivaneska still running strong. Could find himself a pick-off.
The circle. The circle comes through, and it's both Game Lord and the Gladiators' position that is going to be held. KONINA Power now need to descend from this high ground. The knockover onto Gladiators slows their power control on this northwestern side. It means that they have to invest time in this res, and they can't establish sightlines and get this utility out to try and give themselves a stronger foothold on the northwestern side. Now they've got this res, they can start to do so, and it looks like, luckily for them, nobody has tried to make that roll in. KASIK team, if they'd have gone a fraction of a second earlier, might have had a better chance crossing here, but Striker makes it work nonetheless.
Palushi moving up towards Game Lord's position. Nice drop shot onto Robs there, will take him down. Leaving Game Lord now down to 3. Nakashi also spotted as he tries to move up with the nade in hand. Bolodoi will go down to that, but that's 2 players now off the grid there for Game Lord. Nakashi makes a bit of a mistake on his side, in my opinion.
That's bad news. And KONINA Power, that's what I was worried about, is that descent from the high ground. Where are they going to go, and are they going to be able to do it? The answer is towards Game Lord, and yes, unfortunately for the team sporting yellow in these matches, Alvalo split as well, away from Victor. And needs to be careful. Oh, the nade finds it, and Game Lord is just getting pulled apart by KONINA Power.
It's that end game, and I think I mentioned it. It's just a case of Game Lord are great at getting a lot of these eliminations, but their control over an end game, especially in an urban format, it leaves a lot to be asking for, honestly. It leaves a lot to be desired, and I do worry about this every single time with Game Lord, now left with just 1 player remaining. But it was Akashi taking down 1 player from Gladiators, which could have been a translation into 3 eliminations onto a Shockwave, which would have left Gladiators a really good spot. So they're really kicking themselves there for losing 1 player in that moment, because they had Shockwave dead to rights. Now they've managed to get themselves into one of the stronger positions in the lobby with Terminus. Eyes dead set over towards Gladiators.
Everybody into their buildings now. Next circle pops in 2 seconds. Kapahala lights up KONINA Power. Agora's in. Now the last player active as a second nade finds its way through. Lovely find, and Kapahala explodes KONINA Power. So the threat onto Game Lord is reduced slightly, but NEXUS will take up that mantle.
Yeah, Kapahala using his signature wibbly-wobbly grenades to take down 2 of them in that situation. Not much you can do about that. Keme's also trying to adopt the tactic there. Gladiators, again, still more worried about Shockwave, but with this circle shift heading over towards that western side, happy days for them. It will mean Shockwave will have to extricate 2 of their players on that northern edge. In which case, Gladiators, you can see all their little angles are over towards Shockwave, waiting for this move to happen. They understand that this is the most dangerous of a squad in the lobby. But again, NEXUS, look how far they've made it with just 2 players. NEXUS with Kapahala and Keme. And again, that short leash might have been the play here. Doran might have been a bit too aggressive. Maybe I was wrong.
I mean, Major Pride have made it very far as well. They're still alive, still kicking on the western side. Striker close to Dino on that west side, and Striker has been brutal so far today. 8 eliminations, 7 of which found from just Striker with the DBS in close range. Gladiators looking for peaks, for helmets, for glints in the sun that they can isolate and control. Kapahala Keme moving on in. Victor increasingly under pressure now.
I respect that from Kitsune, actually. Pulled out the pin, but put it back in again, realizing that, you know what? With the amount of nades he had on ball with 2, he's desperately going to need them in the end game in an urban finish to take that chicken dinner home. So for Gladiators with 5 eliminations, you know, chicken dinner is the ideal. But again, now, Circle will push absolutely everybody in. Shockwave as well as Gladiators, and equally suffering positions. I think anyone can take this game at this point in time. There is a real opportunity to sneak the chicken dinner away from these 2-3 player squads, especially Nexus here with 2 players still alive. KASIK team, I think it's Striker still up. Yeah, which is pretty amazing. Shockwave now. Sends some nades over the top. Gavharla drops a nade in. Aza has forced into the blue there before it pops off.
Does manage to get away with it. Kapahala wants to put more bombardment downrange. We saw what it did to KONINA Power. They want a repeat performance here. Victor still hiding out for Game Lord. Kitsune up into the ridgeline, does get backed off a little bit. Aza wants to push forwards. Terminus wants to heal at the back in the meantime. Victor might be able to pick up a third party for Game Lord, but do you want to stand out? Kapahala back to the blue, has to break out wide. Aza's on the ball and Nexus fall next. 4 teams now remaining. Victor still on and inside the building with 4 teams remaining. KASIK have their solo player. Striker still active and into the fray. 1 player falls for the Gladiators and the burn down is in. Game Lord are going to fall next with Victor. No, hang on a minute, he's still alive. Going for that first aid as well. The last he has in the back pocket and he's going to make it work. Matic falls next to Shockwave and there's the flush. Are the Gladiators going to fall down next? This Victor hold out is so important. The nade in, that should be it. Victor has to run out and into the challenge with Aza, but he doesn't manage to get the drop here. Pushes forwards, goes for the challenge and gets 1 more. Goes for the flush to keep things even and stays alive for the time being. The blue zone will crunch. He can't go out. Has to go for the challenge and Terminus shuts it down. 3 teams now remain.
Striker absolutely ruining the day here of the Gladiators. Kitsune has to pop out into the smoke. He's taking tons of damage, has to drop on the one down, but that's it. And Striker now versus Shockwave. He's done so much work, pops up for a second. DBS is down, the nade's over the top. Can he find 1 more?
What does Terminus have left? Striker has been the arbiter of Rozhok today. It's left on a sliver of HP. Terminus breaks out wide for the challenge, but the DPS is still going to echo through the valley. Will not be able to get the final elimination, but what a run from Striker. Shockwave pinch it out at the last second.
Disgusting game from Striker overall. Ruined the chances of so many teams. I think he took down Meku and then opened it up for Sanhok to get that side swipe over towards Matic. What a crazy game that was, with Gladiators once again did find a strong position in that game, a 3rd place, a few eliminations, but I think that they thought that that position on the map was way weaker, and weaker it was in terms of players, but not in terms of skill, because Striker was absolutely phenomenal, popping off all over the place, and even then gave Shockwave a run for the money.
Absolutely, it could have gone either way if he steps up. With that nade doesn't quite land in the right place, that DBS gets a little bit louder right at the end, and that is kind of the main story for me. It's Striker doing so much, but Shockwave will be pretty happy to claim that chicken dinner nonetheless.
SHOCKWAVE secure themselves a third chicken dinner here in the finals. Their first one, this is Max, and we're going to try and break down the madness that we've just seen. But let's first jump into the socials as well as the survey. You can scan the QR code under Max's... Yeah, screenshot this, please. This is what I want to see on social media. A screenshot of Max just highlighting that QR code. But there's also a survey, so make sure that you fill that out as well and let us know your thoughts and opinions. But Max, let's start off with the individual performance that we've seen from Striker, because that was a game and a half from his end.
Simply outliving all of those rotations he was doing in the southern edge of Rozhok was impressive in its own regard. Like, that was a feat, a huge achievement. The fact that he kept clutching 1v2s, 1v3s, of course his team like sometimes enabled him, but then he was down to a solo towards the end and almost steals the chicken dinner away.
Yes.
I did expect for KASIK team English to be the strongest individual player, but Striker really stood up so strongly this season, and in this game in particular, he almost stole the win away from Gladiators and also SHOCKWAVE in a 1v1v2 situation. Like, that doesn't happen very often in a city finish, but the moment he had that shotgun, it was like, you're telling me there's a chance that he gets to win, which he almost did, but didn't quite work out, but still impressive.
Yeah, it did work out for SHOCKWAVE, though. I mean, they also have double-digit eliminations on the board on top of their placement points, so that is putting them very comfortably as well in some of these standings. When we're looking at the rest of the scoreboard, I think what I really want to highlight here or pick out potentially, Max, is Game Lord specifically.
Oh, no.
I know that is a team that you had in your mind that this was going to be their game. You were comfortable enough to go for that prediction for them. So just walk us through what happened, or more importantly, what didn't happen from their end.
I don't want to. I just want to forget this game happened. I'm in complete denial. I don't want to do my job. I don't want to analyze that. It wasn't good.
Fair enough.
No, for real. Game Lord, I loved how they were playing the early and mid-game stage. They were playing the outskirts of Rozhok. They were making sure that teams like MUERTE, NEXUS Gaming were not going to pose a threat to their position. The moment they were not really a major issue for them anymore, they center up in the middle of Rozhok to try and just reduce the amount of movement they might have to do in the later stages, which is a very smart play. Like that, Game Lord, 2 thumbs up. You know, very good job. Love it. Clap, clap.
Okay.
2 thumbs up. That's how good it was. And then they're like, how about we take all that progress, chuck it in the bin. Let's go for a split. And allow teams to crash us very easily, which is what KONINA Power ended up doing. They just crash it. They eliminate one player, I think it was Narvalo. Then they eliminate Akashi right after that. I don't know why they stood split. If you want to do a split, a 2-2 split is fine.
Yeah.
They had like pretty much a 4-man split, which I do not understand. Just allowing teams to breach you in easy mode, pretty much. So yeah, Game Lord, good early game, but as also I think the casters made this point as eventually today, and I do have to reiterate this, they tend to be a team that can be very inconsistent in how they execute plays. Like here, it was super good, and then it just fumbled the bag, which is a weird play. I think this should have been a Game Lord chicken dinner.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Instead, however, it was SHOCKWAVE's chicken dinner. They had a really good performance coming into it as well, as we highlighted earlier. They have the double digits in the elimination, so that's a kind of a theme, actually, Max, that we've been seeing in the last couple of games. Every team that plays first has that double digit when it comes to the amount of elims they have on the point, and then you crack on top of it the placement points. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, as you said it for the previous Sanhok game, actually, it's pretty top-heavy. And I think that it's not only for these games, it's for so far the entirety of this day has been relatively top-heavy. As me, he's like, under the water, it's too much raining. Oh, no, it's just been completely caught off. Unfortunate for them. But SHOCKWAVE were the really strong bridge trolls of this game, as we like to call them, just making sure no teams from the northern edge could make it into the later stages. And then they could actually play that ridge line. Really effective smoke road from them too, which is impressive. I think we might see the smoke road coming out, just negating a lot of the pressure that was thrown their way by Gladiators. So that was a good execution. And Victor, I have to say, Janiro had his good clutch moments, but if the entire team was in that building, I'm not going to lie, they would have easily won that. But that's just, I am molding. I know, I'm molding. I'm mad.
It's all right. It happens. You know, you're allowed to mold a little bit. Just don't do it too much, because, you know, molding and balding go like hand in hand. Yeah. Just be comfortable.
You did not just do that.
Look on your face.
You did not.
I am giving you advice. Okay, I'm trying to be helpful here, but let's look at Shockwave up against KASIK team to deviate from what we've just heard. Starting off with the eliminations, equal from both of these teams, but KASIK still on top when it comes to damage. And would you say that's down potentially to the individual performances mainly that we've seen from Striker?
100%. He's got 9 elims out of the 10 total, so it's definitely going to be a Striker performance there. I can't believe you've just done that, Janira.
I'm so sorry.
I have to go, what the hell is that? That's I know it's the finals, okay. It's supposed to be peak gameplay, but it's peak bullying too on the desk, which I
think that's the last one for today because, you know, you gotta be nice to Max sometimes. I'm sorry. That came out, that just blurted out. But Major Pride already at 100 points in total. And I think this, Max, with the fact that we've only have a couple of play days, and yes, we have 6 maps rather than 5, but in total, that just means we have 3 more than usual for a weekend. It is a little scary when you start falling behind early on and when it's so top heavy from the beginning, because it's a matter of when are these teams gonna actually have the opportunity to catch up.
You're looking at Major Pride and MADBULLS. They already started to create a little bit of a decent buffer between them and 3rd place, which is currently Game Lord. The thing is that can build pretty quickly. Like, that's over the course of half a day now. If that happens once again, they might be like 20, 30 points ahead, and that's going to require quite a bit of effort for the lower teams on this first page to actually compete with that position. So it's going to be a tough one. I'm really impressed. I'd like to see Game Lord, your Gladiators. I did want to see Gladiators start off with a good game on Erangel, which in my opinion, job done with this game. It was not an easy transition, not an easy crash onto MADBULLS. They did really well, especially Meku that did clutch things up towards the very end, so good on him. But yeah, it's the top are starting to run away a little bit with it, which is scary when you're just 3 games in.
Yeah, and we're going to be heading over to our casters to talk us through the 4th game. It's going to be Miramar next with Blank and John.
Another desert map for us on the cards today as we get into match number 4. Blank, this time you can hear me, so it's all good news. It's all going well so far as we head on over once more to the desert.
Poor Max, man. I don't know. It's still Max the Tank, man, in my mind. This guy is pumping. He's the best. He's the biggest analyst. He's got the biggest brain over on that desk side. And Janira just really killing him off right now. I'm not sure what we can do about this, but it's fine. She brings the good points as well, so she's just clapping back. That's all. She's got a assert dominance over on that desk, which is absolutely fine as a host. But heading over towards Miramar now, 4th match of the day. Coming into this one, a real big opportunity there for MADBULLS, honestly, over on Rozhok in Erangel. Could have picked themselves a lot of points, maybe even overtaken the guys from Major Pride, but taken out by Gladiators from a really nice push on the side. I think they had to make that quick, slick push. Obviously, Striker there now in number 1. And something that we didn't touch on there, but that could have been a Gladiators win. If it wasn't for the fact that Striker was able to take down Meku on the back lines from a very cheeky angle, right? They were in position to basically take out 1 or 2 members from Shockwave, which would have made that endgame so easy for Gladiators. So yeah, little things like that can all add up, and it means that Striker got that 2nd place off the back of it. What a play from that guy overall. Circle, not quite put on the screen yet, but I'm imagining that some of these players will have a little bit of difficulty finding their way towards this portion of the map, which does kind of eliminate these sort of rotations off towards that western side. Absolutely fine though, should be able to find some vehicles in the first place. Just means that Putapadiso, Impala, El Azahar, a little bit later drop spots, a little bit later in terms of looting. With this circle, most of those rotations will be fairly short.
It's a fairly central circle coming on through right towards Picardo, which is where the MADBULLS were able to fight out from previously. El Pozzo might have a little bit of argy-bargy. Dark Project poking their toes in there. And MUERTE maybe looking to scout out that way to boot. Teams on the north side going to have to figure out how to rotate down as well. Gladiators, Unicorns of Love, outside of the circle on their drop, as well as ARR, but likely they can just break out to this east coast and play on the north side of Los Leones.
Yeah, interesting drop there coming through from Nexus, actually, down towards Los Eagars way, Minas del Sur. So they can definitely rotate around to Impala for sure. That is certainly a possibility. In Vidamar, you got Excuse Me, who are comfortably holding there. I think they saw the shoots coming through, so won't be letting Nexus head back up towards that northern side, towards Chumacera itself. But you got VIRTUS.PRO, KONINA Power, Major Pride, all in very close proximity here. You can see Monkey there off in the distance, purple. just slowly making his way. And I think VIRTUS.PRO have to assume that they are in pretty bad position right now, considering that MADBULLS usually play in this spot and will be very aware of a team dropping this way. With the early loot on board, little to no sights as well. Right now, I think for VIRTUS.PRO, this should be okay. UMP, Winnie on board here for purple. UMP's quite good. Looks like he's going to try and get himself some high ground versus Monkey here. Could certainly work out.
You'd imagine so. Can just keep clambering on up and we'll be able to spot it. Monkey not going to be given the slip just yet, but the rest of VIRTUS.PRO are moving in for some backup as well. And you imagine it's only a matter of time finally getting that knock of Hayes, actually the one to be able to find that. Major Pride trying to move in for some retribution, but it's just not going to work out. So VIRTUS.PRO diminish lobby leaders once more.
Again, early knock there coming through and a flush for Major Pride. Just not going their way recently, and Monkey definitely exposed himself a little bit too early there. No support from the rest of his teammates, and I think VIRTUS.PRO are very happy to turn tail and run towards him, sprint over that side. Major Pride with Nomi send away over towards that northern edge, and I think they realise that Chumasera are now held by a separate team, so a lot of unfortunate happenings here for Major Pride. A little bit too aggressive at certain points of the game. It's the finals right now, and a lot of these teams super hungry, pick themselves up a ton of points. VIRTUS.PRO not happy to go quietly into this finals either. NEXUS finally making that rotation over towards Los Higos. Might break inwards towards Los Leones, but I'm thinking that they're more than likely going to head over towards Puerto Paraíso and Impala. Lots of loot there to be had in a comfortable spot too.
KONINA Power, northwest point of Los Leones, Dagestan further southeast of them. Playing all together, KONINA Power don't want to be left without a trade out. Palucci staggering on the way down. Very nice and calm on the descent there. Parkour excellently performed. Palucci into the vehicle, and now they can start to spread out on this north side of Los Leones.
KONINA definitely caught my attention today, honestly, John. I think they've been doing quite well. Some nice aggressive pushes. I think in terms of resilience as well, they have been very, very good, holding the shield versus a lot of these big teams who are trying to bash their way into them and knock that shield aside. But so far, they have kept firm, kept steady in their big plates of armor. So very, very well done to KONINA Power to push on through. I'm still getting some really, really nice little crashes onto these teams. Bit sloppy, bit messy, but whatever. It works so far, and that's all right. Slowly pumping their way up the standings.
Just bring a couple napkins. You'll be sorted. You're sorted right out. Oh, goodness me, madness. Sticks the landing. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, nice little kickflip over on the vehicle. Happy days. Love to see it. Shockwave on their approach now as well. Coming down from Hacienda del Patron. Moving on that south side. It's been a while since we've seen Shockwave really stand up, and Erangel really was always their best map in particular. Slightly difficult there on that Erangel, especially moving across from the bridge itself, playing on the beams towards that coastal side. Not really much cover there to clear out a lot of teams over on that angle. So definitely not easy game to win for Shockwave, and I think that should boast a little bit of confidence for them.
Came into the phase with 33 bonus points. That chicken dinner has seen them up to 10th place. After that chicken dinner, they were able to get the majority of their placement points from it as well. 10 out of 11 of those points going their way. 13 elimination points total so far this in these finals for Shockwave, so it is still very much an uphill struggle for the roster, and it's just going to be so important for them to keep their heads screwed on, not let themselves get carried away, especially when Striker can do that to you in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, a really rough little scenario for Striker versus Shockwave. I think it could have gone a lot more poorly, actually. It could have maybe been a KASIK win at the end. I don't think anyone would have expected that one coming through with the amount of players they lost early on, but then Striker turned the switch on. Suddenly went hyper mode over towards the rest of the teams, just ultra instinct. So far, though, again, very similar circle to the Miramar we saw earlier today, towards that center side of Picardo. quite rough in terms of positioning. A lot of open areas can still be had here. We could have even a hard shift down towards Los Leones, but most teams are this time around very much spread around the circle. We're not going to see that mismatch of like just teams all on one edge of the circle this time around. We are going to be spread out. There's going to be less of this fighting on the outer edges. And I think the big thing for a lot of these teams to have considered in these matches so far is the fact that throughout the majority of the phase, they've been playing with 18 teams, 17 teams total, which with the groups involved meant that we were playing like 13 team matches, 14 team matches. So for these squads, it is a bit of a change of pace, playing with 16 teams in the lobby every single time.
And it's the same 16 as well, so not chopping and changing. It is consistent in terms of the rotations that you're going to be coming across, in terms of the teams that are going to be nearby, so which means that preparation is going to be a lot easier, a lot more solid, and it's really cool to get that chance to see how the teams will experience that.
Exactly, and I think that's why you're seeing so many of these teams like find themselves caught out on the edges, you know, brushing shoulders with other squads. It's because some of these rotations were a lot easier back in the old tournament league stage. But this time around, a lot of these areas are now taken up. A lot of spaces are filled, and I think you really do have to thread the needle now to get in towards the circle. Shockwave moved down from Hacienda del Patron, found themselves a place in Graveyard, which is where the circle has now ended up. La Bandita is still involved in this one, and just the outer skirts of Los Leones on that south side. But fairly barren, open area. You saw a little bit of it over on that last game up towards the northwest side of this circle. You know how disgusting it can be if you were there with us at the start of the day.
Out to the east, Sly Europe, central, KASIK as well, in their little caldera at the top of the mountain. Looking pretty good on these ridge lines, a nice position to be putting your foot in and being able to control for the time being. Gamelord might try and vie for it, but you imagine that they're aware there's going to be teams already in this sort of area. So teams getting central early on. VIRTUS.PRO trying to push in behind Major Pride's remnants, who are now down to 2 players. It's KONINA Power further southeast still, VIRTUS.PRO.
So most teams not in, which is good news for a lot of them. NEXUS did head over towards Puerto Paraíso. Sells up a nice bit of loot. Obviously a late rotation for them, so they'll be surviving on the outer skirts of the lobby. Gladiators make their way down from La Cobreria. They're in San Martin, just over on that ridge side that we saw Sly Europe play a lot of that last Miramar. It's a nice position for gathering information too. But again, that valley that passes from Picard up towards Graveyard, difficult position to work with, man, 100%. So some of these teams will have to go for a very quick rotation across there, pick their position accordingly. This might require crashes from Dark Project, might require crashes from Gladiators if they want to make this one happen.
NEXUS on the east side are rotating up past Impala now and actually going to be moving towards La Bandita, which is a very open area. VIRTUS.PRO on the lookout as KONINA Power push up from the south side. Definitely should be wary. That vehicle sound will let VIRTUS.PRO know how close they are. Takes a shot or two. I think that was from Sly across the way. I think Reflex just managed to get a little angle on Agorazit.
Yeah, got a bit of a poke there, sent away. He's going to try and re-angle himself towards a spot where he can't be seen by the sight lines coming through from Sly Europe. Dagestan moving towards Sly Europe's way, actually, and VIRTUS.PRO now understand the rotations. The Sheeper poking his head out a little bit too far there.
We'll hit the deck. We'll be able to stay alive for the time being, however. Healed up nice and quickly. South push coming from, MADBULLS on that southwest edge behind MUERTE. And that's kind of what we've seen, is consistency from MADBULLS, getting fairly late into these games with good positions, but not really fragging out with the power that we've seen from Major Pride on their one chicken dinner that has seen them still at the top of those standings. Pushing in through Los Leones, going to have a very, very tough rotation further into this circle as it shifts out towards Dark Project and Gladiators.
Again, exact same circle, man, as Miramar. So I think for a lot of these teams, they already know what's going down. They know where some of the winning spots are. They know what positions they might want to take up. So this is a very interesting game. This is basically round 2 Miramar, realistically. So for some of these teams, it will be deja vu. For some of these teams, it'll be the first time setting foot towards these grounds. They went out a lot earlier. But again, I think with the way that the playing path went through, we're not seeing as many teams all crunched up towards that northwest Picardo edge, which makes this game a little bit more open, a little bit more freedom for some of these players who have realized that you need to stop getting caught out all on the same side. So quick adjustments have been made since the last Miramar to this one, which is always nice to see.
I mean, when it's a hard shift on the circle, you expect more teams to be on that southeast side compared to the shifts that we saw from the northwest towards this next circle. So it definitely, I mean, it's the same position, but has a lot of factors changing things up. And that southeast side this time around is going to be a massive war ground, a battlefield on the south to try and eke your way through. At the moment, Major Pride sat slap bang in the middle of it, but with 2 players remaining, it's unlikely they're going to be able to hold it convincingly.
Yeah, probably not here. I think for a lot of these teams as well, the nice thing about this kind of circle is that with La Bandita up towards that north side, you can quite easily just circumvent a lot of the sidelines by pushing through that position up towards the north. There is a lot of rotational value down towards that western side as well, towards Picardo itself, which no one seems to have picked up as of yet, which I find very, very curious. I assume that some of these teams might be thinking that there's players in there already. Which would cause some problems, would make me a little bit worried about that whole situation. MADBULLS do lose Frozen, and Moment are just pushing directly from that south side to the north.
Yeah, Power just about getting past some cover. Beast reloads, MADBULLS are moving through as well. Abolitoy finally eats dust as he drops out the vehicle, but there is cover to be playing around. MADBULLS still circling, as I was saying before. Might have the angle from Fleek on towards this KONINA Power position on the south edge. Unicorns of Love trying to cover their teammates, evacuating as well up and to the north. They're still behind in the queue, however.
Yeah, for MADBULLS, they need to find the opening or move further forward. I think right now they can quite comfortably set themselves up. With Mickey sending all the way over towards the side, they have to be worried about this side swipe coming through. So right now, this is good play from Mickey, setting up his team for a bit towards the future. Again, heading down towards Picardo, this position that we saw before. Goodness me, his finals is giving us some similar stuff. You know, you play on an even playing field, you want to see the same thing over again so that these teams can really nail it down. That's fine. And same teams, every single lobby, same circles, every lobby. That would really be very boring. But again, right now, some interesting plays coming through. VIRTUS.PRO have to back off. Purple does find Zero quite easily as well. They've just pushed in from that southeast side. Now VIRTUS.PRO causing some serious problems for Unicorns of Love.
Unicorns of Love with very little stopping power in these engagements, seemingly. Not quite able to connect. We saw the spray whiffing a little bit from Mehi earlier on. They're looking for the reses to stay up as 3. South side, going to heat up quite a bit. The circle, as you say, shifted out to that west edge. KASIK have a really nice ridge line to play with. VIRTUS.PRO and KONINA Power in the meantime going to be dueling it out still on this south side. And VIRTUS.PRO are getting the better end of the deal here. KONINA Power really, really struggling. Palucci goes down next. Heel comes through as well. And now it's just Fash remaining for KONINA Power. Wants to put a nade back up towards Purple and of Haze. That looks pretty good. It looks quite on target, but can he escape it? The double knock is absolutely pivotal for Fashion. Now it's just Folly, the man of the hour for VIRTUS.PRO, who wants the challenge. The information over, and he will keep them going for the time being, but there is still a threat for the south. The Unicorns of Love are here with Beast. Doesn't manage to get that first challenge off, but lines up for a second, and that's all the game for VIRTUS.PRO.
Damn, I mean, Folly, I felt like he had it there. He had the bead as well. Maybe could have popped up a few more times here and there to try and expend the mag. Coming through for Beast, he has absolutely no cover in front of him. Again, the moment for Folly, difficult stuff. I think that, honestly, the rest of his team failed him there. Waited and let the nade approach him. Excuse me, had a tough time ahead of them. Did lose 2 players, back up to 4 now. Nade in hand, Sly Europe. Reflex already charging one of his own up.
Flag loses that one. Furia down. Havlik very, very low. Sly Europe moving over the hillside effectively. Havlik has to heal. Teammate rolls right on over the top of him. Now the push from the north side. ARR chime in for a third party. Black is down. I think Beck has already succumbed as well to the flush from the northern edge, and ARR might be able to roll straight into this fight with Sly. Sly might be a little bit too worried. They were only expected to take a fight with a waning excuse me, and now they have to challenge ARR with Gladiators taking some oversight from the north.
Game Lord pushing through. They have an outpost there towards that backside in Narvalos, taking some shots. Becca, though, fairly comfortable fight between them and Excuse Me, quickly dealt with, but it's like Europe who's the real problem on that top side. Nate comes over the top, will explode in the face of AR, now leaving them a little bit flustered, a little bit confused, discombobulated by Reflect here. Has to reload, and can he get the shots off? No, Elementrix deals a deadly blow there to Sly Europe.
Sends the Haymaker back in, and Elementrix is able to win out the duel. Nicely found that opening, but Meku is still there. They're downhill, sure. They will have to move out this way, but ARR still very much under pressure from this. They have the cover, but do Sly Europe have the time to find these openings? With Game Lord suppressing that ridgeline, it's going to be really, really tricky.
That project up towards that northwest side still. We'll have to move in. Dagestan made a quick approach over towards Picardo way. Did lose Shifu in the process, which is always unfortunate, and AR still in a real struggle bus scenario as Gladiators lose Kitsune to Shockwave. They've been holding out for quite some time. Trazen now moves up, M249. This will pack a punch towards Gladiators.
Kitsune not getting res just yet. Matic more concerned with the pressing insurgency from Shockwave. Kitsune now getting rezzed by Matic. Shots come through, but they're not really going to find any knocks. A nade sent back on in. Matic wasn't actually going for the res here. The re-knock onto Kitsune is almost immediate. Tixi falls down now, and Matic lights up for one, lights up for two as well, but will not be able to find the third as Aza proves too much. Shockwave take down the Gladiators.
And we'll get back up on their feet as well. So as for, that's nice for Shockwave. Good stuff. And keep going for quite some time. Dagestan still have that nice spot towards the central position, but like you said before, KASIK, a nice ridge side. We'll be able to play this one out for quite some time. Will be difficult to dismount them.
You're looking at teams that might have that opportunity, and really MUERTE at the moment. The main threat, the north side, could be curtailed by Dagestan against Dark Project. Dagestan playing very, very close together. Game Lord as well with that opportunity. They have their own fights to be getting on with for the time being, so KASIK will be able to survive for the time being, and with Striker in the back pocket, still very much ready for this fight.
Yeah, big amount of momentum coming through for Striker so far. Smoke bounces backwards, allows Felique to get a little bit closer. Again, as a solo player, this guy is still very fearsome. Difficult to deal with. 3 predictions coming through for KASIK. Go for a Dark Project pick here. I mean, on the sidelines, I feel like Dark Project do have a chance, but KASIK, like you say, really nice spot on this ridge side. Striker on that momentum from that last match. This could be a time for them to pick themselves up a big win, and honestly, holding this kind of position on the ridge, very difficult to deal with.
KASIK team, I mean, they came into this finals 14th place on the overalls and on the bonuses as well. They have had 4 chicken dinners over the course of the tournament. Very much an outstanding data point for them towards those bottom of the tables. But similarly, Dark Project, 5 chicken dinners coming in 12th. So those opportunities will present themselves once more.
I think most of those chicken dinners from Dark Project are on Miramar too, so this is another time for them to maybe pick up some eliminations, pick up some placement points. Maybe not the chicken dinner this time around. But again, you have to believe, can they curtail these teams into awkward scenarios? Right now, Tapok, again, being that solo player who just causes such chaos in the lobby, and Shockwave crumbling in front of him.
Such a difficult force to be reckoned with is Tapok. With the backup over from those top ridge lines as well, it's very unlikely that SnowX gets out of this. I mean, Shockwave, sure, they navigated Rozok well, but this time it might just prove to be too much. Gamelord have a chance though. One over the top with the nade, and it's not going to really find what they're looking for. Elementrix managing to sidestep everything that is stepping up to threaten them. Damage coming in from God knows where. That's ARR answering over towards Gamelord. Fights on two fronts now with a third party from Dark Project as they spread out on this northern side. Aces finally goes down, and there's an opening for Robs to try and prove to us what a devastating force he can be, but Aces doesn't get flushed, and in comes Wait from Dark Project, moving in for the massive third party.
Huge impact player is Wait for Dark Project. Really good stuff, and I think that they realise now they've done more than enough damage. And these two teams are still up and kicking, so nice stuff from them. They know they're only playing with two players. They've still got Latte as well as Madness off the distance. Unfortunately, well, the players will fall there.
Wait down on the front, has two players for the backup, even Esker closest for the res on the Dark Project roster. Snowix breaks down wide, trying to take this opportunity with this knock to get underneath Dark Project and get away from the damage. Will be good for it as well. With Dark Project, Latte sending in to try and find the final player of Shockwave. Doesn't want to crest this ridge too hard and allow Snowix up for the challenge instead. Madness out wide, will regroup with the rest of the roster. They still haven't gotten Wait back up and to the feet. Madness wants to take care of Snowix, but it's Latte to be able to take that one first. ARR now suppression on the northern side.
Ivaneska goes now to pick up Wait. Again, had to crunch them back into an awkward scenario for AR, and Latte had to hit this spot as soon as they saw Snowix coming through as well. That was real go time for them. Had to get rid of that player on the sidelines, otherwise life becomes quite difficult. That's three teams they are then contending with. But again, a nice, quick backup coming through from Dark Project to ensure they don't go down to AR, who is currently playing out of their minds right now. Quickly regrouped, reassessed the scenario, and I don't think Dark Project did as much damage as they was hoping for.
It's like Tapok did spot Unicorn, but the cover isn't going to allow those bullets to come through. KASIK, however, maybe not so lucky. Tapok lit up from across the way. KASIK need to hold off on this valley, and they have MUERTE to worry about as well. They're split in a way that maybe they wouldn't like, and MUERTE aren't going to quite take that opportunity. Narvalo goes down, and that is going to be Gamelord getting eliminated on the northeast side.
Nades from Latte, a little bit too short here. Pushes up towards the smoke, opts against it again. Rethinks the position. It is a bit of a ditch here. There's a lot of positions these players from AR can be in, and it's too short. Wait's already moved back. Molotov goes through, trying to ensure this spot is very difficult to move out from. But now that KASIK has eyes on over towards AR, they've got two problems ahead of them. If they move down towards that north side, they're going to have to deal with Dark Project. If they move over the cliff face, down this ridge, they're going to have to deal with KASIK team, who have eyes on as well.
KASIK still in the circle. MUERTE will need to try and push through now from the south side. Major Pride taking a 2 versus 2 engagement against Sly, but there is that third party from ARR, and that's going to make Sly's position a little bit worse. From the high ground, there is that back swipe. Flush comes through, and Dino actually gets the point for it. Major Pride not going to let MADBULLS catch up, as they did go down earlier as well. 0 points on this game for the MADBULLS, and Major Pride can try and eke out as much of a lead as they want.
KASIK team a bit unaware of this one. Ingush down below, but Milky Way blind to him.
Ingush, beautiful stand up there, and now the rest of MUERTE gonna have to figure out how to get forwards with this one. Nade being cooked by Ingush, wants to put it over right on top of Malloy, seemingly beautifully cooked, but not quite able to get that one done. Milky Way still just peeping over the top, trying to get that information, but KASIK sends out wide, removes that position. Don't even think they know that he's here, but where's that coming from? It's Zadira cresting the ridge, and now there's a two-front fight for KASIK team. They're getting crunched on now, Blank. Ingush pushing out, they want to try and take a fight in one direction. Discrim wildly back and forth with the DBS, manages to get one, but now it's just Happy J for them to worry about who's left in the fold. It's Striker for the players from KASIK team. What a devastating presence he's been, handling two teams now on his own. Will he be able to bear the brunt this time around? No. 4 teams remain, Blank, as KASIK fall.
dipping and diving around. Dark Project start to move down the ridge side. They have got great sight lines so far. Dagestan suffering massively. Zadira last left alive, but it's Major Pride making it to a top 3 performance here with just 2 players. Once again, can never count this team out. Effect now in an awkward spot of himself. Dino also has to crest this ridge. The circle will start to push them inwards, but Dark Projects have such a chokehold over this lobby. Great at identifying where the fights are and where they need to add a little bit of a push to 2 teams to ensure mutual destruction. Overall, very well played from Dark Project this game. It's been a lot of back and forth. The sways of aggression has been very nice too.
The open position from KASIK team really came back to bite them there. We were all thinking, apart from you still went with Dark Project and you'll be happy about that, but everybody was thinking that that position from KASIK team was just going to be so valuable, but the open sidelines and the pinch from Dagestan at the same time as the push from MUERTE, just so hard to do anything against.
It's a misplay though, really, because they just sit inside the crater. And when you're center like that, when you've got a center position like that, you can't just sit in the center anymore. You have to watch your sidelines. And if you can find shots towards players, because look around this position, it's quite open. If you can just peek over the top, get a couple of knocks here and there, that's all you need to do. You just need to cause casualties. For Dark Project now, some decent positions on the side. Good thing Wake got back up again because he is, again, that heavy impact player. Finds effect in the process. Now Dino's set backwards.
We'll just back it off there. Doesn't want to go down and take the team with him for the time being. Major Pride, did you say guaranteed that 3rd place performance? Dino down to the zone as Zadira picks up effect. For Dagestan, 2 versus 4. And Dark Project want to close it out here. A Molotov over the top, and Dark Project, sorry, are going to hold the central position on this next circle, Blank.
Nasty nade, actually, over towards Madness. Luckily, no one goes down, but that's a good start for Dagestan, but mostly just smokes now remaining in the back pocket of at least Zadira. We've had some clutch moments on Miramar before, but again, a 2v4. Not an easy scenario to win, and with Wait finding Zadira off the back of that, it should just be an easy DBS, and Wait has been absolutely great in this match. Quickly jumps down, Dark Project takes the win, and that'll be a nice amount of points added to their tally off the back of this Miramar.
Absolutely, and definitely needed. They were in 14th place at the start of this match, so we'll be able to rack up a massive leg up in this lobby. Definitely a necessary position, but Major Pride, they're going to be keeping up that points tally. That's a big factor.
It's that consistency, man, coming through from Major Pride. No matter what happens, it's kind of hard to keep them down. So keeping them off this top spot, if they continue performing like this, is going to be a little bit difficult. But again, it would be much more difficult if they did lose players in the first minute and they were able to actually pick up some really nice games off the back of that with the 4 players that we know they can get.
Absolutely, they have got that power, but they just need to keep it together a little bit more in those early games. However, they are still top of the tables. Despite everyone else's best efforts, it seems like that's where they'll remain for the time being. However, this time around, Dark Project take the chicken dinner.
Max, we're back to phase 3. Dark Project take that chicken dinner, which is an incredible performance from them nonetheless. But it feels, you know, phase 1, phase 2, very much MADBULLS, Major Pride, MUERTE, but now we're seeing those rotations kicking in, which means that the improvements we've seen in phase 3 are being carried on to the finals, and I'm personally very happy to see that.
Yeah, it's great to see that these improvements have been made and not just been thrown out entirely before getting into the finals. Like, they do retain that kind of consistency and those improvements throughout the league stage into the finals, which is always the kind of stuff you want to see. You know, make improvements and hopefully just keep those points rolling in. As Dark Project, I mean, doing so well, and Blank predicted them, but really the way they've been picking these fights, taking control of the northern side, the thing is they didn't even have that good of a position. They just created their own luck by seeing opportunities, seeing that fight between Gamelord and ARR Esports, third-partying that fight, then pretty much having clearance on what is about 35–40% of the circle at the time. So impressive stuff from Dark Project, and a massive split too, just gathering so much intel and eliminations throughout the game. So Dark Project was good, and of course Dagestan was there, clean the party onto KASIK team and MUERTE. I don't want to talk about it, Janiro. I just want to forget that KASIK team, the MUERTE fight happened. That was not a fun time. I did not like that. I didn't enjoy it.
0 points from that from Max, but I'm going to come to that later because it does feel that this time around, however, it's not as top heavy as the last 3 maps that we've seen. It feels like this time, even when you're looking at the second side of the scoreboard, you still have a couple of elimination points from your Game Lord, Excuse Me, KONINA Power, and Shockwave, as well as Unicorns of Love adding it to the tally this time around. MADBULLS and NEXUS having a little bit of a slower game, but I'm gonna have to come back to KASIK team because both of us were looking at it, well, especially you, and you're like, they are in such a good position. All they have to do is just not do an oopsie, but it felt like that was too much to ask for this time around.
That's not an oopsie. That's a major oopsie right there. KASIK team wins such a good position.
To be nice.
We were talking about the predictions like, oh, look, KASIK team is such a good position. I can't see any other team potentially having a better spot than KASIK team. And then they get approached by MUERTE. They don't deny MUERTE. Weirdly enough, we were seeing that entire game, Janiro. They just kept falling back. Which, you know, you can say, oh, they just wanted to remain in the circle and let MUERTE come to them. The thing is, you keep doing that every single time, your back is getting closer to other teams. And in this case, your back was getting way closer to Dagestan 77 that saw that fight then break out between KASIK team and MUERTE. It initially worked out great, but the thing is, a third-party opportunity opened up for Dagestan. They just flood into that position, pick up all the eliminations, and make it into a podium position. So, yeah, KASIK team, we saw great stuff from Striker, but as a team and in terms of macro, and I don't know who's IGLing for the team, but this ain't it, Chief. This ain't it. That was not what I wanted to see.
Okay, well, fair enough. I think Gladiators is one of the team as well that you highlights coming into this, but let's start off with the match report from the individual players. Narvalo is on there, Tapaka's on there. I know he's your favorite player at the moment because ARR has kind of had that more performance where sometimes they do kind of show up and they show us what they're capable of, but sometimes it's a little dormant, so it feels a bit of a hit or miss from this side around.
I don't know if I would say favorite player. Definitely one of the players that I've enjoyed a lot this season. I got quite a few favorite players. Rob's.
Too many.
Yeah. But he's been really impressive. I do like the way that AR Esport were maneuvering themselves throughout the fights on the East because it was a mess. It was an absolute mess over there. They had to take the fight towards Sly, then they were between Sly and Game Lord. There's even at some point Shockwave that got a little bit close to them, and yet they just made this pinch work so well onto Game Lord, as you can currently see on the highlights, making sure Game Lord were not going to be a major threat. And then enabled Dark Product to go for the third party because they were just so in tune with this game. They were just hyper aware. I have pretty much the impression, Janiro, of everything happening around them. And I think that's the mark of a really strong team when they are able to see situations happen around them and make the best call based on what's happening at the time. So I think that that's what Dark Product has been able to do and why they were able to get this chicken dinner, because it was just 10,000 IQ IGLing, really. And that's why I'm like, you know what, Blank? I didn't expect them to get the win here. He predicts them, but they just do smart play after smart play. You can't take that win away from them because the execution and the playstyle as a whole was just the best on this game compared to any other team.
Yeah, major pride as well, though. One of the teams that kind of comes into some of those top positions. It feels like today, yes, they've had a chicken dinner, but potentially not as explosive as we might have been used to. But we're going to be going on to Sanhok next, so that does also bring the question of, can they replicate that success on Sanhok? Can they get some damage through? But when we're looking actually at the top damage dealers, they're not on there this time around. Actually shocking to me.
Yeah, so they actually not going to be up there, surprisingly enough. But yeah, the Dark Product with the 8 elims, we expect them to be up there. Good seed to MUERTE. I mean, they got 7 elims before even getting remotely close to that fight versus Dagestan 77 and KASIK team. Yeah. So they did get them in the early / mid-game part of the match, which is still 7 elims is 7 elims. That's still going to help you out pretty immensely in the overall rankings. But yeah, I feel like I'm getting sabotaged a little bit on my predictions. Just like teams in strong positions and then a kind of throw, which I can understand at the same time. Like, I think this is an important point to make, Janiro. It is the finals. There's a lot at stake right now to go into the championship, and we know officially now that if you do win the championship, you're going into PMWI, which, by the way, is a $3 million prize pool tournament. Ooh. So there's a lot at stake for this tournament alone right now. So I can understand, like, pressure can get to you, but like, don't let it get to you to the point where you throw what should be easy games. Okay, just calm down a little bit.
Yeah, nerves can sometimes get the better of some of these plays, but that's fine because we're going to calm down the nerves by looking at some pretty pog skins. Did that make you feel calmer?
Yeah, I saw a tank. I was like, at peace at last. Yes, I'm like.
Okay, interesting one. I feel like that's always a skin that you call out. I'm wondering when you're actually going to add that skin to your collection. So let me know when you do. But let's have a look at the overalls for these teams, okay? Because so far, a lot of points have been collected by the top 2 teams specifically. They're already in the 3-digit mark on the first day, Max. Impressive.
I am not impressed with Gladiators that has been slipping down a little bit. It's a scary position because don't forget, right now, if you want to go in the championship, you need to be top 8.
Top 8.
Gladiators started in, I believe, 4th position at the start of the day,
correct.
and now they're in 7th position. If you'd ask me, is Gladiators a 7th place team? I'll tell you no.
Oh no, here we go.
They have not been showing podium finish kind of place right now, except for that one game in Rozhok, which was very good and strong elims coming their way. But Gladiators, you know, I want to see them get a win here, okay? This is the time. It's happening, Janiro. I'm calling it.
Okay, and the time is now on Sanhok with Blank and John.
We're going to be heading over to Sanhok once again, Blank, and it will be happening very, very presently. Good news for a lot of these teams trying to hold out towards the later game. Dark Project obviously doing a lot from their north side position. Unfortunate for KASIK team that they just played far too passively in those final moments, but they have another chance now over here in the jungle.
Yeah, it's a really good position to have, and I think KASIK team has succeeded from central positions before, but, you know, the issue, as Max so aptly highlighted, is the fact that they were just all around the campfire, telling stories to one another, didn't check any angles. I mean, for MUERTE, that was a play in the making for a long, long while. I think if they just checked down towards that south side, had a little peek over towards that way, that could have been all stopped in its tracks. It's a very difficult push up that mountainside. It's very open. I think KASIK, once again, so worried about getting shot at by some of these angles. They're unwilling to take these quick peeks over the top. And really all that requires, all that calls for is a couple of smokes over towards the northern side of the map, which allows you to fully focus on down towards that south, clear that out, and then you can then pretty much just center all your attention over towards the north side. So for KASIK team, yeah, a bit of a misplay, a bit of a fearful approach to that game, which is unfortunate. Major Pride picked themselves up a fair few actual placement points off the back of that one, with 3rd place overall with the 2 players they still ran with, which is again still pumping them up that lobby. In the meantime, we're going to have a map of Sanhok, our penultimate match of the day before we head over towards Erangel to finish things off. But right now we are here on Sanhok. Nothing much changes in particular. I think everyone's over to their original positions on this map.
Yeah, not too much to worry about for pretty much anyone. Dagestan quite close to KASIK, so potentially a little bit of trouble over in Lakawi and Kampong area. If the team tries to leave north as well, there's always Dark Project to be worried about. That is a very hard northeast circle shift, and so, in fact, most likely that one of these teams will be leaving north on the east coast.
Yeah, Dark Project most likely will move up towards that northern side. Have a bit of an easier time here on Sanhok as well, because they're not inundated with the players from Avalanche anymore who did get knocked out. Obviously, towards Camp Bravo, they had to deal with that team first before ever thinking about moving out towards that western side. For Dark Project, this is a good position to try and get some points in this game. For the earlier Sanhok of the day, it was a long rotate for them. It was a long, long rotate. Maybe with some momentum off the back of that last match, feeling a bit more confident. Perhaps this is the one where they pick themselves up some more points. KONINA Power, also another team that is one of those squads that is able to really perform quite well on Sanhok, picking their times very carefully, and that's pretty important for a team like that, who are able to find those opportune moments here on Sanhok, which often are quite difficult to locate.
It's not always the easiest. Something I'm going to be something that I'm going to be paying attention to at the start of this game is if Major Pride go and try and ruin the MADBULLS rotation again, if they head north from Painan to that compound or play closer to the bridge as well, just trying to catch those MADBULLS out, because most likely that's the rotational path that is their prime choice. The question is, does Major Pride's position change that plan for the MADBULLS? Because we've seen them get drawn up on it a couple of times now. Unicorns Alive in Paradise Resort, they're chilling.
Yeah, this is going to give them a nice bit of time to work with here. They've been dropped on by a fair few other teams in the past, but this time around, no one really wants to challenge it. No one's in that position at the moment. AAR usually are very hungry to wander on over as soon as they hear the shots over towards Paris Resort. This time around, no one thinks about doing anything too cheeky in Paris Resort, so it remains a paradise, nice and peaceful, with also the hot stones and the hot baths. Always good stuff over on that side. KONINA Power, another team that likes to get involved over towards Paris Resort, but again, this time around, it's not to be. It does give Nexus also a lot more time to loot up over on this northern side. They'd have to consider moving out down towards Mong Nai or towards KONINA Power's position. They can just sit up here in Tap Mok for quite some time before thinking about moving down, but it does also mean they need to be a bit more wary, a bit more cautious, especially over towards Hatin, where Shockwave and perhaps Gladiators would both like to move through.
Game Lord on the hill west of Barn. Here, excuse me. Just being a little bit cautious for now, but they'll be able to hold this out, I'm sure. They've suffered from being a little bit too split today, and seems like they're going to do the exact opposite now on the Sanhok Hills. KONINA Power further north, but similarly grouped.
Yeah, a pretty drastic circle. This is going to be a pretty slow game in the beginning, at least stage 1 before we hit stage 2, which is going to be a much smaller shift on the circle here. Right now, most teams just kind of posturing. Major Pride realize they need to move up fairly soon towards that northern side, get themselves a decent position in the lobby, especially with them having such success over on Sanhok in the past. Doesn't really make sense not to, you know, give away this game by just holding out for MADBULLS the entire time. Moving up towards the eastern side of Quarry, pushing up from there, more than likely will make sense to them. What doesn't make sense to me, at least, is Sly Europe's current position down towards dockside. Definitely could pick themselves up a boat and try and head towards the north, but I think that, you know, taking that time to scout up towards the quarry compound, that's usually a pretty good idea from Reflect. I really like how it works out. VIRTUS.PRO oftentimes aren't willing to try and punish that kind of rotation, and that would have given them a lot easier of a rotate up towards that north side. Shockwave punching through, but it will be Becker in the back there, finding a lot of damage. Now Snowix should fall soon.
Terminus, maybe with a bit of an answer, but no, Becker hits the deck, and now 2 players are back there. Becker allowed them to roll straight on up to the rest of the roster, but ARR, I mean, they're down to 2. Maybe didn't want to give them so much time, as Azer and Terminus did work in this position. Both of their teams just going to be shredded in half, and that is going to allow the Gladiators a potential rotation all the way up north.
Yeah, it's an insanely aggressive push from Shockwave as well, and equally an aggressive hold coming through from AR. I think that Becker did the right thing. I mean, he took down 2 players in the process. Terminus tries to get away, but will be knocked eventually. Now just Azer left alive. But yeah, I think Becker does the right thing, takes down 2 players, and then it's just on the 2 players up top. It's on them, really, to take down the 2 players that comes to them. The fact that Becker did so much work means that this is a little bit unfortunate now for AR on a fight that they really should have won quite handily.
I mean, it's 3 players up top as well, right? I mean, 2 of them have gone down, sure, but Tapok was also there. And now he gets sideswiped by Nexus, who have moved in from Tap Mok to just stop this bridge in its tracks. Gladiators are cinching in the girdle from the west edge as well. It's just such a difficult position now for Shockwave and ARR, both of whom have made missteps so far this Sanhok, and now Nexus are dueling it out with Gladiators over the heads of the cowering remnants of the 2 rosters.
Yeah, this is a nice play from Nexus, and quite a heads-up one too, because in the past they've noticed this rotation coming through from Shockwave and the way that AR try and deal with it. So Nexus instantly moved down. Usually you'd want to play a little bit further back towards Tap Mok and then try and take these fights. So Nexus goes for this aggressive play that hasn't worked out for them in the past, but this time around they refine it. You know, have their players a little bit closer together, don't push too far out in this situation. Gladiators have to make their move upwards, pushing in towards the rest of the players. Terminus will finally fall. Azer sends away.
Gets out of dodge for Shockwave, trying to keep the roster in as long as possible. Gladiators might spot him out if they go too much further. They're going to have to head to the east, and that's exactly where he sits right now. They are seemingly playing quite disciplined. Major Pride, beg your pardon, Major Pride now down to 3. They now playing from the south side. They didn't move up to stop the MADBULLS rotation initially. You talked about how they just got in, tried to get in early, and now the MADBULLS have been afforded the opportunity to go all the way up the center there, almost towards KASIK team, and crash down first and stop KASIK very, very quickly. Dark Project are further up the hill, and the MADBULLS have got a very central spot.
Goodness me, that was terrifying. They ripped them apart and tossed the pieces in the trash there. So KASIK team leaves us fairly instantaneously with MADBULLS pick themselves up a nice position. Look at that, health bars fairly topped up too. Reminiscent of that same power we saw from them over in phase 1. Tulika backs the vehicle up, tries to keep the wheels on this bad boy for a little bit longer. Dark Project off toward that eastern side, haven't had to do too much so far, able to loot up a lot as well. Now moving in, spot MADBULLS, who do have a slightly difficult rotation ahead of them because it's quite open area, and with Dark Project having a couple of these positions, a compound to play around with, good sight lines over towards them.
Here's the roll-up coming through. Elementrix, Aces, they just get torn apart. They definitely needed to get at least one of those knocks. Gladiators coming across the bridge as well. Doing well to hold that out. Yeah, that really was on the 3 up the top to stop the forward push to allow Becker to get that value. But ARR drawn short, 3 points on the game.
Yeah, because I think that it kind of comes back to Becker as well for the teammates, right? Because they probably wondered to themselves, Becca, what are you doing? Because it feels like you're not with us either time on Sanhok now, and you're just setting up for these side swipes. And I don't think Becca's wrong to do that. I think that, you know, it's the rest of the team that's not trusting in him enough to get these knocks. You saw the guys on the top side trying to set themselves up as if they were going to take the shots over towards the players crossing the bridge. But if they just tuck themselves in, allowed Becca to get that side swipe, suddenly it's a 3v2. Becca can regroup with the rest of the team after as well. I think they just need to trust Becker, because so far his off angles have been pretty marvelous, but not backed up by the rest of his team.
Needs a little bit more confidence between them in the roster for ARR to really shine. MADBULLS, they got a really solid high ground position against Dark Project. Look at the cover that they have from that rock as well. Dark Project's most likely gonna have to deal with that fairly soon. Game Lord on the southwest side of it, next circle, about half a minute away from popping up on the screen, as Unicorns of Love still uncontested in Paradise Resort.
Yeah, they're going to hold there as long as possible, as long as it's still within the circle itself. No reason to move out, get a lot of scouting done from that spot. Does mean they might be a little bit short on supplies, but Paradise Resort is a big place after all. And they had it all to themselves as well, so should be pretty well looted. Circle moves up towards that northeast side, giving Dark Project a nice position now versus MADBULLS, because it's MADBULLS that will have to challenge, and with Game Lords slowly creeping their way up through the brush in the backside on their tippy toes, MADBULLS might be caught off guard here. They do have that position, which is quite strong to hold on to, but again, a full 4-squad force coming in behind them could be a bit of an issue. And then Dark Project, we know that this team loves to strike from the shadows, and especially when you're embroiled in a fight of your own. Dirty tactics, but they work.
Nexus trying to consolidate. Gladiators trying to move further on the north. Excuse me, coming in contact with MUERTE. And 3 players now fallen. Black last standing for Excuse Me. 1 versus 1 against Malloy as everybody hits the deck. Black cooking a nade. Malloy a little bit wide for that one. Happy J takes the brunt of that. And even then, it's not that much. Black on the ridgeline. Malloy 4 first aids, and opting instead to pull the pin on a nade. Furia, Resible in position, Discrim flushed away. Nade launched, cooked too long, and Malloy actually takes damage from it. It's far from ideal, and Black now wants to push over the top here. Tree as cover as the first aid finally getting popped. Malloy keeps things going. Furia, Resible, sure, but it's in the danger zone. Oh, MUERTE spotted. Who did that come from? Game Lord going to chime in on the southeast side, take care of business.
Yeah, I really do feel like Black there could have been a bit more aggressive onto that position. As all of his players were still up, and if he quickly finished that off, that's a 4-man squad coming through from Excuse Me. Playing out towards the end of the game there. KONINA Power, central position for them. Again, we talked about them earlier. Used to be, and still is, a pretty good squad on Sanhok, but definitely had some better heydays in them. And Gladiators moving in from that north side. Spot out Nexus, who have made their way down from Tapmock now. Obviously, they came into a scuffle with them earlier on over towards that western bridge, which Azer is currently still at. Needs to make his move soon.
Gladiators have managed to skirt the Nexus position. Get ahead on the queue, a really solid find. Effect lit up by Black from the remaining duo of Excuse Me. And with the blue zone crunching in, this is a very, very difficult res. You need to get it now or never. In fact, it's just going to keep on bleeding out. Black is answered back on towards by Nomi. This is all possible still for the res. We're still in phase 3 and phase 4 similarly. You can still get these reses. Furia trying to pick up Black. Mandarin down. Tenchik was close as well as Dark Project fend off the push. Sly leaves the Sheeper on the outside, and now it's the last player.
Yeah, good stuff from Dark Project there to hold on to this one. And there you go, KONINA Power nice and central here. Versus these squads, Game Lord has a 4. A lot of big squads in this lobby right now, all looking for the win. All looking to pick themselves up a nice chicken dinner off the back of this one. But KONINA Power, with that central compound, looking extremely strong off the back of it.
They definitely have the strongest spot right now, but there are still areas that can be contested from. Unicorns of Love moved out of Paradise Resort there. Game Lord into conflict with Excuse Me on that southwest edge. Major Pride pretty close by as well. 3 players for Major Pride as Dino leads the charge towards the circle. Trying to get the pick up there. Get away from it. And Narvalo guarding the top of the hillside to give them that cover that they need to charge on into the circle. Furia last standing for Excuse Me after their unfortunate scraps. And Game Lord ever vigilant.
Well, for as long as possible here. Furia trying to ladder up, but again, with 12 teams still left in their lobby, unlikely. 7 eliminations will be that consolation prize, though. Good stuff for them. Kitsune goes up to scout close towards that compound that currently KONINA Power are in.
Gladiators have got the high ground against Nexus. Dagestan as well are going to have to shunt in. And if they can send them south to try and find conflict with Dark Project or force them instead to go for a straight crash into KONINA Power, that would be ideal to solidify the position for the Gladiators on the north side.
Dagestan, Shifu's there, but Dark Project spots that one out before he can even make a move. Gladiators still swinging round, trying to locate these positions of the squads. Looks like they will settle on this compound for now, whilst they figure out the next move. Game Lord move up towards that central compound on the south side. Have they dealt with the players just towards that south edge of them?
Ooh. Really good opener for Meku on towards Nexus. You can see immediately Kitsune is responsive there. Tixi has got that side angle. As Shifu gets res, Matic is there to lay a trap for Dagestan should they go out that way. But Meku gets found on the hillside. Octavian doesn't have the sightline to go for the flush almost immediately, but the blue zone is most likely to be able to finish that job. 2 players on the north side for Gladiators. It's a tough road ahead of them.
Yeah, real tough road for Gladiators. Circle moves up towards KONINA Power's compound here. Meku down, slowly bleeding out. Kitsune also taking a huge amount of damage, will fall. Dagestan losing members, MADBULLS yet to move, but Game Lord still have that spot down towards the south side. Dark horse in this game. Again, we know that they've been struggling to close out these games, but could this Sanhok be the changer for them?
I have given Gladiators my vote of confidence, but Tixi needs to get this res onto Kitsune for that to even be somewhat viable. Dark Project getting pulled apart somewhat and forced to play in the same building. They have a difficult push.
For KONINA Power, like, this is a game that they should be taking. It is an extremely strong compound they currently hold, with the walls around it as well. Very difficult to approach. Game Lord's trying to slowly move their way up, but KONINA Power has to be vigilant. Can't fall into that same trap we saw KASIK team fall into. You can see right now they are taking shots, looking for as many casualties as possible. Crunching these teams before they can even get close to them, mangling them.
Kitsune and Tixi managed to get across that road, and now they are in the central segment of this circle. Matic still out wide, and Dark Project their current focus. Unicorns of Love and Nexus a lot more preoccupied with one another for the time being. Latte and Wait, together with Madness, going to have to find their way in. KONINA Power with oversight on it all, and Nexus actually take a shot out towards Tixi. We'll be able to find that knock. That is right on top of Kitsune, so should be resible.
Nexus might want to press the advantage though. Matic here versus Dark Project. Sends a nade over the top, and Madness is quick to dart out the way. Manages to use the bit of the blast there to send himself forward. Matic now just sends some smokes out, trying to create himself a line of approach towards this circle. Robs is sent back as he gets knocked in the process, and Unicorns of Love still sitting pretty over towards that western side. Not really got too involved in many engagements. Circle up towards KONINA Power as well. Game's looking more and more confident here for KONINA Power. Unless someone makes a decent crash soon, it's unlikely that it's going to slip out of their hands with the 4 players they currently have in this building.
Game Lord really the only team that could viably go for this crash right now. Gladiators have managed to find the edge of the circle, and Nexus are going to have to leave with their 3 players from the northern side. Unicorns of Love could also go for this crash, but they have got such trouble to deal with. Tixi, ooh, nearly going down there, nearly eating it, and Nexus are going to have to think a little bit harder about how they want to get into this, because everybody's looking their way, and everybody else on the south of them is already in the next zone.
Great shots from Tixi, actually. Just unfortunately, I think he's aiming a little bit too low there, so if he'd aimed slightly higher, again, it's the heat of the moment, I think he would have absolutely blasted the players from Nexus in the vehicle as they pass by. Dark Project eking their way into the circle now. I think Matic has a good idea of where they're currently playing, so for Gladiators, it is quite rough. But KONINA Power, Fash picks up Latte on the approach. That's on the back end of things. And Madness next to fall from Palucci. Great stuff from them. Madness will definitely fall to the blue, if not to some shots coming through from Palucci, who has really been impressing recently.
Does Octavian make that? He managed to get into the next circle. Major Pride are eliminated in the meantime. Dark Project looking for a res if they can find one. Gladiators have taken a knock in the meantime. Nexus have crossed the road and relatively uncontested as well. And finally, there are some knocks being sent out their way as Unicorns of Love are looking to light them up. Palucci on this rooftop is just such a turret for this roster for KONINA Power. It's going to make things so hard to move around as it has done for so long. Kitsune opens the side door onto the Nexus position, and Unicorns of Love continue to pressure on the front.
And Gladiators have really done well to stay alive throughout of all of this. It's been a rough game, and getting this far has been testament to their skill. KONINA Power sends out just a little bit further towards the eastern side, desperately trying to clear out these final members from Dark Project. Just Latte last remaining for them. Matic might have a side swipe of his own. Kenmei takes a shot over towards Zero, and Unicorns of Love have been slow on this push out.
They've been holding in the compound for a long, long time. Mihi, Beast, and Swave are now finally on the outside. Latte eliminated. 4 teams now remain. Gladiators are dangerously close to KONINA Power. Everybody else is a little bit more secure here on these hillsides. Beast wants some nades over towards Game Lord and is just isolating the angles of threat that they need to worry about. Fash could have to solo phase here, but they're not too worried about the west edge.
Matic moves up, has a nade, wrong direction though. Tries to catch the players coming through to support. Molotov towards Fash's side, does take hits from that. It's massive amount of damage. Most likely will fall. No medical supplies whatsoever for Fash here. They've been remaining in this position for so long, not got any support, and now Gladiators start to move in. On KONINA Power, not forcing them back. The biggest advantage for KONINA Power is the fact that all these teams are most likely going to face one another before they're able to get in towards KONINA Power's position. Mihi starts sending nades, a little bit too short though.
Looks like it could bobble through if they're lucky. No, you're right. It is just too short. Gladiators are going to have to figure out how to get into this compound, and I think they might be afforded that opportunity. They're right up into the wall already, and they're in this next circle. Game Lord and Unicorns of Love under a lot more pressure here. And lovely nade onto Matic, nearly getting the knock, but Swave is going to eat a little bit too much for himself there. A little bit too full. Narvalo is spotted. The heals can come through. Unicorns of Love severely damaged, but so are Game Lord, and the Gladiators have been allowed up into this wall.
Nice nade there coming through from Victor, but a double coming from Magorazan is absolutely massive. As Akashi's last remaining, Gladiators look to swing out wide versus Mickey, who's going to step up a set, get a good spray down, but not quite enough as of yet. Will be finished off by Akashi. Now, 2 teams remain.
Gladiators and KONINA Power. Low health on Agorazin, but Matic needs to heal as well. An early pick from Tixi is going to be so important to find. If he could spot Palucci or Fash, it'd be excellent, but Aboladoi lights up Matic. Tixi second, and now it's just Kitsune. With the DBS, close range, it's good for one, but it's not really going to be too much more. KONINA Power, they hold down their compound, and no one can step to them.
Really had to pick their moments well very carefully because you saw how limited they were on supplies. I think with the position they were in, they were like, look, we've already looted this area up in like minute 10. So either we commit now to this spot or we head elsewhere. And they committed and they realized, you know what, we need to start putting on pressure around about stage 6, which they absolutely did. You saw them taking shots over towards Dark Project, Gladiators, even Game Lord. And then they just saved the rest of the utility. You saw Fash had nothing left on him in terms of utility, in terms of first aid kits. It was a very, very well played out game, and the fact they were able to maintain all those players towards the end, and they did exactly what KASIK needed to do on that Miramar, which is just cause casualties, do a little bit of damage before these teams get too close, and then use the man advantage to win out on that game. It looked dicey versus Gladiators, but by that point, I think Gladiators had gone through the rigor.
Yeah, absolutely. And they fought very, very well from that north side. They swept through where they could. Losing a player earlier on maybe could have been a difference maker, but either way, they will be drawn short by KONINA Power from the central compound. Really nice central hold, demonstrating, as you said, very accurately, exactly what KASIK team should have done last time around. This time, though, KONINA Power have that honor.
Thanks, John. And blank KONINA Power indeed ending up with that chicken dinner. And Max is one of the teams that you've highlighted consistently, and you even backed this time around. But before we jump into that, guys, make sure that you check out our socials because there is also a giveaway that Max is holding. So it's very simple. All you have to do is be better than me and Max at predicting.
Get good. Yeah, you can just head on over to... it's as simple as that. If you get good, you'll win some skins. Who knows? But yeah, if you go over to Instagram at Esports PUBGM EU on the pinned post, which is asking you which team you think might become the champions of PMPL EU Spring 2023. If your answer is correct at the end of this event, you'll be entered into one of the few giveaways to get one of these cool skins down there, and you can just tell us which one you want. But you just got to keep them DMs open.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look at the match rankings. Start off with that. Oh, never mind. We're going to be starting off with the predictions instead because 3 of us went for KONINA Power. And I think, Max, this is the first team today that you have predicted because of their strong positioning, because of the stronghold that they had, and they actually continued holding on to their advantage.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. Right now, I should have predicted 3 chicken dinners, okay? But I've had 2 throws in a row with Game Lord and KASIK team. KONINA Power, I was a little bit spooked at the end too, but they do show up and they've been a lot more controlling than what we saw, for example, from KASIK team on the previous game, so I do like that. I was a bit scared when they were taking a fight towards Game Lord and Gladiators at the same time. That did raise an eyebrow for a little bit there, Janiro, but it worked out at the end of the day. And Gladiators, hey, I did not think Janiro, Gladiators would go as far as they did in this game. They had to cross the roads. There was Dagestan 77 off angle, slowing them down on their path to cross the road. Nexus Gaming had also an angle on them, and yet they make it uphill and almost are able to put a good fight versus KONINA Power. Then they just get a little bit outnumbered. But yeah, Gladiators, really strong game for what I think would have been maybe like maximum a top 5, but they push it right to a second place.
Yeah, I'm absolutely looking at the second iteration as well. I mean, Unicorns of Love, one of the teams to point out, we haven't really consistently seen them show up in the leaderboard, so it's good for the fact that they are there situated at the moment. KASIK team didn't have the strongest game themselves, and I think one of the teams that I want to highlight here, and not necessarily because they've placed 12th this time around in terms of the MUERTE, but it does feel like they haven't been getting those top limbs, they haven't been getting those top placement points, and we're already more than halfway through the first day, which is day 1 out of 3, and it does bring the question marks of, can the MUERTE improve in the next couple of games, in the next 2 days that we still have left, to be able to stay in that top 8?
Well, that's a rough question, but I'm happy you bring it up, because if we were going to have this team start off hot in the finals, it would have happened like today, because they had 4-day break. They were like, okay, if we have to make changes, we have 4 days to make it happen. Fantastic. That's a lot of time to make those changes and make those adaptations heading into the finals. If you still have to make changes after today, you only got a few hours between each show day to make it happen. Like, you cannot make as effective changes to your game plan if it was like with those 4-day breaks as it is now, just like less than 24 hours between each show day. So it's going to be rough. There's still room to make that work out. Of course, we saw what they did in phase 1. There's still that potential, but I would not expect like a massive overhaul of their playstyle. I don't think they have the time to make it happen. And even if it does happen, I don't think they'll be able to play it as effectively as like their maybe typical playstyle.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the match report in terms of damage dealt, and just so that we can see which teams or which players are coming out on top. Before we do that, there we go. KONINA Power is on top. I think this is expected from them on Sanhok. We have highlighted them as one of the teams that has very much excelled at this map specifically. For some, whatever reason it is, KONINA Power, this is their home.
There's like a trend of Sanhok teams winning the like black and white logos. I don't know if I just realized.
Actually, good point.
But yeah, KONINA Power, I keep saying it, they're one of the very few teams that drop over to the eastern coast. That does facilitate rotations. And if the circle does go to the eastern mainland, the big island, then they normally should be making it to, I would say, a top 5 position pretty consistently, which is what we saw from them into the league stage, at least the last 2 phases of the league stage, and they get themselves these strong positions. Though, as John and Blank mentioned during the game, they were out of resources super early in that game, actually, Jiniro, because they looted it like, what, 10-15 minutes in the game. It was all done, and it basically transformed into Attack on Titan, where you're just locked behind Wall Maria, and if you go out, you're just going to get nibbled on by all the Titans, which they just couldn't leave that position because otherwise you're going downhill, there's teams around you, so you had to play with what you had available at hand, which at the end, they didn't even have any more nades, any more mollies to slow down teams like mainly Gladiators from pushing up, because I was expecting Gladiators to instantly get snapped out of existence the moment they get close to the walls and if they get naded, but it didn't happen because there's a big lack of resources, and that really hurts you when you're playing this like stronghold position that you have to play until the very late game, and you just can't do much against it.
Yeah, well, interesting to see. Are you expecting teams potentially to be taking a page out of KONINA Power's book when it comes to dropping on Sanhok specifically, because we know teams aren't the fondest of this map?
Maybe in future tournaments. I don't think you want to change your drop location now, but I think teams might be looking at this like, okay, this is how they're playing the game. Maybe we can transition or slightly change our rotation, but I don't think the drops are going to change anytime soon. Like, KONINA Power picked it, teams have got their own playstyle, and I don't think you want to change it this late in the tournament, but maybe teams will see this as an opportunity similar to, I think this is a point John's made multiple times, which is Painan. We saw a major pride drop there, and they understand that MADBULLS always rotate south of Painan typically. So I think they did it a few times actually north of Painan, and they just shut down that rotation. Maybe team will find a similar way to abuse that position, that drop from KONINA Power, to just maybe get a few limbs here and there, or just like gain even more space and terrain in these maps.
Okay, well, fair enough. We're going to see when those adaptations do come through, as you said it yourself. Only 2 days left, so let's have a look at the day 1 overall. And where we're standing at the moment with only Erangel left, I mean, Major Pride still sitting on top, and it doesn't feel too different, to be completely honest, from what we've seen last time. KONINA Power did climb the rankings a little bit with that performance that they just had on Sanhok and the chicken dinner. It does make sense, but the gap is slowly but surely just extending.
That's the thing. Like, today, you can still expect like a few up and down tendencies, a little bit topsy-turvy, as you would expect at the start of the finals. Though as we get into day 2, and especially when you get into day 3, those changes are going to be so much rougher for these teams to pull off. Like, if you want to go up like 1, 2, 3 placement places in the rankings on day 3, you're going to have to pretty much get a chicken dinner. Like, as of right now, if you just get like an average performance, you might go up like 2, 3, even maybe 4 places, depending on how it goes. So yeah, right now, you still got time to have a big impact on your position, but it's not always going to be the case. So you better make those point counts while you still can.
Yeah, well, looking at the teams on the bottom, I mean, the second iteration of the page, to be completely honest, when we're looking at number 9, 10, and 11, so ARR, Dark, Project, as well as Sly, I think that there is still quite a possibility of them pushing into the top 8 spots to be able to proceed further, but that's something that we're going to be finding out later, because now we're going to be heading to the final map of today. It's Erangel with Blank and John.
One more match for the day. Blanket always feels like it's just going by so quickly, like a bolt of lightning. And I'm sure it's similar for these teams as well. They cannot be giving up any of these opportunities.
For sure, it's getting a little bit stressful right now for some of these teams, especially Unicorns love 30 points right now. Going to be very difficult for them to climb up their rankings. I think they did a good job on that last game. Again, it's a bit slow to the punch on that last rotation they might have needed to make. Could have definitely sideswiped Gladiators if they'd got into position a bit more and maybe placed those nades a bit better. But this is all just hindsight 2020 at this point in time. I think for Unicorns to love, maybe a resurgence into next tier or the next season would be very, very good. That's what we really want to see from them. But obviously, heading over towards Erangel to finish our day off here. Playing path quite rough, honestly, down towards the south side of the map, which kind of locks out a lot of the position up towards the north or east edge. Lipovka should be able to get towards Multipower for Nexus is easy enough as well, but Yasnaya, Severny for Shockwave, North George should be possible. There might be a little bit of infighting, I think, towards Rozhok Way with Major Pride and MADBULLS, perhaps.
Quite a lot of south drops coming through. Novo, seemingly heavily contested. Major Pride and MUERTE may be looking to both lay claim to it. And first on the deck is Major Pride with Nomi already down in Novo. Question: what are they going to find there? Major Pride performing better overall than MUERTE right now, so hopefully looking for a confident fight here, or just a full retreat, because right now it looks like no one's really got the upper hand.
Yeah, I think for MUERTE and Major Pride, I think MUERTE were able to make a drop down towards this position, which we do get Sosnovka circle here, potentially. But yeah, they do make this drop towards this position. Last angle, Major Pride isn't there to try and fend them off, but this is technically Major Pride's alternative drop spot here. So they should know this position fairly well. MUERTE currently hiding as best they can, but most of the Major Pride players quite split on this drop, should have seen the shoots coming down. And I think right now MUERTE is maintaining a very, very still position right now, ready and raring to try and take some shots towards Major Pride should they show themselves. And that vehicle that currently Effect is driving in will be a dead giveaway for some of these players. VIRTUS.PRO also heading downwards off their initial drop there, lost one player, but will immediately head over towards Sosnovka. Dark Project should be doing something similar, like to play on that south side of Sosnovka, waiting for a third party that might be potentially able to grab.
Both Unicorns of Love and VIRTUS.PRO now going to be playing on with 3. Everybody really committing hard early to these military island positions. Happy J may be able to spot 2 of the Major Pride players. No, just going to bide time. And I guess with just a micro Uzi, that's probably very sensible to be getting on with.
MUERTE looked like they did not get the better hand of it on that drop, and that's why they've been so still. And now can loot up afterwards. Major Pride quickly leaving, looking for a more central spot towards Sosnovka. Didn't see any shoots off towards that western side, so understand that most likely C Block is ready to go. Beast found himself in the crossfire, KONINA Power. They rock up, spin the vehicle out, and quickly off they pop.
It's 2 DBSs in the arsenal there for KONINA Power. Game Lord are not going to waste any time either. Getting across, we've had VIRTUS.PRO, we saw them going very early on the east bridge. ARR on the west bridge, currently crossing. Dark Project already on this south island, so we're up to, I think this makes 5 to 6 teams now on that military island. ARR, Dark Project, Major Pride, Unicorns of Love with one of their players down south there, KONINA Power, MUERTE, and in fact Game Lord, so 7 teams.
It's a lot of squads already making their way down instantly towards this position. I think that most teams realize with the large amount of teams currently in the lobby, if you're close towards Sosnovka, there is absolutely no reason why you shouldn't go for the quick push over towards Sosnovka itself, pick up a nice little position in that area. Nice and early, find yourself one of the more prime spots within the circle, try and fight this one out a little bit. Right now, a lot of eliminations going through early, man. It has been quite hectic at the start of this one. Most teams trying to make their way down.
Everyone's just been contesting these vehicles, trying to grab them and get south very early. I would love a double hard north shift to make it back to the mainland. I think that would be the most entertaining for me, as troublesome as it would be for literally everybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason, again, why you want to take Sosnovka positions early, because there isn't a lot of them. There isn't a lot of them at the end of the day. PP Bison comes out, recently buffed, still works out pretty well here. And Agorazin shows them just how to use it themselves. Fash does go down, but Nami follows.
It is getting better though for Major Pride as time goes on. Effect fades the knock as Dino's in position close by. Only one nade as Monkey rolls up on Agorazin. And this should be it. Major Pride keep things together and don't lose a player early, Blank. It's good news.
This is really, really nice. 4 eliminations found as well for Major Pride to add to their tally, which is currently quite large at the moment, and getting bigger by the second. Unicorns of Love, Mihi hides away in the broken plane here. Make sure that no teams can quite find him as of yet. The engine keeping him safe for the time being.
Of course, not a great deal of safety though, especially with the fact that teams are going to be continuing to pour into the area. This is an early knock onto SHOCKWAVE from a Bolodoit. Just getting 1-2 punched out. Akashi runs forward. Very unlikely that he knows Mihi's here. And almost immediately into the gunfire. Mihi actually steps out there. May be visible to VIRTUS.PRO, but gets into the vehicle. No, thinks better of it. Says, you know what? I was safe in here. I'm going back.
Victor, we're looking at a couple of shots over towards Dark Project down on that south side. I assume this is where they were going to go, and they have indeed. Let's put on the outer edges, this team. Keep it nice and safe and tend to just prod and poke at the opponents. Be real annoying for the majority of the game, and then come in and try and steal away their win. VIRTUS.PRO Folly finds another player in Unicorns of Love, laying them low down to just that one player finally left. Skirt in the water over on that north side. Sly Europe not far behind them either. A lot of casualties this early on. Already lost 9 players out of the lobby. 15 teams remaining, so a whole team gone. And a lot of individual eliminations coming through.
Yeah, with KONINA power going down, they won't be able to get that conversion on the strong game that saw them up into 4th place overall on the standing. Quite a few teams yet to make that full crossing. Gladiators still in North George, still in South George. MADBULLS just about leaving Rozhok now, and SHOCKWAVE firmly still in Severny. Tapok into the craters on the west end of the runway in that military base. No Game Lorder here, and Navalo spotted through a window. Tapok backs him off it.
Yeah, currently spread out though, 2-2. I have all the angles they need towards this position. With KASIK moving through though, AR might be in a little bit of trouble as Elementrix goes quickly to stop the leak over on that side, but it will be Striker finding Tapok with a long range burst of fire. Blasts him away.
Yeah, no chance you're getting that one back up. KASIK team have rocked up and into the engagement. Playing fairly confidently on that south side. The teams on the north are starting to make their moves now. The question is, where do they go? Because as we saw, a lot of teams are putting heavy priority in getting across to this military island first, and so a lot of these positions are taken. Are you just going to wait and try and be back at the queue and try and sweep through, or you're going to try and punch through and make your little stand somewhere?
SHOCKWAVE is going to be a pretty long run though. I don't think they'll be running into too many players until that end game does roll around. MADBULLS make their way across that western bridge. Done something sort of similar a few times. We do get that shift down towards the south side, so now it's very much confirmed to be a Sosnovka finish, in which case, excuse me, Gladiators, SHOCKWAVE, as well as MADBULLS have to make that push, and MADBULLS hesitate just slightly, which allows 2 players from Gladiators to get a little bit close, but there is 2 lagging behind, and Meku and Tixi here.
Yeah, they have split 2 and 2 on this rotation. Kitsune leading the charge with Matic fairly close behind. You can see Tixi actually fairly low on the health bar. Getting caught out towards the blue. We'll need to stop off and heal for a little bit. But should be all right for now. Both of these teams are going to have to cross. They're going to have to figure it out. And it looks like MADBULLS are playing it a little bit safer. Establishing that high ground, and maybe they want to guard this bridge. Okay, Tulika breaks out wide, frozen on the building. They know there's teams nearby. Kitsune is going to make some noise.
It's certainly worth it to guard this one out, actually, as well. Just because if you're playing as MADBULLS, this is still technically in the circle. Any team that you can clear out or cause casualties to this early on means that your approach across that bridge is going to be so much easier. Dark Project, KASIK team, Going toe-to-toe right now. KASIK deals a heavy blow over towards Dark Project, losing Madness right off the bat, but Kaz is down.
Certainly the one knock that they've seen, just weight remains and split off from his teammate who's knocked. Even eagar, very unlikely to be getting back up in here. A lot of fights starting to break out in this military block. As Nomi shots out towards VIRTUS.PRO's rotation, who have already lost purple earlier on in the game. So they have been playing as 3 for quite a while, for quite some time. But nobody really wanted to overstep their mark just yet. Major Pride and VIRTUS.PRO will remain tense neighbors as Becca handles Keep around the side. Limbo Boom spotted as well and just absolutely blasts him out of existence. Elementrix knocked, but should be resable by aces, or if Becca stands out, could even be there.
Elementrix will get rezzed up here. Aces off in the distance. Should be fine. Heals himself up. They are quite fortunate to make it to this position, actually. It's been quite a hellish run for them on that south side. Filled with obstacles that they've had to leapfrog across. MADBULLS decide that they don't need to hold out much longer, can move into the circle now. Gladiators were careful, cautious, but they'll have to move soon. I don't think they have the full information on what occurred there, but I think they will just now have to make the run for it. Hope for the best.
They might have a pretty decent time of it. If they go for that compound to their left, out on the east of that bridge exit, they might have some luck. You can see they're playing a little bit split on that rotation to try and bait out those shots and be able to respond to it should it come to that. They're not going to break out to the left. Instead, they're going to go straight for Tulika on that outpost of MADBULLS, and it seems like MADBULLS are just going to give ground here against that Gladiators push. They don't want to go overzealously into this fight, but that allows Gladiators a really nice crossing and a hill on the west.
Again, that ridge side looking down towards the east, towards Airstrip is beautiful. It looks really good for them, and they can get a good amount of work done from that spot. But we are heading over towards Airstrip proper, honestly, with this circle. We usually see them actually head up towards that northeast side. We're getting a little bit of a replay here versus Dagestan, Limbo Boom. They absolutely had no idea what was going on. But yeah, we get most of our circles on Sosnovka up towards that northeast side. So the fact that we've got them now here, down towards Airstrip, it is such an awkward place to play. And again, MADBULLS right now are in probably one of the more favourable positions, despite moving in very late with the circle moving over towards their side of the map as well. It's a really good spot to play from.
No one holding the bridge, but excuse me, behind Shockwave might draw each other short, sort of slow everything down here. Envelop it in the molasses of a bridge crossing. Which is not really ideal, but excuse me, seems like are going to allow Shockwave to get across here and then follow them up later.
Yeah, I think for, excuse me, stage 3, it is a little bit nasty and they will have to invest quite a bit of resources to do this. Black's going to quickly scout out, see if he can find any players on the way through. They do have a player in Shockwave still at the back. That's Terminus moving up towards the rock side, been left behind. Looking to maybe find himself a couple of eliminations as he leaves. Any extra points for Shockwave they'll be happy with, but Terminus right now getting quite low. Might look for the spray down, pick himself up a vehicle, and then head across. Not a bad play to go for, honestly.
Shockwave leaving that backstop. I don't know if he has a vehicle already available, but seems like they think that it's safe now.
That's good information.
Waiting on the far side of the bridge to be able to just shut this down as soon as Excuse Me move too far forwards. But it looks like Excuse Me might have some sort of a read on this. Terminus needs to be careful, because if he goes down, that is instantly flush. There's no way you get that one back, but this backstab is going to be huge as long as you can survive it.
The fact that he's been able to sneak through this one as well is so cool. Evaded all suspicion, gets himself a nice little spray down, double for Terminus. Beck and Black, Shockwave might even want to press the advantage, move further in. Terminus goes in to finish the job with Havlik already at the front here. These flushes should come through fairly quickly. Fury, though, with the nade, if he can pop this just right, might save his team.
That's huge. Really well played, really well read. Heard those footsteps running up, and the backstab is gone. But excuse me, are slowed, and this circle will start to tick harder and harder. It's going to be still such a struggle to get past the front stop from SHOCKWAVE. You know they're on this sideline now, and you can establish control over the mouth of the bridge. The circle shifts away, so do SHOCKWAVE want to spend this time where they could be rotating in guarding it out, especially if Havlik hits shots like that?
Yeah, Zone 4 can't go for the res anymore, and Havlik just has to heal up for excuse me. This has been a rough play of things. Terminus hits a real deadly shot. Now Gladiators even getting involved as well from that top side on that ridge that we said was so important. MADBULLS take down one player from Game Lords, sorry, as they push down towards that south side, looking directly down the fence. It's a really good position for MADBULLS once again, playing as a full four-man squad, constantly rotating. This looks like it could be a good game for MADBULLS.
Playing on the southwest peak, MUERTE and NEXUS going hell for leather against one another. Discrim now locked in what looks to be a 1 versus 1. No, it's a 2 versus 1, but the DBS is just too much to bear, as it almost always is. Octavian and Exomachina both able to stay alive. These reses can come through. I think that drew the attention of the remnants of Major Pride, so potential for a third party here should it come to it. But NEXUS stay alive, and all 4 of them are there as well.
Yeah, right on the bearish edge of that blue as well, so we'll have to get a move on fairly quickly. Trazen goes down, adds to the blue zone. Again, that play has just almost confirmed SHOCKWAVE's dropping out in an early position. They didn't have to do this. I think it was slightly late in the game to go for something like that, and I think Terminus kind of pushes the issue on that fact. They do get 2 eliminations off the process, which is decent points, but I do think with the position of the Soho coming over towards that western side, I think if you're coming over that western bridge at this point in time, you should prioritize getting to the center of the circle. And look at that, Azer as well as Snowworks get themselves into a good spot. Imagine if they'd been able to do that with all 4 members still up.
Could have been a whole different story, but they'll try and hunker down for the time being. Nomi moves in, split from Monkey. Doesn't really have the 1-2 trade. Should it come to that. Gladiator is still split on that northern side. Furia from Excuse Me healing out on that bridge and slowly making their way forwards. Trying to stay alive. I don't know just how much longer they'll be able to outlast it, but I'll try their best. Maybe even able to punch through a defense or get a cheeky little backstab frag onto Gladiators. Should ruin their chances on the north side.
Maku's got the boombox running in the background. I like that. You know, he's got to keep himself nice and entertained whilst he's up on the high ground himself. Moves forward first, scouts things out, gets a bit of a tag himself, and will have to push back slightly. Keeps looking down towards KASIK team. SHOCKWAVE. See the health bars getting chunked down that way. Maku's going to try and get back up to full HP. Scouts out, looks over towards MADBULLS' position, which might be a good insertion point, but it has to be one hell of a crash onto them. And MADBULLS will be very ready for it because you're basically crossing against open ground. There's no way to eliminate those sight lines as you push up. It's not going to be secretive, I'll tell you that now.
Gladiators will have heard Furia, and I think so will a lot of other people. A quick send in from Furia, thinking to try and get inside the wall. No, diverts just short and pulls around a hard north shift on the circle and into the foothills underneath the Gladiators for Furia.
As if he's managed to do that. That is one hell of a swing. I mean, he's most likely going to go down now, though. No way he stays in this position for that long, I'll tell you.
I mean, you say that, but who's going to peek him? Gladiators can't push forwards far enough to take shots down. Certainly not yet. Zerich and the rest of the MADBULLS going to be rolling on towards. They've played that southwest point of the airstrip for a while now. Now they're going to have to go further through. Game Lord under pressure in their central position on this circle as well. And it's all starting to break out in the military base blank. Everybody wants their slice of the pie, and nobody's really getting any cream.
Nobody's having a good time. There's a lot of frags, a lot of casualties, a lot of knocks coming through. Everybody is really suffering. KASIK team with their strong spot lose 2 players to the get-go as AAR really swing in for the 1-2 punch here. Do lose some players their own. And now NEXUS starts to make their move.
Maybe playing on that south side, really the backstop for the south pushes here. And if they can swing out and take down Robs, then it's a really huge position for them. They have so much mobility afforded to them that a lot of other teams won't do. Game Lord are eliminated now, and that is NEXUS, a really strong foothold on the south side.
Yeah, they can definitely perform really well in this game. I think as long as they maintain angles over toward that eastern side, this is looking good. It's looking really nice for NEXUS so far. eagar will find Elementrix in the smoke. Quickly going to bleed out there. You can see how many times AR has been knocked and down with just how quickly the bleed out comes through. And again, it's Major Pride survival time with Bear Grylls. Trying to make this one happen, but Volley comes up. He's the bear himself.
Step out, get a good nade. Oh, not quite getting the knock. Folly, last player for VIRTUS.PRO. Monkey was the challenge, but able to swing away there into the vehicle, reposition it. Into sightlines as well. No meat, no meds. Has got bandages to try and top up that health bar, but Folly is going to be in a 1v1 now as Monkey just tries to get out of there on that east side and actually gets to the next circle. No me now with the challenge. Folly cut down. Not quite at his prime, but either way, falls nonetheless. VIRTUS.PRO eliminated. No me stays up.
You know, Major Pride as a duo, it feels like they're queuing duos into squads right now. This is how they like to play their games. This is not acceptable. Kapahala moves up. Monkey is basically brought... Whoa! That is an incredible prone. He had an instinct of what was going on, but unfortunately, it's not enough to keep him safe.
God, they give him a haircut and whack on the axle grease as well. Fortunately, they're able to clip him out of the lobby. Continue to play on this southeast side. They're a little bit close together now for NEXUS. They haven't started to extend out to the west side, and they don't really have a strong push straight up to the main buildings. Luckily, the circle keeps them going.
I think for NEXUS right now, they've got to be really careful with their pushes. Vehicles are all smoking, so it could end in disaster if they aren't able to make it in. MADBULLS off in the distance there. NEXUS spot that. Now off on the southern edge. Quite barren, quite open here. A little bit of cover on the lip of this tiny little slope.
Furia is still alive, but Gladiators are right next door. Meku goes down. Somehow Furia managed to get the knock and, well, should be rezzed, but here's the crossfire coming in from KASIK team, from MADBULLS as well. Even SHOCKWAVE are going to be aware of this position now. Goodness me, that is a little bit too dangerous for the Gladiators' liking, but they stay alive. NEXUS, with 8 eliminations now, have fully spread out to that west. That's what I wanted to see. They have that line, and it's going to be so hard for teams to deal with them until NEXUS need to push towards them.
Yeah, right now they have a really good setup where they can see all the way across. And the only issue is that on a crash towards their position, they are fairly open. So if MADBULLS can get in, might be free pickings here. Luckily, a really good start to this fight for NEXUS, but MADBULLS give as good as it gets.
Instantly get the flush onto Keme. Octavian wants to try and find Tulika with that nade. It looks pretty on target there, but doesn't really get the damage they were looking for. Octavian with another long range this time. FleetK eats the majority of it, will go down. So it's a 1-for-1 trade right now as MADBULLS vie for position on the south. KASIK team are doing really well to hold out this central area as well.
Kasune starts to swing around just a little bit. Doesn't go as far as this engagement. Tulika sends nade to the top. Last one in the pocket for him. Does not find too much. So again, the smokes go down. Trying to share this position. 3 apiece for both NEXUS and MADBULLS now. Gladiators look real strong.
I didn't think the Gladiators would be able to make this crash, but with SHOCKWAVE diminishing, with the MADBULLS moving out of this territory, it's going to be a little bit easier. Zerich, though, doesn't want to give up that position without a fight. The backstop for the MADBULLS, they're playing 2 forwards, 1 back. A nade banks off the wall there for Meku. Wants to put another one in, and Tixi has the backup as well. Snowix falls, and eagar now last standing. Zerich, potential there, but Tixi, backed off The sound of the DBS, it's terrifying. And the best of times, and they get lit up. The Gladiators take one, and there's a third as well for Azer. Azer line them up, a 1v4. A miracle play for Azer to keep Shockwave in and deny Gladiators entry.
The second time today that Shockwave has shut down Gladiators. That sends a reverberation through their spines. That could have been a huge game from the Gladiators. All 4 up, but Azer, the laser, tags it on perfect.
What a hold there from Azer. Instantly getting 2 knocks there with the DBS. And then just perfectly playing that door frame. Panic sets in for the Gladiators. Then the shift comes away again. Over to NEXUS and MADBULLS.
Difficult to sort this position, actually, for a lot of teams on the northern side. Sly Europe have to slowly edge their way in. And look at this again. It was so well done. This initial was just beautiful. Bish, bash, bosh, and the job is done.
I think that was 1 shot, 2 knocks. It felt like it was. Even if it wasn't, I'm saying it was.
It was. I mean, you gotta chunk it between each bullet, so, or at least buckshot. So I think for AZ, he just got a beautiful lineup as they swung around the corner, and Tixi was looking scared as soon as he heard the first shot come out from that DBS.
Kapahala for NEXUS regroups before the off position for Zerich, which gives NEXUS a little bit of a stronger spot to hold off against Sly. Less threat from the north side on the MADBULLS position, so everybody else is going to have to move south. This is the test for KASIK.
Nade over the top, will he go far enough? Does a little bit of damage to him. Another one from Zerich will finish the job there. Actually, it's from Striker in the backside. English goes down to a shot from Sly Europe. That's the Sheeper, still playing that off angle. Off towards that eastern side, looking to bring English back into the fold. Extremely low, almost bleeds out as well. So clutch timing there coming through from Unicorn to keep him up. And Zero continues to crawl.
With this ghillie suit as well, he's fairly well blended. Crawling through the undergrowth, this could prove to be troublesome. The regroup comes in as MADBULLS once again step close to NEXUS. Kapahala low. They're looking for these nades. The MADBULLS seem to have a few more in the back pocket. That's good for Kapahala. Octavian and Exomakinen out. Frozen over the top with another one to try and put the nail in the coffin, but the res is there. Frozen breaking out wide. This is bold from the MADBULLS. They want this crash, and with Exomakinen going down, that is a huge timing on it. Frozen now behind the ridgeline, and they can't step too far forwards. The rest of the MADBULLS rally on through, and NEXUS are taken down. Lickety split. 3 players stay up for MADBULLS.
In the ditch right now, no one can touch them either, and KASIK continues to have to push through. The smokes they set down, the amount of loot they still had on board, that utility came in absolute clutch. It looks like Kaz is going to try and clear out that angle. Sly Europe will have to continue to push inwards. Julika steps up, tries to get some shots done. Looks like Sly Europe's now going to have a bit of trouble.
KASIK need to find some picks here. They already have the numbers advantage, but with Sly at their side, it's going to be tricky. Frozen, feeling the heat, doesn't want to melt under it for the MADBULLS. Very isolated. A long nade for Unicorn, but immediately answered. Tulika on the ball there. Unicorn going down. And there's the flush. Really nice. Brings the numbers even. What a pivotal position for Tulika. Reflect, though. Might be able to get the side swipe here. Nade in hand, pulls the pin. I wonder if Zerich heard it. I don't think so. Tulika will see that nade come through. Zerich goes nearly, but just about surviving for now. They'll know Reflect close this time.
And there's nothing else in the pocket. So the rest of Sly Europe starts to move around towards them. Strikers still sending nades over the top. For MADBULLS, this position is going to be firmly within the circle for quite some time. Striker does find Manda in as they push over. Good start for them.
And that's going to be the Sheeper.
Yeah.
Nearly goes down. The close position for Sly as KASIK and MADBULLS put aside their differences for the time being and take care of the snakes in the grass, but there's still one more yet to be exterminated. Reflect right on the side. More central position belongs to MADBULLS right now, but Tulika has been seen. Worried about these barrels.
the big problem for MADBULLS is that English currently has 7 nades. An endgame like this, where eventually they're going to have to move forward towards you, and they can get up to this tower. English with these 7 nades is going to be absolutely pivotal. Slowly moves up. Has to start tossing them now. Smoke goes down. He knows he needs to get closer in towards nade range, but Chulik has been absolutely disgusting with these shots so far. First nade goes off, and now he's in position. That's the big move.
That is absolutely huge. I don't know if Reflect popped a shot or two there, but he's still just biding his time. Still, though, the MADBULLS have a more central position.
That's bad.
A nade over towards English, their mainstay of nade holds, will be down. They'll probably try and commit for a res here. I'd imagine they're leaving their player back. Striker moves forwards. Reflect is still in this for Sly. Zerich breaks forwards. Will he go down? Reflect is still there. Should have broadside completely. He stands up, gives the position away, and there's the challenge. Zerich wins it out. What a hold on the off-flank angle for Zerich. Crucially timed to give them central position once more. English back to his feet.
Has to hit some good grenades now. He's got everything available, sends one over towards Frozen, hits off the back, does quite a bit of damage, but KASIK is down. Striker finds Chulika in the process, really big there. English still has nades to throw.
Zerich, I thought he'd gone as well. KASIK flushed away. English versus Strike, English and Striker versus Zerich and Frozen. A push forwards, timely that he knows that he has the left cover on that flank, but Frozen falls up close and personal now. Zerich is spotted. English knows what he has to do. He moves around the side. Frozen calls it out, or he should do anyway, but English still has 3 more nades. Zerich needs to get that.
Fumbles.
Oh, cheeky little fumble there, puts the pin back in, and Frozen now has a chance. Zerich sees the knock onto English, and a Striker. 1 versus 1, a madman, but eats a bullet. Just too slow. The first aid is there. Zerich doesn't have one of his own, doesn't have time for this first aid. Over the top, wants to push close, but Zerich needs to suppress this line. DBS swapped back to, and Striker needs to get the shot. Will be able to find it, and it's KASIK for another chicken dinner.
Striker, man, what a play from him. English knew his job perfectly, moving up through the smoke, had to back off because of a cheeky nade, almost dodges it as well, so really well played to him, but his job was just to toss those nades over the top, get as much chip damage done as possible, and that he was basically crucial for KASIK's survival. Very, very well done, understanding they needed all those nades in that end game and just remain consolidated. That's where you can remain consolidated, when you've got a lot of cover around you and not many other teams have anything to play with. What a game, round the barrels, and a real oil drum of a game, because that thing was explosive.
Absolutely brilliant stuff in those final circles. I loved the crashes from MADBULLS. They felt really dynamic and purposeful, and Nexus didn't know what hit them. Either way, though, they do fall the final hurdle. KASIK team dominate from their central position in that military island, and a nice game to round out day 1 of the finals.
KASIK team, our final chicken dinner winner of today, Max. We expected them to be winning it earlier, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. But we've been through all 6 maps now, so thank you, Monster, for sponsoring and making it possible. Let's have a look at one of the replays, Max, because some interesting stuff was happening in this iteration.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting day as a whole, but this game has had some really fun clutch moments that I don't know if I would say that the player definitely made it possible, but 2 elims with 1 bullet. Look at that. Oh, the lineup. Like, just
how is that
literally
legal?
walking into that. You literally walk into that, and then Aza just picks up 1, and he can just. I think I have never witnessed De Niro for real in my now 4 years of casting PUBG Mobile. A 1v4 clutch that's been this quick. That's 5-second 1v4 clutch from Aza, which is Aza's a great player. I keep saying he's an underrated player from the region. The DBS is maybe just a little bit too good. Yeah, I'm just a bit. I love the DBS. Okay, the sound is a very satisfying weapon, but maybe just nerf it.
Yeah, but also every player from Gladiators kind of walking in on it individually rather than trying to get a couple of trades off is maybe not the best way to approach it, but with this, the KASIK team have secured themselves 21 points in total, 10 for the placements and 11 for the eliminations that they have secured on the board. Unicorns of Love sitting on 8th, they have 4 points as well, 3 for their placements, which is pretty good considering how they have been performing recently. On this side, however, we're not looking at Major Pride, but MADBULLS has been so consistent today.
Yeah, MADBULLS are going to be in that first place, no questions asked in my opinion. NEXUS Gaming 2, also a very clear contender that has been getting to those late games pretty consistently, but MADBULLS, I just love their push down onto NEXUS, the way that Frozen especially went for that off angle to just put the entirety of NEXUS in a pinch situation where they really can't fight back, at least as effectively as they would like to. I do like the word John used to describe the breaches of MADBULLS, which was very purposeful. Like, they would fight for position and instantly put that position into full use, which in that case was using like some little barricade positions into their control. Also those dips to try and make sure they can apply pressure to teams around them, like Sly, and just facilitate the rotation further on in the circle to fight the KASIK team. Which, yeah, MADBULLS, I mean, this is what we expected from them, right? The IGLing is good, the fragging power is strong, and I almost thought that we were going to see Zerich clutch it out to secure the chicken dinner. It wasn't quite meant to be, but it's still a second place from this team. Like, podium finishes on point, and he was MVP before, and chances are Zerich might just remain in the MVP slot so far this event.
Yeah, he's been MVP before. I mean, most of the limbs this time around, 6 in total, doing the highest damage as well. Just MADBULLS in general, it feels like every single player from the roster has that opportunity to just show up on the day and get the limbs racking, and that's exactly what Zerich has been doing consistently for the team. I mean, I would be lying if that doesn't actually translate into my MVP choice of today, simply because of how consistent MADBULL has been as a collective, not just as an individual. So Max, I'm gonna have to ask you that same question, whether you agree or not.
I do agree. I was starting to already start thinking about my MVP prediction. Now I'm going a little bit
got
far.
him.
Yeah, you got me. You got me in that one. My brain was going a little bit too far. All right, so can you say your question again? Oh, okay. Oh, wait. So I had to think about that one. Okay, well, I was going to say striker.
Yeah, striker.
My brain just like lagged out.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us. You just need to do like a reset.
Yeah, okay. I got the reset button in the back of my brain. I'll have to click it after this one. But 18 limbs. He actually outdone the so far set record of Octavian that was 17. He just got himself 18 on the day. You do have that first game over in Rozhok where he did pop off like big time and got himself a bunch of valuable points in that one. Just, what was that? I think he got 9 total out of the 10 of the team. So that's definitely going to help you out. But KASIK team, I think Janiro, after the league stage that we've seen so far, they've been way more successful than I think anyone could initially predict going into these finals. And I do wonder, is this going to be a one-hit wonder situation for KASIK team, or is this going to continue for the next 2 days of the finals?
Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and find out. I mean, so far, the fact that this consistency has been shown across multiple of the maps that we had today, rather than 1 or 2 maps specifically, I think that is already a good sign in terms of what we can be expecting. It means that changes and adaptations have been made. They're taking those into consideration. They've put the last 4 days of free time to very good use. So I have high hopes for them moving into tomorrow. But also with the performance that we've seen from KASIK, they are as well one of the teams today that has actually secured themselves a chicken dinner. We started off saying that it felt like we were back at phase 1 because the first one we had was MADBULLS, followed up by Major Prize. So looking at the winners of today, specifically KASIK team, are going to find themselves in there, as well as Shockwave, Dog Project, and KONINA Power. I mean, 6 maps, 6 different winners.
Yeah, it's really cool to see such diversity in the teams that have been able to get himself these wins so far. A team that comes to mind that sure was not able to secure any chicken dinners today would have to be Sly. I think that Sly has been able to get into the late game pretty nicely today a few times, and also make use of their position to capitalize on as many eliminations as they possibly could. So I think Sly is an unsung hero of the day. But here you go. You got your MADBULLS that have been looking really strong. KONINA Power on Sanhok getting himself the dub, but it was a MADBULLS heavy day, fair to say here, Janiro, that it's going to be hard to compete against them because they're bringing in the heat in the very first day.
Yeah, they're bringing the heat, they're bringing the consistency, and also they're bringing in the points, because most likely with the performance that we've seen from them today, looking at the overall standing, I am expecting that they're going to be on first, but they're actually only 1 point behind Major Pride. So I guess we're both wrong. Math just isn't mathing.
Well, no, the bonus points, we said it could come down to those bonus points. And so far, that difference they had in bonus points between first and second place at the start of the day is making that difference so far in the rankings. So if we stop right now, that would actually be a pretty significant impact on the rankings. So nice to see from Major Pride. They're still hyper consistent, just like we expected them after their last 2 phases of the league stage. But MADBULLS are still bringing the heat. So yeah, MADBULLS, Major Pride, they're up there. They're gaming big time. Though NEXUS Gaming, making it to the late game really consistently, and I'm happy to see how they improved in the 3rd phase has somewhat transferred over into the finals. So NEXUS Gaming, the boys from Romania, have been looking strong, and I'm hoping this can continue, because I feel like this is the strongest we've seen NEXUS Gaming, aka the old Eastern Stars, be in almost a year of competitive scene, which is great to see.
Yeah, and looking as well at the table, these top 8 teams at the moment as it stands are the ones that are going to be able to go, the distance. But we're looking at the second iteration of the table. It feels like this time around it hasn't really changed much in regards to what we've seen during phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, your Unicorns of Love, your VIRTUS.PRO. They have consistently been towards the bottom of the table, and unfortunately for today, even though they're here in the finals, it didn't feel like there was much in terms of changes, in terms of explosive gameplay, in terms of consistency that we've seen from these 2 rosters. So I hope that tomorrow and Sunday is going to be a different story for them, just so that they can boost themselves up a little bit and get a couple more points rolling.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 3-day finals, right? If you have just one big pop-off day that could put you in the race to be in a top 8 position, even if you might struggle a little bit, you might not be a team competing for a podium position, making the top 8, that's all you should be focused on, because don't forget, if you make in top 8, you go in the championship, and championship means an opportunity to maybe go to PMWI, one of the biggest events in PUBG Mobile Esports for the year, with $3 million prize pool on the line. So that's what everyone is going to be gunning for. So making the champs, that's the most important.
Absolutely, but then we also have our predictions, because we're trying to kind of be decent at it. I mean, I'm not even gonna talk about mine. Blank has been thinking really hard, Max, as you said it yourself in the green room, and his thoughts and prayers have been working out, because every single team that he went for either got the chicken dinner or a podium finish. So this man knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he was not, when he was thinking real hard during the league stage, it wasn't about the league stage prediction. He was looking even further and beyond for the finals. Yeah, he activated his observation hack, like in One Piece. He's the Katakuri of our talent lineup here. So he's been looking great, looking in the future. And I am still a little bit salty that when I predict KASIK team, they die. He predicts them. They play a fantastic game. So I'm a little bit salty, but good job.
Good job indeed, Blank. I mean, it's a well-deserved, okay? 12 points in total. But guys, also make sure that you follow our socials so you can stay up to date with what's going on. But also, we have a little giveaway which allows you to try your luck at predicting, to try your luck to see whether or not you'll be good at it. Because Max, winner gets skin.
Winner gets skin equal good, and if you have skins, you win more. It's been proven scientifically that if you get the skins, that drip does work out pretty good for you. But yeah, if you head on over to Instagram, Esports PUBGM EU, and you go check out the pinned post, tell us in the comments which team you think might become the champions of PMPL EU, and if you're correct, you might get one of those fancy little skins down there.
Ooh, yeah, we got a couple of skins here that you guys are going to be able to choose from, but also make sure that you tune into Turkey, another region that we need to keep our eyes out in terms of a lot of firepower and talent that they have going on there. Thank you guys for tuning in on the first day of the finals. We're going to be back tomorrow with day number 2, another 6 mapper coming your way. So take care, and we'll see you then.